Hey there, it's PK Beats. If you don't care about this intro preamble and just want to get to the juice of the video, you can just skip to the timestamp on the screen or go to the first chapter. But there are some clarifications that I do want to go over before starting. If you don't know me, I'm a guy who talks about random facts, particularly for Smash Ultimate, and I've been doing this for about 5 years now. And while I've got tons of different types of videos on my channel, the series I've focused in on the most has been random Smash Ultimate facts, which is just as the name says. It's me going over whatever random nonsense I get told about or can think of. This comes in the form of glitches, softlocks, tech, details, and all sorts of other things that you may or may not know about. And if you haven't seen like every single video on my channel already, I guarantee you're going to learn a lot of new things in this video. Now this isn't a comprehensive supercut from all of my random facts videos, and there's two factors for that. For one, a lot of my videos were sort of dedicated around new DLC when they came out, and as such a lot of the facts are really surface level and basic, because at the time they were super new and interesting, right? But at this point they're just kinda not. So most videos dedicated to DLC are ones I'm just kind of ignoring for the most part. And the biggest factor is that, if I'm being honest, my old videos just kinda suck. Mostly the audio quality, which is just abysmal. I'm not ashamed, I think it shows that I've grown in my editing skills and I'm really proud of my recent content, but the first dozen or two episodes from the series just do not hold up to now. So I kinda just don't want them on the channel as a recent upload in any way, you know? So I'm starting this supercut from the episodes beginning at 2021 or so, up to the end of 2022, which totals to a little over 20 episodes. I'd do it up to 2023, but that was looking to get over 8 hours long total. So let's just stick to 2022 for now and we can work on the other ones for a different supercut maybe. So anything older than 2021 is content I'll find a different way to approach, as I really do think there's interesting facts in those old videos that I imagine people may have forgotten about or probably never even learned in the first place, but we'll see. Anyways, this will be a case similar to my Wiki Trivia supercut. I don't have the original project files for most of these videos, so it'll just be me sort of stitching them together. But, as scrappy as it might be, I will still be removing intros, outros, and sponsorships. And on top of that, I'll be sort of fact-checking various things as we go to either update them to be more descriptive here, or just put a quick note as text on the screen in one of the corners. So it's not going to be the cleanest supercut, but it'll do the job well enough, and essentially be however many hours straight of just facts and jokes and all that fun stuff. And obviously I'm still working on new content while this is being made, and if you ever want to submit facts or questions for future videos, feel free to join my Discord, which is linked down below. As you'll see in the supercut, I like to credit sources whenever possible, so you'll basically just be getting a little shout out. So without further ado, let's get this started, and I hope you enjoy.
I'd Rather Not gives me a neat little fact regarding Luigi's down taunt. Luigi's down taunt normally deals 2.4% to the opponent. Its knockback is static, meaning it'll be the same no matter what percent you use it at, and it can even combo into other moves if you use it on stage. Now, if we were to turn on Staling, you'll notice that the move does 2.5% now, an extra 0.1 or so percent of damage. However, no matter how many times we use the move, the damage will stay at 2.5%. This increase in damage from 2.4 to 2.5 suggests that the move is undergoing the freshness bonus, that being the very slight increase in damage when a move has no scaling at all. And yet this freshness bonus does not go away, despite multiple uses of the move, as no scaling effect seems to be applied. So for some odd reason the game is able to apply the freshness bonus to the taunt attack, yet it fails to subsequently stale the move upon further use. Also, a quick fun fact about staling, but how much a move stales is actually preserved even if staling is off. Basically, if I jab Mario once when staling is on, it deals 2.5%. However, if I jab once with staling off, turn it back on, then jab again, the jab will do 2.1%. The same amount of damage as if I did both jabs with staling on. We can see this even more clearly if I do 5 jabs with staling off. Obviously all of them do 2.4%, then when we turn staling back on, the next jab will only do 1.4%, almost half as much damage, despite technically being the first jab used in this staling on environment. Anyhow, back to the topic at hand, I tested this out with Greninja and the same is true here, the move will not stale. And the freshness bonus also seems to be present here, even if each individual hit shows up as doing 0.6%. The total of all 4 hits does 2.5% instead of 2.4%, so there's a very slight increase. And I also tested this out with Snake's box, and again no staling seems to happen. It's a bit more difficult to test here since the exact damage that the move will do will vary quite a bit, since the move may hit Mario at a different time given whatever Mario's idle animation is. So to circumvent this, I'm having Mario rapid jab so everything stays consistent. Here we can see that, again, with scaling on, the taunt does the same amount of damage every time at 2.7%. And we can also see that the freshness bonus is present, as after 4 boxes the total percent dealt is 11.1%, whereas with no scaling on at all, 4 boxes deals just 11%. I also tested what it was like if Mario then grabbed the box and threw it himself, and again there's no scaling, but there's also no freshness bonus present. I believe this is just because the box is treated as a throwable item here, rather than an attack, and throwable items neither stale nor get a freshness bonus, from Super Mario Master 2 regarding Luigi's up taunt. This is a bit of a small one, but in the character trailer for Luigi, his up taunt animation is actually slightly different from the one in the final game. That is, the last pose he does normally is an expression of just basic shock or fear, the classic Home Alone pose. But in the trailer, we see that the final expression is a bit different, with his eyes closed and slightly more anguished than just shock, as if he was about to be murdered. What's interesting is that the version that's in the final game is the version that's always been in the games, in Smash 4 and in Brawl and so on. So I guess they were trying something new with this taunt at first, but just scrapped it before the final version. Next, Anna gives me a really interesting fact regarding Game & Watch's oil panic and the victory screen. We've gone over on the channel before how when someone gets hit by Game & Watch's oil panic, for a second or two the opponent will be covered in oil. This is a purely aesthetic thing. However, if you were to hit the winning opponent with oil panic right as the match ends, you'll see for a short while that the character is covered in oil, in their victory screen. This happened for everyone I tested too, even folk like Joker, or Sephiroth, who have slightly more unique victory screens. And in Joker's case, notice that he is covered in oil, but Morgana is not. So for some reason, whatever attributes are applied when someone is covered in oil is maintained throughout their victory screen. I had never seen anything like this happen before, which we can see when we test with Inkling's ink. I tested it in a few different ways too, with a few different timings, but the ink effect never lingered on the victory screen. And the same is true for the metal box. So for whatever reason, this seems to be specific with the oil effect. So that's really interesting. Now I want to move on to some Sephiroth stuff. First, I need to point out how in my last video I came to the conclusion that healing does not get rid of Sephiroth's wing. However, as I was told several times, this isn't necessarily the case. Now see, when I initially tested it, I used the logic that changing percents in training mode would work for the test, since changing the percents manually allowed you to get the wing. So if doing it manually worked there, then lowering the percent manually should also work. Since this wasn't the case, and a lot of healing items didn't do anything to the wing, I just came to the conclusion that healing didn't work. Lucky me, I was just barely short of the necessary logic for this, as it turns out that if you heal specifically 450%, then the wing will go away. And no matter which environment you're in, 450% is a lot to heal. But this is very important to note because it seems that the amount that you'll have to heal will be affected by things like how much damage you've dealt. Notice here I've dealt about 180% and then, only after a single heart container, my wing disappeared. This means the act of healing also adds to the hypothetical counter that we went over in my last video, the counter that determines when your wing goes away. So it's not only a factor of how many KOs you've done and how much damage you've dealt, but also how much you've healed, all factors playing simultaneously to determine whether or not you keep your wing. Now, practically speaking, you're much more likely to see the KO or damage factors come into play way more than the healing one, but this extra information is really important and interesting in understanding how Sephiroth's wing works. Continuing with Sephiroth, Anime Villager gives me a good little fact about Shadow Flare and the Ice Climbers. This fact is pretty simple, but if you hit the secondary Ice Climber with Shadow Flare, no orb will appear around them. The Shadow Flare will be able to hit both of them though, so it's not like the secondary Ice Climber will provide any sort of protection. Luma on the other hand will provide this protection, by soaking up the entire Shadow Flare and preventing the orbs from appearing. Sticking to Shadow Flare though, Dark Redoom gives me a good fact regarding what happens when you reflect Shadow Flare. In Sephiroth's presentation, Sakurai pointed out what happens when you reflected the Shadow Flare orbs, but he never pointed out what happens when you reflect that initializing hit. And what happens is that the orbs get applied to you, and twice as many of them do. Normally the lowest charge just gives you 1 orb, but here Sephiroth gets 2. And a full charge normally does 3, but when it gets reflected you get all 5 in one go. Which is pretty dangerous, as normally you can only get 5 orbs around someone with at least 2 shadow flares. Of course, this doesn't allow you to exceed that 5 orb limit, and it doesn't seem that the orbs themselves get stronger, only that initializing hit does. What's also interesting to note is that the shadow flare that's reflected onto you is still technically owned by you. Normally, one Sephiroth can only have a total of 5 shadow orbs at once. If this one nest has 3, then I can only apply an additional 2 to the other nests, and so on. And when I apply 3 orbs to this nest, the shadow flare that gets reflected can only give Sephiroth 2 orbs, and so on. Also, yes, you can pocket this initializing hit, and it works the same as reflecting. As for the orb limit, the amount of orbs that the reflect will give you will depend on how many orbs are already active. If none, then 5. If 1, it'll only give 4, and so on. Next, Player Red asks how scaling works with the shadow flare. Scaling is pretty interesting with this move. The initializing hit works just as normal, where each hit stales the next one. But with the orbs themselves, how stale they are depends on which flare that you hit it with. Let me explain it another way. A fresh orb deals 8.1%, as we can see here. And when you charge the move and create multiple orbs at the same time with one flare, every individual orb does 8.1%. However, the moment you use another shadow flare to add another orb to the ring, that orb that you add will be a staled version. You'll notice here that the damage still says 8.1%, but that's because the most recent orb that you apply, and therefore the most staled one, is the one that attacks first. Or rather, the first one that you apply, and therefore the freshest one, is the one that attacks last, and is thus what you see here. So if I apply all 5 orbs individually, the 5th orb is the most stale. And when they all attack, the damage each orb deals goes up, because it's attacking from most stale to least stale. And of course, if you apply 1 orb, then 3 orbs, the first 3 will deal the staled 7.1%, and the last orb will be the fresh 8.1%. So if you want to maximize damage with this move, apply orbs all together rather than one at a time. Not that anyone was really doing it one at a time anyhow. Next, I saw a tweet from Otter regarding Mewtwo's down air animation that I wanted to point out. That is, apparently Mewtwo's down air has him using his foot to create the energy blast, instead of it just being created with his hand. This frame in particular is what really made me think that it was made with some sort of palm swipe or whatever. I can't be the only one who thought that, right? This is just like with how Palutena's down air is executed with her leg, as a sweeping kick instead of with her staff like I once thought. It's obvious now, but it took me by surprise when I first learned about it. Now looking frame by frame at the move, we can sort of visualize the hitbox here. And when I see this, I think it's still kind of possible that the arm created the energy burst, and that energy burst just happens to be in front of the leg. But when I go into a match and look in the camera frame by frame, we can clearly see that the energy is manifesting directly from the foot. So without question, this move is using Mewtwo's foot. Another move that's like this for me is Donkey Kong's down air. Looking at the animation, I feel like you'll just assume that he's punching downwards, right? With how he's swinging his arm immediately before the hit, your brain will sort of fill in the gaps like that. But again, slowing it down, we see that he's actually using his foot to slam downwards, not his arm. Now, I almost feel like it'd be more effective for him to punch, but hey, I'm sure DK knows better than me. Lastly, for this video, I have a test I wanted to perform regarding Rob and his gyro. Now, I admit that the idea for the test came from a prompt I had gotten as a submission, but I've since lost that, so I apologize to whoever submitted it. But the gyro that Rob shoots out will match their general color scheme. And when Rob picks up his own gyro, he's actually able to charge it again. And if you finish the charge or cancel it in any way, you'll see that the gyro is gone, meaning Rob effectively put it away. So what happens when one Rob picks up the personalized gyro from another Rob? Well, nothing. That Rob will charge their own gyro, and if they finish that charge or whatever, they'll still be holding the other Rob's gyro. And of course, if that Rob's gyro is already in play, then the charge just won't work. So no wonky business, Rob can only recharge a picked up gyro if it's his own. You know how you can have a screen lock for your Switch, where you have to push a button 3 times in order to unlock it? Better security than the US Capitol, but this is clearly just so you don't accidentally start it up in your bag, instead of actually securing your console, because this function doesn't happen if your Switch is docked. But did you know that if you hit specifically the ZL or ZR triggers to unlock it, the sound it makes is different? Thanks to Nintendo for that fact, by the way. Anywho, before we get on to the topics at hand, I want to briefly cover something from my last video. I went over the topic of staling quite a bit in that episode, and oftentimes I'd say that the move keeps on going up a certain percent, indicating of course that it's not stale. This information was taken from the damage count on the side, here. Yet I saw several comments pointing out how the percent down here went from 10 to 12.6, a 2.6 increase rather than the supposedly static 2.5% increase that I had said. The reason why the percent would seem to go up more than what the damage counter would indicate is likely due to the existence of a 100th place in the damage calculation. Basically, the damage doesn't go to the 10th place like you see in the portraits here, but rather it goes as far back as even the 100th place or maybe even more. For example, in this scenario the freshness bonus has taken place, so assuming Luigi's down taunt normally does exactly 2.4%, when you apply the freshness bonus of 1.05 times, that percent becomes not 2.5, but 2.52%. The Smash Wiki states that all percents get rounded down to whatever their respective whole number is, and in Smash Ultimate it would get rounded to the respective 10th place. So basically we see each individual hit as 2.5%, and that's also what's being marked down on the damage indicator. However, the damage is really 2.52%. So here Mario's percent is really at 5.04, then it goes to 7.56, then 10.08, and finally it tops off to 12.6 since it can no longer be rounded downwards. And while we're talking about percentages and whatnot...
Oh my god, I can't believe I used to do this. I'm pretty sure it doesn't even do anything, but yeah, obviously I'm gonna be cutting out all of these too.
Anyhow, 32-Bit Gaming asks if you can counter the squeaky golden hammer. As you probably know, the hammer items are some of the most deadly items you can come across. And while some good game sense can render them virtually useless, the game itself can also do that. With the normal hammer, the head can fall off, leaving you with nothing to hit the opponent with, and leaving all opponents with empty hands a really powerful item to hit you with. With the golden hammer though, the item will go from dealing fatal blows to squeaky ones. No damage or anything is dealt. You're still able to hover over the air by spamming the jump button, but that won't do you much good when you're virtually defenseless. Each of these failures has a 12.5% chance to happen, by the way. Now, normally moves that don't do any damage like the Gust Jar's Wind or the Water from Flood cannot be countered. Now, it's not like the counter is totally useless as Lucina doesn't get pushed by these wind boxes for the duration of the counter, but still the counter isn't being triggered. So what's weird is that the Golden Squeaky Hammer, as it's called, will do absolutely no damage, and yet it can still trigger the counter. The counter will do 9.6%, the base minimum amount of damage Lucina's counter can do, but still she's essentially countering nothing. I was curious about how the Golden Squeaky Hammer interacted with her shield, and funny enough, when it hits the shield, you don't really notice any hit sound or shield stun or anything, but you still see some hit effects appear. These normally appear when a damage dealing move hits your shield, or hits your hurt box when you're invincible, but they do not appear when a non-damage dealing move like Flood hits your shield. The Golden Squeaky Hammer will also not trigger explosive items. So it's like the Golden Squeaky Hammer sits between some weird limbo state between dealing damage and not. While we're talking about the hammers though, I'm sure you're curious about all of the trivia surrounding these two items, yeah? No? Now you want to know all about the hammer items. Now you want to know... Normally, if you drop the golden hammer, it's just kinda gone. However, you can actually re-grab it in the very short time it's still present in this state. Now, what's really interesting is that if you can get a golden squeaky hammer, drop that, then have someone immediately grab it again, it can become a real golden hammer. So the odds are recalculated upon being re-grabbed, I suppose. Next, as you know, when you pick up either hammer, a little song will play to accompany each one. In training mode, if you go into the frame by frame setting, the song will actually pause until you advance to the next frame. This is contrary to how the normal background music functions. The song that accompanies the superstar is the same as the hammers. Also, the power-up music track that plays with the golden hammer gets cut off after a few seconds. But if you slow the match down in any way, you'll be able to hear way more of the song than usual. It actually lasts quite a while, so give it a try if you're curious. Lastly, for a comparison of the differences between each hammer. They each have the same duration, but the golden hammer's swinging animation is faster than the normal hammer, and as such it can dish out more consecutive hits. The normal hammer will do 32.4% here, and the golden hammer will do 36%. The normal hammer has a knockback angle that's generally vertical, while the golden hammer's is generally horizontal. Finally, staling does not seem to apply to the hammers, nor does the freshness bonus, despite the fact that they're kinda like battering items, which do stale and have a freshness bonus. So they're a bit more unique in that respect. Speaking of staling though, we went over the staling mechanic a lot in my last video, so I won't stick to this too long, but in testing I got curious about how Final Smash is staled. The first Final Smash did 69.5%, but then the next one did 60.5%, then 56%, and so on. So the Final Smash definitely staled, and when I turned staling off it did 66.2%, meaning it also underwent the freshness bonus. And since you're realistically only going to be using a Final Smash once, it's practically always fresh, and therefore buffed up. That's for cutscene Final Smashes though. I was curious about a Final Smash like PK Starstorm. Normally each star does about 9.6% of damage. With staling on, they start out doing about 10% each, which means they're fresh. However, hitting multiple stars in one use does not stale the next star. PK Starstorm as a whole seems to basically be considered one move. So of course when you use it a second time, the damage drops to about 8.6% per star, and so on. Very interesting to note, but if I use PK Starstorm and miss every single star on a stationary target, well, this Final Smash is awful. Because I missed every single star, the move never really hit. The way staling works, whiffing a move doesn't stale it, because that'd be really punishing for no real reason. And when I missed every star, the next use of the Final Smash saw damage numbers with the freshness bonus, meaning no staling had happened because I missed earlier. So I think that's pretty interesting. Also, I just really quickly want to point out that with PK Starstorm, normally every star does the same damage. I never really noticed any variance when staling was off, nor when I was using it with the freshness bonus. But for some reason, after the move had become stale like 2 or 3 times, the stars started to deal a variety of damage within each burst. I don't really know the reason for this. I kinda doubt that certain stars stale more depending on which ones you hit earlier, considering the move as a whole stales more, but who knows. Alright, enough staling, let's move on to something new. White Husky showcases an interesting duck hunt tech, found by Alusanity, regarding their smash attacks. On this channel we've gone over how duck hunt smash attacks will deal twice as much damage if executed with training mode slowed down. Well, if you have a can out and time it right, you can do this. Normally you can't shoot the can while you're doing a smash attack. But if you hit the B button right before the smash attack starts hitting, that seems to let you circumvent that restriction. And note, you have to spam the B button for each hit to be stronger. I guess the game is just forced to add the reticle to the can, and in doing so it just adds another reticle to the smash attack or something like that. Also, I was able to semi-consistently do this with down smash and forward smash, but I wasn't able to do it with up smash. It might be a tighter frame window, but overall this seemed to be the most effective with just down smash. Next, Chris Thomas 05 showcases an interesting visual glitch involving the Miis. This is another thing we've gone over on the channel before, but Miis with headgear cosmetics on will not have the ears from the Super Leaf appear. The bunny hood ears work just fine, but not the Super Leaf. However, for some reason, if you get swallowed by Kirby, when you pop out, your ears will be back. I guess being consumed somehow destroys whatever effect prevented the ears from appearing. This also works if you just get spat out, and it also works with Wario, King Dedede, and Yoshi. I do not, however, urge you to try this in real life, as eating a person shouldn't reveal a hidden pair of ears atop their heads. Next, Benaboy asks an interesting question about the balloon fight stage and tether grabs. The Mario Bros stage and balloon fight both have one thing in common. The mechanic where going to the side blast zone will have you teleport to the other side of the stage. For the purposes of these tests, I'm gonna stick to balloon fight, but I did test everything on the Mario Bros stage and it was also true there. But no, unfortunately any attacks you do will just keep going in the direction towards the blast zone. It seems that teleporting to the other side of the stage is something restricted to players. As such, tellers also do not get teleported to the other side, nor do final smashes or anything like that. So while you're technically just one step away from the opponent here, your attacks will never hit them. Though attacks that sort of move with your character can hit them, even if that's just a tiny bit different. Speaking of balloon fight though, /121 gives me a really interesting fact regarding Chrome's up smash on this stage. Normally, Chrome's up smash has a little shockwave appear in the middle of it.
Also, I'm pausing to add in here right now because I don't think I gave it enough time in the video. When I say shockwave, I don't mean like the effects that are happening on the sword. I mean like an invisible, well, you know, a shockwave. It's a circle around the move that you might be able to see. Like, you can see like where the terrain just sort of gets warped there. That's what I'm talking about.
Nothing too noticeable, just a nice touch and all that. But if you use the move on Balloon Fight, any variant of it, that shockwave will look a little weird. It's all colorful now, reflecting images that are definitely not behind it. It gets even wonkier when you look at it in the camera. I tried it on some other stages like Mario Bros. Or Duck Hunt, but the shockwave looked just fine on these stages. I did a little bit of research, and on the Smash Wiki, it says that this stage's camera removes parallax, which is meant to make this stage look 2D when it's in fact fully 3D. I'm not going to act like I know more about this than what I do, but perhaps this effect is what causes these shockwaves to look so weird. That's just a little theory though, otherwise I have no idea. Next, PikaBots123 gives me a fun fact about Luma when Rosalina gets Star KO'd. When Rosalina gets Star KO'd with Luma still alive, it'll almost look like Luma is following Rosalina into the stratosphere, right? However, if we go into the camera, we can see that Luma isn't actually going into the background like Rosalina is. Instead, what's happening is forced perspective, with Luma just getting smaller. Like, really, really baby small. I thought this was a pretty neat way of handling this animation. And this also transitions into my last fact for today by Plebmaster, regarding screen KOs and the camera. But if you go into the game's camera when a screen KO has happened, the character on the screen will simply disappear with seemingly no way to be able to see them. And if we look at the top, Luma is just sort of lingering there, not growing or shrinking, until it eventually dies. And for whatever reason, the same frame that Rosalina and Luma officially get KO'd, the beetle will appear at the top of the screen for just that single frame before disappearing. In my last video I mentioned how in unlocking your Switch's screen, pressing the ZL and ZR buttons makes a unique noise. I failed to mention two things. The first being that the noise that the shoulder buttons make are different from each other. The other being that you also get a unique noise if you press down on either control stick. I always forget that pressing the control stick is its own button. It's kinda weird, but also pretty neat. Orange B75511990 shows me a really interesting camera glitch involving cinematic final smashes. The setup is incredibly simple. Get your final smash, get near an opponent, close enough to hit them with it, pause, and go into the game's camera. You might notice that if you hold down or tap the L button, the match itself will progress frame by frame, despite still being in the camera. What you want to do is pause, go into the camera, and hit L and B or whatever button to activate your final smash at the exact same time. I'll get a little bit more specific about that later. Just hit L and B at the same time and nothing else. You'll be forced out of the camera as the final smash has to activate. And that's it. After the final smash is done, the camera is glitched. This is what it looks like on Spiral Mountain. It's just sort of stuck to the sky. You can't see your characters at all, no matter how high you jump. You can only visualize them through the off-screen bubbles or the minimap that may appear. Now, activating Fox's final smash here actually made the camera even worse. And now, for some reason, the characters are taking gradual damage, which is the off-screen damage that you can take, despite still being on stage. So I guess the camera got pushed back even further. And activating Hero's Final Smash again returned it to its normally glitched state. Going back into the camera, you'll notice that none of the controls work at all. You can't move, add filters, and the frame by frame setting doesn't work, as indicated by the fact that I can't activate my Final Smash here. The camera is just completely broken. And I don't think there's any way to truly fix this here other than finishing or quitting the match. The beautiful thing about this glitch is how diverse it is. Look at what happens when I do it on Kalos. The screen turns completely white. And when I pause and go into the camera, it goes black. If you do this with Joker though, the background just stays as the one from his Final Smash. Also, this works on the Omega variants of Kalos with the same results, so that's useful to know. Also, a little tangent, but if you look at the off-screen bubbles here, it actually shows the stage itself, which can be a good way to maneuver if you have to. The thing is, though, this off-screen bubble doesn't seem to show the opponent. Like, Joker is definitely next to Bowser right here, and yet Bowser's bubble just shows himself. So that's pretty interesting. This all reminds me of something I saw on Twitter from VaporHFX regarding this very glitch. If we bring two Luigis into the mix, we could do something really crazy. You know how you can have two Luigis keep going upwards if they keep hitting each other with the sour spot of their up specials? It's not enough knockback to KO them in the top blast zone, but it still hits them out of their free fall, allowing this Luigi ladder to work. However, if we manage to get this set up while the camera is glitched out and keep doing it, it's a bit difficult to really tell because of how the lighting is, but we can definitely see that the Luigis are passing by our camera. And they seem to be facing to the Z-axis, or maybe rather the camera itself is positioned into an entirely new axis. What this makes me believe is that in this glitch state, the in-game camera is now positioned really high above the stage, and at a weird angle, which is what allows us to see the two lover Luigis pass by on their trip. Lastly for this glitch, remember how, when I was testing earlier, when I used Fox's Final Smash after the camera was glitched, things got even more glitched? Well, on Discord, Scully shows me a setup that mixes two camera glitches to totally screw with the camera again, much like before. All we'll need is the same setup as before, but also Olimar. Give both your cutscene Final Smash character and Olimar their Final Smashes. Activate the cutscene Final Smash while in the camera as before, but the moment that's done and the camera is glitched, activate Olimar's Final Smash. Things will get messed up, but eventually the camera will return back to normal. If you count the flickering background as normal, that is. It's even more pronounced if you do it on the Minecraft stage. But if you use a different Final Smash, like Joker's, Olimar's Final Smash will change the camera in a different way. It's now tilted. And when you go into the camera, it stays generally tilted. This can also be seen on Battlefield with the same characters, so it's like each effect depends on which Final Smash you use. Speaking of Final Smashes though, Nintendo gives me a pretty interesting fact regarding Young Link's Final Smash versus Pichu. Notice if you can point out any difference between these two clips. Did you spot it? You might notice that the combo number and the total damage dealt is different between these two Final Smashes. Well, what's happening is that in the clip where the combo and damage is lower, there's this part of the Final Smash near the 10th hit that just straight up misses. You can tell because the constant barrage of hit sounds goes quiet for a short second. I don't really know why this happened, and it sort of occurred almost every other Final Smash attempt I tried, so about a 50% chance give or take, regardless of how close or far away from Pichu I was. This is still really weird though. And I tried this with a few other characters and nothing strange happened. And I also tried it with Toon Link's Final Smash against Pichu and nothing goes out of place either, so it looks like this is specifically for Young Link and Pichu. Speaking of Young Link though, Hobbs T Hero gives me a fun little fact about Young Link's 6th alt. That being that this variant of Young Link is unique in that he is wearing pants. They're baby barf green. Actually, pause. Hi, yeah, this is post-production PK Beats here. I was originally going to go on a tangent about how his pants here looked green, despite how it's actually supposed to represent Link's champion's outfit, which I had found really weird. Like, why would the pants be green if they're meant to be beige, like on Champion Link? but upon examining it closer, the hue is actually very close to that of Link's pants. I still think they look green, and I did ask a few other people to make sure I wasn't alone there. I guess olive is the better term for it, but whatever. So yeah, the alt represents Link's champion's outfit. The pants look green, but I guess they aren't or something, blah blah blah, back to the script. Also, no, the Dark Link alt is not wearing pants, that's his skin color, for anyone who may try to comment that. Going back to screen glitches, this isn't necessarily on the same level as the ones before, but Epic Duck gives me a neat little setup that causes some really weird lighting issues to happen. Basically, just spawn in the Nightmare Assist trophy, and then the Pac-Man ghosts. The eternal darkness of Nightmare covers the stage, while the arcade-esque blue background of the Pac-Man Ghost Assist trophy lingers. Something interesting about this is that despite that the background is full color, we can't see silhouettes of our characters. Perhaps this means when Nightmare is in full action, everyone's models just turn invisible? Regardless, I think this looks pretty cool, like some sort of Twilight setting. Speaking of Hero, though, actually I never even talked about Hero, I just happened to be using him in the game footage. That one hermit gives me a really interesting fact regarding Little Mac's KO punch meter and Hero. That is, if Little Mac attacks Hero while he's in Koklang, his KO meter will fill up, despite the fact that he's not dealing any damage. I'm not really sure if this is an oversight or anything though, as that's kinda just how Little Mac works. That is, if he attacks an invincible opponent, he will fill up the meter. The same is true for hitting someone's shield, or if the attack gets parried, it will all add to the KO meter. However, whiffing will of course not add to it. This is different from how mechanics like Arsene or Limit work, which would not fill up if your attack hits someone who is invincible. Though these meters also have a passive filling feature, whereas with Little Mac you're forced to either hit someone or get hit, so perhaps this is why they have given him this little quirk. It also makes me think about how this could be used in doubles. Little Mac could just keep punching his teammate's shield, which his teammate could parry, which could fill up the KO meter. Probably not the greatest strategy unless the opponent's trying to stall and you're confident that your teammate can parry properly, but you know, still pretty neat to think about. Still on the topic of Hero, Alter Red lists out the steps to have a really weird glitch with Hero happen. Basically, just give Hero a spirit with high attack power, cast Bounce, charge up Kafriz, and have Pit or Dark Pit use their Guardian Orbiters. And notice how the Kafriz projectile just sorta does a U-turn? This is a really weird way for the projectile to act. I didn't notice this with any other projectile that I tested, and this also didn't work with the Franklin badge. And Fox's Shine just straight up broke after reflecting Kafriz once. I guess under these strangely specific circumstances, Kafriz decides to turn into a boomerang of sorts. It's weird. Was that glitch not obscure enough for you? Well then let's look at this last fact by Tuna Tuna regarding Dr. Mario's frame data. This is based off of information you can get at ultimateframedata.com, by the way. And if we go ahead and look at the, say, jump height chart, we'll see that everyone's jump height is marked down to, at most, the 100th decimal place. But if we go to Dr. Mario's full hop height, his number has 4 decimal places, way more than anyone else. We can see this in other places too, like with airspeed, where everyone has at most 3 decimal places in their number, and Dr. Mario has 7. Or air acceleration speed, where Dr. Mario has 6 decimal places compared to the usual 3 or 4. Or walk speed, where it's also 6 decimal places compared to the usual 3 or so. Dr. Mario's frame data consistently has way more decimal places in his number than any other character. Is it because he has a PhD and is thus able to handle such complex numbers? Well, perhaps. But it may also be that some of Dr. Mario's frame data was calculated by taking Mario's frame data and just multiplying some number to it to increase or reduce the number. This process may be why Dr. Mario's got way more decimal places. Jiffy has given me an interesting fact regarding Ryu's Final Smash. Ryu and Ken are unique in that their Final Smashes have 2 very different versions depending on where you're using them relative to the opponent. The stronger, cooler one happens when you're close to them, and the large, slightly weaker one happens when you're, well, not close to them. Also, each of these stronger, more cinematic Final Smashes have a very slightly different animation when they actually KO the opponent. So, 2 very clear-cut Final Smashes, right? Well, what if I told you that Ryu has a hidden 3rd Final Smash variant, one not mentioned anywhere in the tips or anywhere else? There are many ways to get it to happen, but the most consistent way I found was to up throw Bowser at 0%, wait a tiny bit, use Shoryuken, and just a tad bit after the move connected, cancel it into your final smash. And what happens is this really weird and anticlimactic multi-hit version of Shin Shoryuken. Here's what it looks like at full speed. Now yeah, I get it, it's not exactly some completely unique animation, but it's definitely neither of the normal final smashes. It's almost like some sort of combination of Shin Shoryuken's general style and Shinku Hadouken's multi-hit aspect. I also later found that you can get this to happen by substituting the Shoryuken with just an up smash, and then cancelling it into the final smash immediately. This variant of the setup is a bit easier, so use whichever one you want. Subtracting the damage from the setup moves, the final smash alone does about 19% of damage. And as for kill power, we can't exactly test that with this specific setup, but there are a few other setups to get this to happen at higher percent. I found them to be less consistent, or rather just a lot more precise, but after I finally got it to happen, yeah, I barely sent Bowser anywhere, even at 150%. It's practically got no kill power. And its range leaves a lot to be desired. Though it is still able to hit other opponents, but they'd have to be practically jumping into it at that point. So unfortunately, this super secret third variant of his final smash isn't exactly useful. In fact, it could probably get you punished pretty hard. If you try this same setup with Ken, you can get something interesting to happen. The start of Shippujin Raikyaku plays out, but stops before the Hurricane Kick portion of the attack. I don't really consider this in the same camp as Ryu's final smash variant though, as it's more like just a miss. And if there's a second opponent behind the one Ken misses, they'll get hit with the rest, and the rest of the final smash will play out as normal. So unfortunately, Ken doesn't seem to get his own hidden final smash, but I thought this little tidbit of information was worth pointing out. Still on final smashes, Xerax Kai gives me an interesting fact regarding Ken's Shin Ryuken final smash. I've gone over on the channel before how Bayonetta's final smash will deal more damage if you mash during this, chomping phase, I guess. Yeah, let's call it that. Well, as it turns out, the same is true for Ken's Shin Ryuken. Normally it does about 34% and KOs off the top at around 65%. But if you mash during it, it does up to 45%, and KOs as early as 40%, way earlier than before. Now, I feel like this fact is even more obscure than the Bayonetta one, as it's not mentioned anywhere in the Smash Wiki, nor in the in-game tips. Hell, they don't even give Ken a unique image for Shin Ryuken. So yeah, by watching this channel, you now know something about Ken's moveset that most people seemingly don't. Pretty crazy, huh? By being able to KO a whole 25% earlier, the move actually has some viability. I'd argue it's still the worst of any of the Shoto Final Smash variants, outside of the aforementioned hidden third variant Ryu has, as Ryu's Shin Hadouken is a horizontal based move. And I just feel like you're more likely to be closer to the side blast zone when activating it than you are closer to the top blast zone when activating Shin Ryuken. And Shin Hadouken can KO at even 0% if done just near the ledge, but that's neither here nor there. And no, mashing will not make Ryu's Shin Hadouken any stronger. For whatever reason, this quirk seems to be reserved for Ken's Shin Ryuken. Actually, post-production PK Beats here, I was doing a bit of research to make sure this mashing fact wasn't basic public knowledge, as if it was known by a ton of people, my little rant before would make me look like an idiot. And on the Smashpedia, I found that in the Street Fighter Alpha series and whatever, with the origin of Shin Ryuken, you can mash to make it deal more hits. So this feature in Smash would just be obviously a direct reference to that. Now clearly I'm not very knowledgeable of the Street Fighter series, so I did find this really interesting, but I also found it interesting in how intended this seems to be. Let's keep at it with some more Shoto Final Smash facts, like this one from Ginny Dean regarding Shin Shoryuken. That being, if you use Shin Shoryuken near the ledge or offstage, you will actually be forced into freefall, completely unable to recover. I tried it out with the weird hidden third variant of the Final Smash, and yeah, this is also true for this one. This is particularly weird because, to my knowledge, no other Final Smash will force their user into freefall afterwards. And that kinda makes sense, since it's a bit punishing to the character right after their big, fancy attack to just helplessly plummet like that. I would maybe guess that's because the game just uses the same code as Ryu's normal Shoryuken, which, also puts Ryu into freefall, but for good reason. Maybe they just ripped the code from this move and didn't think to change the freefall aspect because of how situational it is to get this variant of his Final Smash off stage? I don't know, it's weird, because if that's how they went about it, they clearly thought about it for Ken's Shin Ryuken, as this doesn't put him into freefall, so who could say for sure. Speaking of the game's code, did you know that Ken's feet attack are considered to be punch and fist attacks? Well, at least some of them are. Most of Ken's moveset is just fine, where having a spirit that boosts foot attacks actually does boost the power of Ken's, foot attacks. However, there are some moves where this isn't the case. With Ken's fully charged focus attack, he does 34.7%, and his unique special roundhouse kick moves do 34.7% and 26.9%. These are all very clearly kicking attacks, and since I had the foot attack up spirit equipped during these tests, that should mean these will be stronger than the fist attack up spirits. But no, with the fist up spirit, focus attack does 38.2% now, with Nata Atoshigeri doing 38.2% as well. Oddly enough though, the other special roundhouse kick input, Usoto Mawashigeri, does less damage than before at 24.5%. I imagine this is just because they reuse the same coding as Ryu's focus attack, which is obviously a fist attack. But for whatever reason, specifically Nata Otoshigeri is also considered a fist attack. And yet the other unique move, Usoto Mawashigeri, is properly coded as a foot attack? Speaking of weird trivia about Ken, Banjo Boy gives me a neat little fact about Ken's sound test. In the sound test section, you can find the voice lines for most characters, and if it exists, they'll also have a voice line for their Star KO sound. You can usually find it at the end of the list, with all the other getting hurt sounds. It's distinct in that it's longer, more reverberated, and fades out. Though oddly enough for the DLC, these getting hurt lines can be found not at the end of the list, but somewhere in the middle. So I guess they just eventually decided that that order was preferable. Now, here's what Ken's Star KO sounds like. But no matter how much I looked, or I guess listened, I couldn't find, or I guess hear, Ken's Star KO soundbite in this voice list. And I doubt I'm just missing it due to how distinct Star KOs are, as I mentioned before. Also, fun fact, but Kirby has the most voice lines out of any single character, with 113. Obviously due to all the different voice lines from his copy abilities. The runner-up is technically Joker, though about 40 of these voice lines are from other characters during his Final Smash or victory screen.
On to the next battle!
Though it's worth noting that the Miis, both male and female, have the most voice lines total in one single character's section, but they're split up into the types of voices, and a Mii can only have one voice type selected at a time, so I don't really count it. Going back to Final Smashes, Banana Boy has given me an interesting fact regarding the cannons on custom stages. That is, if you go inside of a cannon at the same time a Final Smash activates, you'll actually be stuck inside of the cannon for the duration of the attack. And conversely, you cannot enter a cannon during a Final Smash either. Now, the effects of wind still seem to be present, and the effects of the other obstacles also seem to work just fine, though the visuals that accompany them do get delayed until the Final Smash is over. But yeah, this means that you can effectively use the cannons as a form of escape from a Final Smash, if you time it right. Still on Stage Builder, Deadman Bombat gives me a prompt regarding a test I did a long time ago. In that ancient test, we used an infinite portal setup to see that when Chrom uses his up special and keeps on falling over and over again, his descent will eventually slow to a crawl. Despite going way slower though, the hitbox of his spike still functions the same. The prompt suggests adding wind to the setup to see what happens. Adding wind at default speed, we can eventually see some added resistance from it, with the up special going down even slower. But if I crank up the speed of the wind and wait for the up special to reach its slowest point, he starts going up. Yes, Chrom's up special got so slow that the wind can now beat it out and lift him upwards. He's still completely locked in his up special state, none of my inputs can do anything, and his spike hitbox is still present, but now he's going upwards. So I don't know, I just think that looks pretty goofy, especially the fact that it can still spike despite going, up. While I'm still talking about wind, Adam Campen gives me a neat little fact about Min Min's arms and wind physics. That is, the physics of Min Min's arms seem to be affected by the wind. The moves still generally function, but their reach is nowhere near as far as before, nor are they as intuitive. Now the weird thing about this is that it didn't seem to be caused by just wind. If you punch into wind, the arms still work as normal. And the same is true if you punch while inside of the wind like this. Now for some reason this only seemed to happen when Min Min is in the wind and being pushed against some kind of ledge or surface. My thought is that perhaps the physics aren't accounting for the fact that Min Min is currently not moving, despite the fact that she technically should be. I'm not entirely sure, but it only ever worked for me when Min Min was pressed up against a wall or ledge like this. But yeah, if you want to nerf Min Min, just counterpick your favorite Winfield custom stage. Lastly for this video is a fact from I read regarding the Belmont's cross weapon versus the Link's shields. Normally Link's shield has a perfectly easy time blocking the cross. And I mean, of course it does. The shield can block some of the most powerful projectiles in the game without even a second thought. Even if it doesn't look like it should, it's kinda stupid. But when you try to block the cross when it's returning to the Belmonts, it can't be blocked. Just look at the hero of whatever in his supposedly invincible shield struggle to block even a slow moving cross. It's just pathetic, folks. I tested this with the other boomerang items, like, well, you know, Link's boomerangs, and the same happened here. The shield worked fine when the boomerang was being initially tossed, but it always failed to block the boomerang on its way back. So I don't know, I guess there's just something in the code that prevents it from being blockable on its return. It can still be reflected just fine too, so I guess this is really just for Link's shields. It's kinda weird. Random facts. Like how moves that deal damage but don't do knockback will essentially just cancel someone's voice lines.
Talk is talk.
In my last video, I mentioned how the Link shields would not block boomerang-esque projectiles on their return. I didn't mention it in that video, but this does include Hero as well, and the other Link shields. I'm going to be just referring to it as Link's shield for the rest of this part, just so it's a bit easier to say and understand, but remember that I'm referring to all 4 of the passive shields. I've seen some theories in the comments about why this may be happening, but I have 2 that I want to bring up. The first is from Ugu, who's basically stating that the directional value is what determines whether or not a projectile can be blocked. The idea is that if a projectile's directional value is opposite of the direction Link is facing, then the projectile can be blocked, since you know that's what'll cause the collision on Link's face, or rather his shield. And when a boomerang is thrown, its directional value is the same as the direction Link is facing, and the value just doesn't get changed when it's returned to its owner. So on its way back, it's still acting like it's going left, even though it's not. And a projectile going left when Link is also facing left would obviously hit his rear end, not his shield. So basically the idea is that the shield would only be coded to block projectiles whose directional value is opposite the direction Link is facing, since realistically that's the only way a projectile would actually come into contact with the shield. The other theory I've seen actually translates into a fact by Scully on my Discord. Basically, in this fact, it goes off the idea that Link's shield will block Steve's TNT, just in case you didn't really grasp how bonkers the shield block is. This is also the case if you hit the TNT with your sword and wait for it to automatically blow up. However, if you plant the TNT while facing the same direction as Link, that is, with your back turned to him, even though it's still in the same place as before, the shield will no longer be able to block it. And yes, I tested this several times just to make sure it wasn't a spacing issue or anything like that. If the TNT is placed while facing Link, he blocks it. If it's placed while he's looking in the same direction as Link, he no longer blocks it. Clearly some parallels with the boomerang fact, right? This makes me think that Ugu is correct here. And of course, it depends on whichever direction Link is facing during the hit, not when the TNT is placed. So I'm facing the same direction as Link here when placing the TNT, but if he turns around before it goes off, he shields it. Because now his direction is opposite of the direction I was facing when placing it. I can't exactly use this turning around idea of the boomerang to block it on its return though, because you'll never really be able to block it in the scenario without the boomerang hitting your back hurt box first.
Actually, funny enough, a user named Epic DM'd me on Twitter showing me a way that involved Stage Builder and Wind to get Link to actually block the boomerang as it's returning. And yeah, this also confirms the idea that I'd gone over in the video. So that's cool.
Some moves seem to work differently though, like PK Freeze. Here, the move doesn't seem to care whether you're facing the same or opposite direction as Link. What matters is which half of Link's hurt box you're on. If you're on the same half as the shield, then it'll block PK Freeze. But if you're on the half of Link that doesn't have his shield, even if you perfectly space the projectile as you did before, it won't be blocked. And trust me, I tried a ton of times. Link's shield never blocked PK Freeze from here. I have noticed that there are some spacings with this move that won't be blockable here, but I think this is just a quirk with the move itself, not the shield mechanic. I tried it out with PK Flash as well, and the same logic seems to be applied here. Though I never found a hitbox that was unblockable even on this side, which is why I believed PK Freezes was just a weird quirk with this move. At first, I thought it might just be because these moves can generally be freely controlled by the user. But when I then tested PK Thunder, another projectile that can be freely controlled, the logic that was applied wasn't based on which half of Link you were on, but which direction you were facing, just as the boomerangs and such were. So it seems the game either looks to see which half of Link you're on, or which direction you're facing. It's weird. So yeah, now you know the specifics of a mechanic that rarely ever actually comes into play, considering how often these characters throw out projectiles and other moves, and how shielding in general is just more consistent and safe than this, meaning the only time you're really going to consistently see this mechanic come up is as a nuisance in training mode when you're trying to practice item tech. Alright, enough about shields, let's get on to the good stuff. Today's title prompt is brought to you by Byte_5, who simply asks if being metal makes you sink faster in water. We can actually kinda answer this without even having to test it. That is, if we take Pichu, the lightest character in the game, and Bowser, the heaviest, and time it right, we can see that these two drown at the same time. You see, drowning isn't determined by weight, but rather by the character's percent. It goes up at a rate of about 1 less second per 24%. Meaning at about 100% you'll go into the panicked animation the moment you start swimming. And the time it takes stops changing after this, so you don't instantly drown at 999%. The only real effect of weight is how long you stay submerged underwater when hopping in. See, in this time of being underwater, the timer that determines when you drown isn't playing. And if we finally test with the metal box, we can see that obviously the drown timer isn't different, but Pichu sinks pretty far down before resurfacing and allowing the drown timer to start. So the metal box technically makes you drown slower, but not really, you know. Also, characters didn't seem to drown quicker if they were hydrophobic like Sonic here is. He's taking gradual damage, but even this seems to have virtually no effect on the drown rate. Also, really weird fact to mention, but I found that momentum is pretty weird in water, at least on the pirate ship stage. If Pikachu uses quick attack to go directly downwards and then goes to the left, they go crazy far. It's enough to easily make them go from one half of the ship to the other. Pichu's up special sends them further down, which just causes them to get KO'd. So you have to jump very briefly before inputting it, which makes it less consistent, but it still works. So, yeah, there's some movement tech if you need it. Whatever, speaking of movement facts. Tinksy gives me an incredibly niche but very interesting fact regarding Lucas and Ivysaur's tether recoveries. That is, normally when a character is slowed down by, say, the timer, and they recover with their tether, they stay slowed down, obviously, right? This can have two effects, it seems. Either their momentum will slow down and thus they won't swing at the bottom, which happens with Young Link, Toon Link, Simon, Rector, Joker, Byleth, and Min Min. Or they'll retain their momentum and swing a lot at the bottom, but still stay in slow motion, which looks weird, but hey, at least they're still slow. This happens with Samus, Dark Samus, Zero Suit Samus, and Isabelle. Basically, the message is they stay slow when they're tether recovering. So for whatever reason, for specifically Ivysaur and Lucas, this doesn't happen. When they use their tether recoveries, when they're slowed down, they move at the normal speed. If all the other characters' tethers moved at full speed, that'd be one thing, a neat tech, but a lot less interesting. However, the spaghetti strikes back in that specifically Ivysaur and Lucas have the upper hand in the slowed down tether department. I can't really imagine why, either. These two tethers have very little in common. In fact, when it comes to tethers, these two are basically opposites, in that Lucas just comes out of his grab and generally comes out horizontally, while Ivysaur's is his up special and comes out vertically. Speaking of things happening, Charlie Duo has a fact about the Starman and picking up items. When you pick up any item and get the superstar effect, that item will also have the effect. Not that it really means anything because it's just visual, it's not actually invincible, which is a bit misleading, but whatever. This is easiest seen with the crate items, or any item that's big. No other visual effects seem to do this like ink or metal, even if you become metal while carrying it, which can be done by having an assist trophy attack the metal box. Now to be honest, the main reason why I even decided to mention this was to transition into a little fact about this heavy lifting animation. It's pretty basic, but when you carry certain items like the crates for example, you'll be forced into this heavy lifting animation where your movement is much more restricted, where you can't even run or jump. Donkey Kong is actually unique here in that he can jump while carrying one of these items, and he moves quite a bit faster than the other characters. And he even has a small armor effect, which I think is pretty cool. But this heavy lifting animation is entirely built into the code of these items, not based around its size compared to the character. Meaning if you actually grow larger, the crates will stay the same size, making this heavy lifting animation look a bit awkward. But come on, you guys know me, I'm all for visual ridiculousness. So let's go to the extremes. On Mega Smash with the lightning bolt backfire, Donkey Kong is this gigantic behemoth who's struggling greatly to even carry a single blast box. And this is the guy who's supposed to beat Godzilla, right. On the flip side, in Mini Smash with any shrinking effect, Donkey Kong will be this minuscule little baby who's easily lifting a box of explosive that's like 10 times his size, Ant-Man style. Now this alone is funny to me, but what's especially great is how Donkey Kong's speed scales. You know how earlier I mentioned that most characters, when undergoing this heavy lifting animation, move slower? And how Donkey Kong seems unaffected? Well, I guess Donkey Kong's heavy lifting speed is calculated differently from the other characters. Pichu here, when small, will still move generally the same amount of slow as normal. However, when Donkey Kong here is super small and doing heavy lifting, it's actually way too fast to control. And I didn't show it off too much because, well, it's kinda hard to show, but in the super gigantic test, Donkey Kong was barely moving at all. You can kinda see it, but he's almost doing a walking animation here of sorts. But he's just practically going nowhere. So the speed in which Donkey Kong goes when in this heavy lifting animation gets drastically scaled with his size. I just think that's fantastic. Next, Surgeon Smash asks an interesting question about the gooey bomb on training mode. The prompt asks what happens when you stick a gooey bomb onto a CPU and then decrease the CPU count. Since when the CPU gets removed in this manner, they'll basically just disappear.
Change the world. My final message. Goodbye.
And when this happens, the gooey bomb will just fall off of them and land on the stage. The same is true for Snake C4 and so on, it'll just fall off the CPU that disappeared. However, this isn't the case for everything, as if you give the CPU equipment items, when they disappear, so too do the items. Also, yeah, I'm using the automatic pickup spirit, so I don't have to pull out a third or fourth controller. Weirdly though, this isn't the case with items that put you into the heavy lifting animation. These, just like the gooey bomb and C4, will drop to the ground when the CPU disappears, instead of vanishing with them. So these are different in that regard too. Speaking of being different, the last fact for today is from Alex Parpata, regarding the difference between Omnislash and Omnislash version 5. When this different variant of Omnislash was first announced, people were wondering what it was going to be like, until Sakurai confirmed that it wouldn't be different from the normal version. And on testing, we did see that its damage dealt and timing were identical. And another aspect that also seems consistent that I didn't really touch up on is the direction the move sends. And this seems to be mostly determined by which half of the stage you're on when activating it. If you're on the left half of the stage, the opponent will go to the right, and if you're on the right half, they'll go to the left. It was kind of inconsistent on some parts of different stages, but this seems to be the general idea. But there is a pretty real difference between these two. Notice the large explosion that happens at the very end of the final smash. It's kinda big, so it's bound to get others caught up in the nonsense. The thing is though, the knockback direction is kinda weird here. See, with the normal Omnislash, those caught in the explosion will be sent mostly vertically, but the direction they go will be determined by where they're hit. That is, if they get hit by the left half of the explosion, they'll get sent to the left, and if they get hit by the right half, they'll go to the right. You know, it just makes sense, that's just how things work. But with Omnislash version 5, the opponent will always be launched whichever direction Cloud was facing, and therefore always the same direction as the character caught in the final smash, regardless of which half of the explosion radius they were near. It seems like a really niche and specific difference between these two final smashes, but I did test a lot just to make sure, and this difference was consistent. I'm not sure if this would have that much of an effect on the moves, but still, it's a mechanical difference nonetheless. So be sure to tell all of your friends that Sakurai lied. And you heard it here first from PK Beats. Subscribe now. Solaris gives me a fun little fact regarding King Dedede's Gordo and Shulk's backslash. That is, apparently Gordo has a back hitbox, and is thus able to be backslashed. Compare the sound effects from these two hits.
Backslash!
It's pretty clear that the one that hits from behind Gordo is way stronger based on how much meatier the sound is, which is just how the move functions, you know, it's a backslash. It's interesting that Gordo of all things has a back though. It looks symmetrical, right? Like looking at it here, you wouldn't be able to tell where its back is, which I guess doesn't really imply the lack of a back. But this paired with how Gordo spins when it's in use, you'd expect its back placement to be constantly changing if it exists at all, right? But not quite. The back position is just determined by whatever half of the Gordo's general model gets hit. And in this sense, it's pretty easy to see how it works. Its front is the direction that DDD sent the Gordo, so its back will be facing DDD when it gets sent out. Now in terms of damage, it probably feels like the Gordo should be stronger now, but this isn't really how the move works. There's a lot of variance in how much damage the Gordo will do when sent back, but generally how strong your move is doesn't affect Gordo's return strength much, if at all. That is for normal moves. It seems for reflector moves the strength will then get way bigger, which is why the home run bat sends the Gordo back to deal over 50%, and Nessa's bat deals double the normal damage, but a fully charged Ore Club swing has the same Gordo dealing damage as any other move. So it's not like there seems to be a really good reason to backslash Gordo, though I guess the way it gets launched is really weird. Usually when you hit Gordo, the knockback it takes acts like normal, going in the direction opposite you hit it from, like, most things obviously. But when you backslash Gordo, it just goes backwards for whatever reason. So I guess it's a good mix-up, maybe? I mean, I figured most people would be more surprised that you're even using backslash than the fact that the Gordo is getting sent the opposite way, but whatever works for you. The idea of the Gordo, this spherical spinning object, having a consistent back hitbox, did get me wondering about other things in the game. To get the obvious ones out of the way, Nana, or whatever your secondary Ice Climber is, has a back hitbox. And the same is true for Luna. Each of their back hitboxes are intuitive, just, wherever is behind where they're looking, obviously. Though hitting the backslash on these two has more of a mechanical purpose, since KOing them is helpful and requires damage or knockback. Also, apparently the backslash sound effect will still play even if you hit an invincible opponent. So yeah, there's that. But the more I tested other things, the more I realized how many things actually have a back hitbox. It could be like Wario's bike, which is intuitive in that its back is where its back half was at that time. But other things could be more like King Dedede's Gordo, in that its back was just based on which half of it you hit, no matter what. A good example of this is Snake's Nikita. Like the Gordo, slashing the side opposite it was initially sent results in a proper backslash. But considering you can have more control over this projectile, we can see just how this works. Basically, you'd expect the back half of the Nikita here to be based on the base of the missile, right? And here it is. But if we have Snake maneuver the missile to go around, if we attack the base here, it's not a backslash. That's because even though we attacked what looks like its back, we still attacked it from the left side, which is its front. Likewise, if he maneuvers it over and we attack it head on, it'll be a backslash, because we attacked it from the right. Now this is when I decided to test items, and at first things were making sense. I spawned in a crate from here and its back was on the left side, meaning it was facing right. But after testing more, I saw that the crate's back half was always its left half, no matter which direction I was facing when spawning it in or which half of the stage I was on. If I pick it up, turn around, and drop it, then its back is on its right half. But then the blast box that spawned after breaking the crate had its back on its left half. So I guess even though I'm the one spawning it, the crate has no real origin, and thus it just defaults to facing to the right. And this is how all of the items worked from my testing. Picking up the item will cause their back half to be changed, determined by your position, but ultimately it defaults to the left half. This is especially interesting for some items like the soccer ball, which can't be picked up. No matter how many times or how many different ways I hit it, its back half was always its left half. So I suppose if you want to properly backslash the soccer ball, you have to hit its left side. Also, the weird direction that the Gordo got sent translates into items too, like the rolling crate, the barrel, or the green shell. I guess that's just sort of baked into the move for whatever reason. And of course, since this is all in training mode, I had to make sure that this was true in an actual match. And yes, the items that naturally spawn also always default to having their backs on their left half. I don't think backslashing items is usually too important, but this is still a really interesting mechanic to know. Now in my last video, like my last actual facts video, I went over the topic of weight quite a bit. It can have a few functions, but primarily it determines how much knockback you take in this game. It's why characters like Pichu, who weigh very little, will be KO'd way earlier than characters like Bowser, who weigh a lot. Pretty basic stuff, right? But the thing is, Mythra's neutral special ignores weight. At the ledge, fully charged, it'll start KOing Pichu at about 48%, and won't KO them at 45%. The exact same thing is true for Bowser. KO is at about 48%, not quite at 45%. Considering these two make up the exact opposite spectrums of the weight scale, it should be pretty clear to see that their weights are now no longer being taken into consideration, when normally there's about a 20% difference in when something will KO them. Bowser's up special also ignores weight. In this specific method, it KOs at around 175% here for both Bowser and Pichu. Just like before, characters of completely opposite weight types are getting KO'd in this launched at the same ramp up rate. This move isn't really meant for KOing as much as it is for racking up damage, so it's less impactful, but still weight is ignored.
And this is where I'm going to have to make a bit of an addendum in that this fact with Mythra has since been patched, as now Pichu's getting KO'd way earlier than Bowser can. But I'm keeping this in because the fact with Bowser's Whirling Fortress is still true. So it's like they patched it out for Mythra but kept it in for Bowser despite the fact that both moves are kind of in this similar idea, right? That's why I kept this whole section in, because I think it's kind of interesting that the patches would work like that.
The interesting thing is that there doesn't seem to be a lot recorded about this. The idea of weight independence for moves isn't completely new, like I mentioned before, but it's usually thought about for things like either multi-hit connector moves, or moves that stun, like say Corrin's neutral special, which is also weight independent and thus KOs Pichu and Bowser at the same threshold. Apparently the weight here defaults to 100 according to the wiki. And for comparison, that means they're considered to be the same weight as someone like Cloud, who is slightly skewed towards the heavier half of the cast, but still somewhat average. So yeah, it's good to note that moves like Corrin's neutral special will also be weight independent, but I feel like moves like Bowser's Whirling Fortress and Mythra's Lightning Buster are different. They're moves that are sort of meant to be on their own rather than meant to connect to other moves, right? Continuing off of that though, Lucasual in my Discord server followed up with an even more bizarre fact regarding set weight. If I show you these four characters, there's a chance you can think of some similarities between them, right? But the one I want to point out for today is their neutral air, which is very similar in almost all respects. That is, mostly. Remember how earlier I used Marth's neutral air to show off the set weight being used for multi-hits? It makes sense since the first hit is primarily meant to connect into the second one. So the first hit is weight independent as a connector hit, and the second hit is weight dependent because it's the launching hit. Again, the connector hit isn't set knockback, so eventually we can see that the sour spot will start KOing at around 760%. And this is for both Bowser and Pichu, and so on. While the sour launching hit will start KOing at around 225 for Bowser, and 150 for Pichu, which is a massive 75% difference by the way. So I think we can all see how this system makes sense. Have set weight for the hit that won't be KOing opponents usually, and remove that set weight for the hit that will be KOing opponents. And that's how it works for the other neutral airs like it. All of them except for Roy. His, and only his, are reversed. It's kinda weird to test because the first hit of his neutral air is so weak that it doesn't even KO Bowser at 999%. But the thing is, it does KO Pichu at 999%, and even as quote-unquote low as 750%. So considering the move can even KO Bowser off the top platform of Battlefield at the highest possible percent, yet can KO Pichu on the ground just fine at 750, it's obvious that weight is being factored in. And yet, the second hit, which is meant to launch opponents, where weight is even more important, has set weight. The move KOs Pichu from here, starting at around 155, and the same thing is true for Bowser. This would be just as interesting as the other examples of this on its own, but the fact that none of the other similar neutral airs work like this, especially Chrom's, is just so crazy to me. Their first hit being weight dependent is very unlikely to change things, as we've seen with how weak it is, but the fact that the second hit is actually weight independent actually kinda changes how strong the move is in certain matchups, and is just a really tasty fact. Oh yeah, speaking of tasty things, Krabs Will Not Die has given me a submission regarding the Maximum Tomato and Wario. That is, normally the Maximum Tomato heals 50% for anyone who grabs it, right? But if Wario uses his neutral special to eat it, he heals 75% instead. Now this is something I definitely hadn't known before anyone told me, but going into the tips, I actually saw that it was mentioned here too, so it doubly blows my mind that I didn't know about this before, but yeah. If Wario specifically chomps food items, he heals about 1.5 times more than normal. This applies to the maximum tomato as we saw before, but also the, well, food items. But the thing is, it only seems to be what's considered food items, which I guess is literal food, obviously, and also the maximum tomato. But if you try this with the heart container, the amount that you heal will be the same. And the same is true for the fairy bottle. But you do heal more when eating something like Pac-Man's pellet. So there aren't many areas to test, as most items are non-healing and thus only heal Wario like 1%. But this is actually interesting, especially for the maximum tomato. An extra 25% of healing is really nice. All of this doesn't apply to Kirby though. The amount he heals is unchanged between normal eating and eating with his inhale. Though of course, if he inhales Wario and gets his chomp, then uses it on a maximum tomato, he will, like before, heal more. Interestingly, King Dedede also heals more when inhaling his food, with the same restrictions and such as Wario. Though this isn't mentioned in his tips, from what I've seen, so that's pretty interesting. So I guess the two greedy gluttons have a cool eating bonus, which is a really nice touch. Also, have you ever seen Mario's boxing ring title? Scoundrel with a fart of gold. I don't really have anything to add, I just think that's wonderful. Lastly, Mr. MC Man Dude tells me a weird interaction with the bunny hood and the jetpack. We've gone over this on the channel before, but if you jump around the same time the bunny hood falls off your head, you'll get a very slight boost. Apparently, if you time it really well, your jump will just get completely screwed up, almost like you hit your head on an invisible ceiling. But basically, this jump boost effect seems to be something applied briefly when the bunny hood goes away. But if you're wearing your jetpack and are in the air when this happens, not only do you get a huge boost in speed, but when you're falling when the jetpack needs to recharge, you'll actually float downwards. This is clearly different from how the jetpack normally works, which doesn't go up quickly, and when it needs to recharge, you fall at normal speed. But this is also not how it works with the bunny hood on. If you have the bunny hood on, the jetpack will still work as normal. This only comes into play if you're flying when the bunny hood falls off. Not only this, but you have to hold up on the analog stick for this to happen. If you hold down the jump button, none of this happens. For whatever reason, if you hold upwards, the weird boosted effect you get from the bunny hood despawning lingers with the jetpack, making you go up fast and fall down slow. And they say Ultimate doesn't have any movement tech. And it's from Martial Art, giving me a fact about Steve's blocks and the bullet bill item. It's the type of thing that's obvious in retrospect, but it's still fun to point out. But Steve's blocks are real solid ground, and thus the bullet bill will actually change its trajectory based around them. That's only if you go into them at an angle, though. If you slam into them in a perpendicular manner, you'll obviously just crash and explode. But this in and of itself is actually pretty good. For those of you who don't know, a good tech with a bullet bill is to not just run into the opponent, but to get close and use it into the ground. This way you get the bullet bill hit and the explosion, which does way more damage. So if we add blocks to this tech, we can sort of dictate exactly where the bullet bill will be able to explode or go, or anything like that, which creates a little course for the bullet bill, which is really cool. And since we're talking about bullet bill tech, another thing I see people not know about is how you can actually reflect the bullet bill. Yes, even though the bullet bill is technically you, it's still considered a projectile and thus can be reflected by things like the Franklin badge and Ness's bat. And holy cow, does that do a lot of damage. No knockback though, just raw damage. Franklin badge does less of course, but still. I don't exactly know where that damage is coming from. Maybe when it gets sent back it almost runs into itself or something? Either way though, it's a very viable option. And in doing so, it'll make the bullet bill be owned by whoever reflected it, like how that normally works. And it does do more damage in this state, equal to whatever the person inside the bullet bill took. And it can be really devastating. Now of course it can't be pocketed, so the move is still a bit more unique in that regard, but yeah, you should keep this in mind for sure, since it's not immediately obvious that this is considered a projectile. Anyhow, enough of that. Next up, Sonic Blast mentions an odd glitch regarding Corrin's pin when the game is slowed down. That is, if you slow training mode speed down and set your opponent at high %, they'll react really weird to Corrin's pin. Either they'll just shift really far in position, or they'll be launched, then fall straight down. Almost like they're hitting their head on some kind of invisible ceiling, which in my opinion is way more amusing. Which of these two they'll do seems to vary depending on how slow training mode is and what the opponent's % is, but essentially the higher their %, the wackier things will be. My guess is that when training mode is slowed down, the property of Corrin's pin that keeps the opponent, well, pinned, doesn't get applied immediately or something. Though it doesn't happen with the timer slowdown or anything like that. which seems to be the case with a lot of these slowed down training mode glitches. Also, this does stack with size change, so a small Mewtwo will get launched even further, and a large corn pin with this sends them super far, almost to the side blast zone. It's kinda nuts. I mean, just look at this stupid combo I made. I had a fun time posting this on Twitter to see what the reactions were. Using niche techniques and combos was how I used to show them off to the public, before I found this format of video. I gotta say, I kinda prefer just saying the technique. It's a bit easier and, actually shows you what's going on, but hey, this is pretty funny too sometimes. Moving on, Excalibur Emerald asks what happens when you short hop dare off an opponent as someone like Simon. In this game, your aerials will do slightly more damage depending on whether you short hopped or full hopped beforehand. As we can see here, the short hop forward air will do 12.2% to Ridley, and a full hop forward air will do 14.4%. The question asks, if you short hop down air Ridley and bounce off of him like this, are you still considered to be in the short hop state? And considering his forward air does 12.2% even after the bounce, that means yes, you are still considered to be in the short hop state. This is pretty interesting because the down air that's similar to them, Greninja's, doesn't work like this. His short hop forward air does 14.2% and the full hop does 16.8%. And after a short hop down air, his forward air does 16.8%, meaning he's considered to be in the full hop state here. Now there were some other things I wanted to test regarding this whole short hop full hop aerial mechanic. First, a big one, if you double jump, even if you short hopped first, you'll still be considered to be in the full hop state, and thus do that bonus damage. Next, if you get launched, you'll just default to being in the full hop state, dealing that extra damage. And going into the air with the bullet bill considers you to be in the full hop state as well, as does using the jetpack, even though you still have your double jump. Also, apparently the fixed damage toggle doesn't actually apply to you. Now, I've known about this for a while, but since I used fixed damage for the testing, I figured I'd mention it here. It's kinda weird that there's no way to apply fixed damage to yourself, so I guess if you need to test something like that, you'll have to take control of the CPU, which can be a bit of a pain. Let's hop into this question from Mind the Hero, asking if it's possible to save characters from drowning. Now, there's a few ways you could answer this question. Like, a character in this animation is obviously drowning, and you can certainly save them by just smacking them out to save them. But I think the more appropriate interpretation is for this animation, when they've officially drowned and are sinking to the bottom blast zone. Can you save a character here? Trying to hit them out of this state once they've officially drowned does nothing. They are intangible. Sephiroth's very long down air doesn't hit, nor does a perfectly timed Shadow Flare orb, or a well-placed launch star below him. Once Mario starts drowning, he's done for. But what if you remove the water they're drowning in? There aren't many places where you can really do this, but here on Great Bay we can see what happens when Mario drowns right when the turtle returns. And using Sephiroth's down air when the turtle starts to resurface tells us that he's a solid surface throughout this rising process. But even with really good timing, so long as Mario starts his drowning process, even if the turtle rises from beneath him at just the right time, he's gonna drown. Which I guess makes sense considering how when you drown in this kiddie pool on Delfino Plaza, you will still sink to the bottom blast zone, despite there being a very solid and very standable surface. Overall, when a character's drowning, they seem to be put into some sort of uniquely intangible state that doesn't quite get picked up by training mode's intangibility visualizer, like Hero's Zoom and other moves we've seen. And since we can't exactly test it out in many areas since water is somewhat rare on stages and you can't access water on Stage Builder, that's about all we can say here. So no, you cannot save someone who has drowned, given what we know now. Now, a very quick tangent that I'd like to go over. You know how just now I used the Delfino Plaza kiddie pool as an example of drowning with solid ground under you? You might be wondering why I used footage from an old video of mine. Well, that's because apparently this was patched. Kirby no longer goes into the swimming animation here, and even changing his size does nothing, and the same is true for other characters. Even in Mini Smash, when you're super small and completely submerged, you're still standing. Unlike before, where small characters and characters who had their size changed could now swim in this water. So I guess they changed the properties of Delfino Plaza's kiddie pools to where you're just never able to swim in them? I honestly didn't think it was too much of an issue. It kinda made sense that characters who were, fully submerged in water would start to swim in that water. But I guess not, or something? Though, oddly enough, they didn't fix that visual glitch where the background gets bugged out when you reset training mode at this very specific transition. So I guess they just didn't watch my video all the way through, huh? Back to drowning stuff, I've got a few related things to go over. Woomling asks if swapping Pokemon will reset your drown counter. You can't actually swap Pokemon while in the water, you have to jump first. But swapping will fully reset your drown state. See, normally if you reach the panicking drowning state here, when you jump out and land into the water again without touching land, you'll still be in this drowning state. So by jumping and swapping Pokemon, you fully reset to the calm swimming state, and it'll always reset after you jump and swap. The same is true for Pyra and Mithra as well, it's a full reset. But here's the thing, it's a little rant for me to go over. Even if normally when you jump out of the water and back in you stay in this panicking drowning state, it doesn't really matter. It takes about 4 seconds of being in this panicking animation before you fully drown. And while jumping doesn't reset the specific animation, it resets the timer. And you always get your jump back when you land in the water. So really, as long as you jump out and back in before those 4 or so seconds are up, you should never be drowning. And now that I think about it, considering this fact, I actually don't know how anyone would end up drowning outside of just not paying attention, or perhaps there was a gas leak. I feel like the threat of drowning would be way more real if jumping out of the water and immediately back in didn't reset the drown timer, but perhaps that would also make water too dangerous and punishing or something. It's not really a big deal, it's just something I felt like pointing out. And another quick thing I want to point out about water is this fact from Super Smash Universe regarding the tap jump button and water. For reference, the CPU in training mode always has the default controller scheme when you take control of them. This includes tap jump, where tapping upwards on the control stick will make you jump. I, on the other hand, always have this option turned off for my own characters since I think it's a pain. But when you're in water, tapping up on the control stick always makes you jump, regardless of whether or not you have tap jump on. I think it's not too different from how it works on ledges. Tapping up here also makes you jump, regardless of what your control scheme is. But I don't know, I guess swimming just felt a lot more similar to just being normally on the ground compared to grabbing a ledge. Also, another small thing to note that I just randomly found in testing here is that footstool height scales pretty weird with size. See here, this is the normal height for when Sephiroth gets a footstool. About the same height as his full double jump off the ground, it's pretty high. But when he becomes mini, he goes even higher. And when he's big, he doesn't go too high. Way lower than his normal double jump. So instead of his size changing where his jump puts him, like it does for his double jump and such, the footstool height always sends him to about the same spot of the stage. Now, you should know this channel by now, let's go test this in Custom Smash. When you're very big, you basically go nowhere. And when you're really small, you still reach the same general part of the stage's top, despite being way higher than your double jump. So yeah, for you active Mini Smash participants, this is something to keep in mind. Actually, Endertails had mentioned another small thing to keep in mind with Mini Smash. That is, apparently Incineroar's Alolan Whip just doesn't work. I don't necessarily mean that it sometimes passes through the opponent on startup, which it does. Both of its failure variants do still connect, so this is just fine. But when you properly time the move, it misses. I tried this over and over again, and every time I got the successful animation, Captain Falcon just ran past it. So of course, I then tried it on someone like Bowser, who's a bit bigger, and a good chunk of the time he still dodged it, but other times he got hit. I guess if I timed it at the earliest parts of the proper timing, it caught him just before he got behind me. So yeah, this is an interaction you've probably never seen. Sorry to Incineroar mains in the Mini Smash meta, this kinda stinks, huh? Still, speaking about Custom Smash, Volio6144 gives me a very interesting fact regarding the Special Flag item in Special Smash. See, normally when you're playing in, let's just say Flower Smash, and turn on the S flag item, when you play in the match, the S flags spawn, right? Yeah, obviously, why wouldn't they? But when you go to change the game mode to Stamina mode, even though the S flags are still on, and on high, when you play the match, they just don't spawn. And honestly, I kinda can't think of a reason why. I don't see what would be so game-breaking about having S flags in this kind of environment, you know? Is there perhaps a glitch that could arise that we don't know about? And another very interesting thing to note is that in both environments, the 1v1 multiplier is turned off. See, the flower damage is going down in very nice, very even increments of 1 HP per hit. This is how it reacts when the 1v1 multiplier is gone, and you'll see proof of that in a second. So the fact that the flower damage is still going down at this increment when the S flag is on yet not spawning means that the S flag is still causing the 1v1 multiplier to go away, even though, the item is not showing up. This isn't just the flower effect causing this either. If we keep the same rule set but just turn off the S flag item here, we'll see that the flower damage goes down in increments of 1.2 now, which is what it looks like when the 1v1 multiplier is on. So yes, the S flag is definitely messing things up here even though it's not spawning. However, this isn't restricted to Flower Smash. If you play with the bunny hood on stamina mode, S flags stop appearing, though they appear just fine again in other modes. I tested this with some of the other custom variants, and still in stamina mode the S flag will just not appear. So it was at this point that I started thinking, which you might have thought about too, what if it's just stamina mode that makes this not work? What if it has nothing to do with custom Smash? So I went to normal Smash, but used the same stamina rule set with the S flag and the flags spawn here, despite being in stamina mode. I gotta say, this legitimately caught me off guard too. I was going into this test thinking I was gonna have to start rewriting the script. But no, stamina mode doesn't seem to mess up the S flag in normal Smash. So next I thought, alright, what if I just play custom Smash but with nothing on? So, you know, normal Smash. And in this rule set, the S flags don't spawn. Even though it's technically normal Smash, it's still in the custom Smash subsection, I guess. And thus, since it's stamina mode, the S flags are turned off. So it really is the case that this specific combination of custom Smash and stamina mode makes S flags unable to appear. There might be more nuances into this whole thing, but that's about all I can show off for today with my own testing. It's still really weird, and I don't know why it is, but there it is. Alright, enough of that, let's head on to the last bit for this video. MT64 gives me a fact about Wario using the super spicy curry item and his chomp. If you give Wario a super spicy curry and have him use chomp, you'll see that it looks a little bit off. And this is even the case when you've got someone in your mouth. It's a little terrifying if you ask me. I wasn't expecting such an odd discrepancy with the animations like this. Also, it seems that the angle of the flames will change a bit too when he's in this weird animation. They'll be slightly higher. But this also happens with someone like Kirby in his inhale. It looks just as weird and not right. And he even keeps a little bit of the fire when he walks around with someone in his stomach. This is less terrifying, but I don't know if I'm comfortable with it. I think King Dedede's is my favorite though, it just does not look right at all. This is a pretty good screenshot. Also, if you're at all curious, this is what it looks like when Steve eats the super spicy curry. I gotta say, it's way more animated than I was expecting. If anything, I guess I was kind of expecting a constant hurt animation like when he's on fire in the game, but this works too. Also, when you do your taunts and have him looking at the screen, the fire from his mouth will actually follow into the Z-axis, which I think is a nice detail, and I'm pretty sure all characters who eat spicy curry will have this bit of fire following their mouth wherever it goes. Did you know that in an 8-player match, Ditto is unable to spawn? How do I know that? Well, the wiki said so. But no, on this channel we like to see things with our own eyes. So I made a rule set with infinite time and Pokeballs set on high, created an 8-player environment, and I just kept spawning in Pokemon. And to note, I used Temple due to its size primarily, but also because 4 Pokemon are now unable to spawn here. Those being Alolan Exeggutor, Lugia, Lunala, and Marshadow, which we can tell by just going into training mode. This means we have a selection of 51 Pokemon that can spawn now, instead of 55. I kept track and I spawned Pokemon in over the course of an hour, which was about 250 times. And these are my results. And out of all 51 Pokemon, the only ones that did not spawn once during this entire hour were these. Now, I'll go into detail about the other 9 that never appeared during the session later, but for now let's talk about why Ditto didn't appear. The first and probably most obvious thought is that Ditto is considered a CPU, and since there's already a max of 8 players, there can't be another one, right? When you spawn Ditto, the computer that takes control of him will move around in a fashion identical to the normal fighter, albeit a bit dumber. Okay, maybe a lot dumber. But this is what really sets him apart from other assists. His moveset is a mostly direct replica of the fighter who spawned them. But this isn't necessarily a guarantee that it's just a CPU, right? On top of this, training mode has a unique quirk to where spawning items does not remove the 1v1 multiplier. In here, only having another fighter appear will. Given this, if Ditto was truly just a CPU, when he spawns the 1v1 multiplier should theoretically go away again, right? But it doesn't. Again, this alone doesn't make it impossible for Ditto to be on the same playing field as normal CPUs, but it does show how he's in a bit of a unique area. Sort of a cross between CPU and item, or something like that, right? But no, the proof to me comes from this prompt by Useless Noob from my Discord server regarding when you unplug your controls. You know how if you unplug a control in the middle of the match, this screen will pop up? Notice the 2 vacant spots to the right of Ganondorf here. If we spawn in Ditto in a match and unplug a controller, we'll actually in fact see a CPU be added to this menu, whose character is obviously whoever spawned the Ditto. So yeah, this here is Ditto. And if we're in a 4-person match, the controller screen looks like this, but when Ditto spawns, it gets squished down to the 8-player selection to make room for Ditto. So as you can tell now, it seems that whenever Ditto spawns into a game, a CPU is actually temporarily brought into the match as well, just not shown on the portraits down below. So in an 8-player match, since the player cap has already been reached, Ditto can no longer respawn, since its presence fills up a CPU slot. So I think this is very interesting. The game really considers Ditto more of a CPU than I once thought. But okay, just real quick, what about those other Pokemon who were missing from the 8-player Smash match? These 9, yes. In a 250 Pokemon test, they didn't appear once, despite the fact that they are common Pokemon. And every single legendary spawned at least once, usually more. Well, of course, I did more testing, as well as got help from one of my patrons, Lorenzo, just to get some more data, and here's the result of one of my 125 Pokemon tests in a different match, but with all the rules and everything identical to the other test. And in here, the only Pokemon missing are legendaries, who are rare anyways, and Ditto, because of course he is. So here, these Pokemon were able to spawn. So it's not like they're locked out of 8-player Smash or anything. And just in case you were wondering, yes, in all of our tests, Ditto never once spawned, which is probably a total of like 600, maybe 700 Pokemon spawns, in case you were skeptical. So you know Zelda, right? We've got 3 whole Links in this game. Default Link is based off of his Breath of the Wild appearance, Young Link is based off of his Ocarina of Time appearance, so technically also Majora's Mask, but not really, and also technically Twilight Princess, but you get the idea. And then Toon Link. He's primarily based off of his Wind Waker appearance, but this general Toon style can also be found in Minish Cap, as well as all of the other 4 Swords related games, Phantom Hourglass, and Spirit Tracks. So it makes sense that the Link here on the Spirit Track stage would be Toon Link-ish. So it's been kind of a known fact that when Toon Link is in the match, the Link conducting the train gets replaced with Alfonso. Sorta like he's taking a break from the conducting because he's now fighting.
Dude, I could be gaming.
So yeah, all is well and dandy here, but wrong. If you go as any of the Links, then the Link conducting the train will still disappear. Even if you're Breath of the Wild Link, the Link from trillions of billion quadrillion years into the future. Or Ocarina of Time Link, the Link who disappears from existence probably before the Spirit Tracks timeline. They both make the Spirit Tracks Link disappear. On one hand, I get it, Link is Link. But isn't the implication of Link going from conducting the train to having to be replaced supposed to be that he's going from conducting to fighting? I'm sorry, but this does not look like this. I sort of just found this out randomly, and at first I was wondering if I was just being stupid, not knowing this before. But okay, do you remember that post Sakurai made about Alfonso replacing Toon Link? The one where he's like, just leave it to me, and that spawned a bunch of memes? In that tweet, Sakurai specifies Toon Link. Not just any of the Links, but specifically Toon Link. So I think that's why it caught me off guard. So I don't know, leave a comment if you didn't know that either, I guess. But no one asked, right? Moving on. This tip here was brought to my attention by Gemcast in regards to Stage Builder and CPUs. See, normally when you go into the testing phase of Stage Builder, you're given this lifeless corpse as a training partner, who's set as if they were on stop in training mode, meaning they only try to recover when knocked off stage, but nothing else. Now you can change fighters or whatever to switch things up, but ultimately even if the CPU's level is changed, their AI stays the same. So if you want an active partner here, you're gonna have to take control of this other player slot. But not only do some people not really have access to this option, but as Sakurai said, this is not how you're supposed to play the game. So what if you want to test out your stage in a pretend battle? Well actually, if you just go make your player 1 slot a CPU, and make the player 2 slot be what you're controlling, when you go back into the match, the CPU will actually act. And it's according to whatever level it is. So as you can see, when I changed it to level 9, it now actually, functions. Granted, yes, you still need a second controller in order to take up that second slot, but you only have to be actively using one controller, so I think that's pretty convenient. And I gotta say, testing out a stage is way more efficient and interesting if you actually have some moving target to battle. Also, every time the character I was controlling was labeled as a CPU, instead of player 2 on the portrait, usually the other CPU is also, well, a CPU. I think the CPU will only be labeled as player 1 if you start the match from the stage builder menu, but if you go back into the fighter selection screen, it'll be normal again, so yeah. So that's a nice little tip if you're trying to test out a stage you're making. Next up, Crimson Doppio gives me a little fact about Spring Stadium. When this DLC first came out, one of the first things I tested was the stage's ceiling. And we saw that while it's solid from the bottom, acting like a ceiling, it's not solid from the top. So you could say place a bumper onto it when throwing it from below, but if you throw it from above, it'll just go through. Very weird. However, it seems it's not just the bottoms that are solid, but also the sides. Lucario here just wall jumped, in case you didn't catch that. Meaning, of course, if you can wall jump, you can also wall cling, which makes a very weird, odd-looking stalling technique. The positioning seems to be really precise though. Like, not too precise, but it still took me a lot of tries to get it right for this video. Not to mention how most characters struggle to even get this high anyways. But it's definitely possible. And of course, I wanted to try it out with Sephiroth's Impale, and yes, this also works. This is basically just considered to be a wall of sorts. A very slim and small one, sure, but it's still a wall. So it makes sense that all these other things work. For the last topic of today's video, Typhlosion the Volcano Pokemon asks what happens if you pocket Yoshi's egg after it turns metal. This is another topic we've gone over in the past before, but basically, to recap, while normally Yoshi's throwing eggs look like this, if he turns metal, the eggs also become metal. And the same is true for when he becomes gold, which is actually pretty cool looking. The question asks, what happens when the eggs get pocketed in this state? Do they stay metal or gold? And the answer is no. The moment Isabelle unpockets them here, they're no longer special. But wait, what if you make Isabelle become metal or gold? And the answer to this is yes. If Isabelle or Villager are metal or gold, when they unpocket Yoshi's egg, the egg will also be metal or gold, just as it worked for Yoshi before. So the egg just sort of takes the form of whoever tossed it, even though the egg dots stay blue even when changing owner. Also, the egg will stay golden even if the effect goes away from the owner after it's thrown. And finally, Xerneas asks if Young Link's bombs can turn gold too. Now, I'm not entirely sure why they singled out Young Link, but after testing him, none of his projectiles changed appearance or anything like that. Same for Link. And to expand from this prompt, of course, I tried testing all of the projectiles that one could consider to be a part of the character themselves, in the same way that Yoshi's egg is for him. But for the ones I tested, none of them really changed appearance either. At first I thought this was just because Yoshi's eggs changed color when he changes alt, to match his new color scheme, meaning the projectile was more hard-coded into the character or something. But then you go into someone like Game & Watch, whose neutral special doesn't change appearance, despite the fact that it also changes color to match the alt. So I don't know, Yoshi is just special, I guess. And since I like to do this nowadays, for some reason, let's see what it looks like when Steve is metal or gold. I love it. Oh, the fact that it absolutely covers everything and just leaves us with Metal Crate Man is actually kind of hysterical. Now, none of his unique blocks or TNT or anvils or anything like that become metal, though, nor does the crafting table or anything. But his weapons do, which can make it a bit hard to figure out which material it's made out of. Can you tell which type of shovel Steve is using here? I forgot. I'm mostly joking though, it's not impossible to tell. The color effect that corresponds to the material type will still come from the attack. So looking at this, we can see it's a little bit grayish white, so this is iron. This is more brown in color, so it's definitely wood, and this is clearly yellow, so it's gold, etc. But even then, this makes Steve a bit more confusing in the Metal Smash meta, so that's honestly hysterical. But Yahaya Mice himself asked me if you can get a final smash during sudden death. I imagine this is the type of question that sounds incredibly simple at first until you realize that you've probably never seen any type of item in sudden death, outside of, you know, bob-bombs. Also, quick fun fact, but what Steve's inventory is in sudden death will be whatever it was beforehand. So we see that they just barely finished crafting diamond tools here, so they have full inventories and diamond tools in sudden death. Here they have nothing and have the usual loadout. And here Steve has a half-empty inventory with iron tools, and Enderman has a completely empty inventory with wooden tools, etc, etc. Anyways, back to the actual prompt. Even if you had items enabled in a match, none of them will be spawning during sudden death. Not to mention how you're only likely able to stay alive for like 30 seconds max. Even if we go into our absolutely safe capsule, only bob-ombs will be spawning no matter how long you stay. If you go into the camera, you can see this. Sometimes you see what looks like an attempted item spawn, but nothing happens. And I believe this is a bob-omb trying to spawn, but failing. Either because it's technically off-screen, or because there's no stage below it. But this isn't the end for us. There is another way to get final smashes after all. We can try turning on the final smash meter and see what happens. Since no item has to spawn and only damage has to be dealt or time has to pass, it should be able to work in this absolutely safe capsule, right? Well, when we get into sudden death, it turns out that the final smash meter just stops working. No damage or time will cause it to increase any. We even dealt enough damage to have Sephiroth's wing disappear, which took a lot of time and damage. And the final smash meter didn't budge once. As a final test, I decided to make a spirit set with Geese Howard, whose ability is to drastically increase the final smash meter charge rate when you're at critical health. You can see it here with Shulk, it charges incredibly quickly, and you can tell the spirit effect is taking place due to the greenish bluish glow around him. And when sudden death starts, both Sephiroth and Shulk have this glow around them. Yet again, their final smash meter isn't budging an inch. So as far as I can tell, it seems impossible to get a final smash in sudden death. And this seems very intentional by design due to how the final smash meter was made useless in this environment. I'm not entirely sure, but I guess it makes sense considering how some final smashes mess with the screen and stuff. So I guess it was just a precaution to avoid any unnecessary nonsense there. It's a bit disappointing, but I guess it makes sense. Still talking about final smash meter spirits, Kratos gives me a fact about the Nightmare Wizard spirit. The Nightmare Wizard spirit's ability is Final Smash Meter Jam, which slows down the charge rates of your opponent's Final Smash meters. Considering it's passive and constant, it makes for a pretty nice ability. But the thing about it is that it actually stacks. What I mean is that if there's more than 2 players in a match and all of them have this spirit, it's like each individual is getting double the amount of Final Smash Meter slowdown. Compare the charge rates between the normal Final Smash Meter, the 1 jam variant, and the 3 jam variant, all shown at the same speed. The 4-player free-for-all example isn't completely accurate since I accidentally took some damage from the CPUs, but it wasn't much, so the general idea is still there. It is way slower. And when you mix this in with an 8-player match, that's 7 layers of Final Smash Meter Jam being applied. And this is how far I got after about 10 minutes. Do you notice the difference? Not really, right? And the meter is going up, looking at the other CPUs who actually were doing damage and stuff. Their meters did go up, but very barely. I think it would take about an entire day of waiting to fill the meter under these circumstances, assuming you don't take or deal damage. But even outside of these extremes, the spirit can be nice to only slightly nerf how fast the final smash meter charges. So if that type of rule set is something you've been thinking about doing, well, there you go. Next up, Papero gives me a funny fact regarding Ridley's side special and the bunny hood. This will just be easier to show you than to echo the question. Look at the speed Ridley goes here in this infinite side special setup. This is of course the usual speed of his side special. It's pretty fast, right? Well, if Ridley equips a bunny hood before he does this, he'll be the same speed. This is because Ridley's speed doesn't actually affect the speed of his side special, which we'll see even better later on. But the thing is, once the bunny hood falls off, thus making Ridley technically slower, now his side special gets affected. It's slower. Not way slower, but I still think it's pretty noticeable. So my first thought is, can we make it go slower? First things first, I made a stage with strong wind going horizontal, and portals as far apart as I could make them, just barely letting Ridley keep his side special out. Then I waited for the bunny hood in the sandbag and then initiated. It was pretty slow at first, but once the bunny hood went away, it went really slow. Super slow, it's actually kind of hilarious. And yes, this should hypothetically last forever, as sandbag shouldn't be able to leave Ridley's hands, and the portal setup cannot be ruined as long as player 2 doesn't do anything to mess it up. But of course my first thought was, can it go slower? To start, I tried using a super slow spirit to see how it affected Ridley's side special, and like I thought, even though Ridley himself is incredibly slow, his side special is the same as normal. So it seems that what makes the bunny hood thing occur is the fact that his speed changes during the side special. So I grabbed a temporary speed boosting spirit, the one that boosts your speed for a bit when you eat, and then I used that. And sure enough, this will also decrease your speed during Ridley's side special once it runs out. But the thing is, if you stack this with the bunny hood, nothing extra happens. Only one of these slowdown effects gets applied, it seems, as once the bunny hood falls off, Ridley's speed doesn't change again. So as far as I can tell here, there seems to be only one tier of slowdown that Ridley's side special can undergo. So for what I can think of at the moment, this speed of Ridley's side special against the harsh wind with the slowdown of the bunny hood is as slow as he could go for now. This quick prompt from Potato also talks about the bunny hood in regard to the warp star. That is, the jump that your character does after you land the warp star is actually based around your character's jump, being a little bit higher. We can see here with Steve, this is where his jump usually goes to, and with the warp star it goes just a little bit higher up to here. And we can see that this is directly correlated to one's jump, as by testing Falco, his normal jump goes to here, but then after the warp star it goes up to here. Well, I mean, at least his feet do, which to me counts. So again, it's just a little bit higher. This in and of itself is fairly interesting, but again, we can add in the bunny hood to make it a bit crazier. Steve's normal bunny hood jump goes to here, which is honestly not much higher than normal. His character's jumps are awful. But then when you land from the warp star, it goes all the way up here, way higher than before. Going to someone like Falco, whose jump is already really high, we get the warp star jump that is really high. But you know this channel by now, we need more. So I went and created a spirit set with 3 lightweight supports. And while Steve is still barely going anywhere, Falco goes incredibly high. Unfortunately, the Rex spirit doesn't affect jump height, but that's fine because look at how high he goes with the bunny hood. Unfortunately though, when I went on the warp star and landed, I only went this high. And when I use the warp star without the bunny hood on, I only go this high, which isn't as high as my normal jump here. So it seems like, similarly to before, the unique effect the bunny hood has here doesn't take effect with spirits. So this is about as high as you'd be able to go with this method. A bit disappointing, but this is still pretty cool, I guess. I mean, I can still use it, you know?
Hands off my cock!
Next.
Hey there, I'm PK Beats, and yeah, you just saw Mario get KO'd starting at 0% from things that do not normally KO at that percent. This was actually a prompt by Graham Rootson that I just randomly saw in a comment not too long ago, but after testing it intrigued me enough to make me want to show y'all too. Normally, Pikachu's Final Smash would do about 50%, which isn't shabby by any means, but it doesn't KO even if you land the move at 30%. And the Smart Bomb does... It does... Oh my god, are you actually kidding me? And the Smart Bomb does about 27%. So even if you combine these two moves, it still wouldn't be enough percent for Pikachu's Final Smash to KO, which in and of itself is weird. But looking at the footage, you can see that Mario gets KO'd at 41%, which is before Pikachu's Final Smash ends, but after the Smart Bomb ends. Given this, there's a few hypotheses we can make about what's going on. Especially considering how, in some cases, Pikachu's Final Smash will actually chase Mario into the top blast zone, way after he's been KO'd. So at first, all I thought was happening was that since the screen gets zoomed in for Pikachu's Final Smash, perhaps this might mess with what's considered the blast zone too, and then the Smart Bomb just launches Mario into these now smaller blast zones, thus KOing him earlier than normal. But is that what's really happening? Well, let's work with that idea and test a few other things. And first, I should mention that this also happens with Pichu's Final Smash, since they seem to be functionally identical in this case, but I'll just be sticking to Pikachu for this video. So the first thing to mention is that even if you have 2 or more players present, the screen will zoom in during Pikachu's Final Smash and thus do the early KO thing. But the thing is, the second CPU would be outside of the blast zone here, right? And yet they're obviously not being KO'd. Even if you time it to where this CPU gets hit by something during Pikachu's Final Smash, with the screen zoomed in, they're still not KO'd. So it seems that it's not exactly like the blast zones get zoomed in or anything. The effect seems to be exclusive to the person Pikachu actually hits with the Final Smash. Oh, but wait, there's more. When you use this on 2 players at the same time, every time the only one to get KO'd early is the first one Pikachu hits, and thus is, I guess, the main recipient of the Final Smash, the one who Pikachu will follow. But in doing this, I found 2 very interesting things. One, look here how Mario gets launched. Since he's getting launched horizontally this time, for whatever reason, we're able to see him get chased and attacked by Pikachu's Final Smash before the early KO happens. It's incredibly quick, way faster knockback than either of these moves normally allow, but we can sort of see it. However, a few other attempts later and I saw this. This time Mario just barely stayed within the normal blast zones, and Pikachu's Final Smash kept up with him and right before the final attack brought him back to the original spot. All of these tests together make me think that this doesn't really have to do with the zoom in effect and blast zone changes, and we can further confirm this by just going to a huge stage, one with ceilings and obstacles and all that, and trying to replicate it. If we do it right here, we'll notice that Pikachu and Mario go way up, but no one gets KO'd. This is likely because they just get stopped by this ceiling. And if we do it here and they get launched to the wall for whatever reason, again no one gets KO'd, likely because Mario got stopped by this wall. But if we do it in just the right spot and thread the needle, Mario gets KO'd again. So basically what I think is happening is that for whatever reason, the way the Super Bump's knockback interacts with Pikachu's Final Smash, some sort of extreme knockback takes place. I guess sometimes the knockback is fast enough to where Pikachu's Final Smash doesn't even change, whereas other times the Final Smash tries to chase after it, but either way that's what I think right now. So that begs the question, does this work with other attacks? I first tried it with the Hakotate Bomb and... apparently, yes. We get to see the same thing happen when the Hakotate Bomb lands. Mario gets launched way further than he normally would, and thus gets KO'd. Now I tried this with quite a few other similar moves, but it was a bit inconsistent. Like the Gooey Bomb will hit and add percent to Mario, but it won't launch him. And the same is true for Electrode. Mario gets hit, but nothing happens to his knockback. But then you get to someone like Solgaleo, and this ends up working. So, rather than testing every single move in the game, I'll just say that this glitch is not exclusive to the Smart Bomb, it seems. Danish Toast on my Patreon Discord also gave me a clip of his with Pichu's Final Smash, where it seems using Sephiroth's down smash is what caused the attack to get glitched out. Granted, in this case, Sephiroth's down smash would have normally KO'd Mario at that percent anyways, but we can still see that Pichu's Final Smash traveled in a really weird manner, just like in the glitch. So if you're curious about that yourself, have fun testing it out. But I think that's about all I could say regarding the glitch. But the video is not done, no, we got plenty of more neat stuff to talk about. Like for example this sound glitch that Smash Mario Pro 2000 told me about, regarding the ice climbers and a few items. I really like this one. So see the footage here? I have the volume all the way down. Wanna hear what it's like when I turn it up? Yeah, that's the sound of 7 beetles going on at the same time. The setup is insanely simple. You just need these 2 items and the ice climbers. Throw Boss Galaga, and then grab the primary ice climber so that the secondary ice climber is the one to get grabbed by the item. Then when they're about KO'd, throw the beetle at the primary ice climber. And that's it. The sound of the beetle flying will linger around. And as you saw before, this can keep stacking over and over again. But let's test some other things in a normal match. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, but the game's going to crash if you try to leave the match after you do this. It's not even a proper crash, it just straight up soft locks. But if we go into the camera and look up really high, we can see the beetles. They're just sitting super high up, stuck in place, flapping their wings. Which makes perfect sense, all things considered. Anyhow, getting a better setup ready, I got 3 beetles stuck in the sky and gave ice climbers the bunny hood, and when I jumped up there, I was actually able to grab one of the beetles. You can see it in the primary ice climber's hand, still flapping, which definitely isn't normal. Here, when I throw it to the side, things seem to be fine. I went up to get another one, this one not even fitting properly in ice climber's hand. But this time I tried to throw it at Hero, and the game crashed. What's weird is that before, when testing it, I grabbed it and instantly threw it since I wasn't expecting to grab it. And when I did this, the game soft-locked instead of crashing. So I guess there's layers to all this or whatever. Alright, well next up, Dino Nugget Gamer mentions a funny little visual glitch involving sudden death in Pac-Land. That is, if you get into sudden death on Pac-Land and go far enough, you'll actually start to notice that the fire that normally surrounds the screen is lagging behind. Now unfortunately, it's a bit difficult to last very long in this scenario, so I can't really see it go that much farther. But hypothetically, if you were to keep going in Pac-Land's sudden death, the fire may be completely offset, which is pretty funny. Next up, Willie the Terry on Twitter made a very interesting post regarding Quick Play's GSP numbers. If you go into the Quick Play menu and look at the bottom right of the screen, you'll notice that the date and time is recorded. If you do this, you'll notice that the time says 5:21 PM here. Or, any number in 21 minutes. Despite the fact that I'm recording this at 5:38 PM, and you're probably seeing it at not 21 minutes. What this suggests is that the game updates on the 21st minute of every hour. And 1 hour later, while at exactly 6:21 PM nothing changed, a few minutes later it did. Now it says 6:21 PM down here, and you'll see that my roster GSP has actually gone down by almost 40 points. Which makes sense considering how I've barely touched Elite Smash in like 2 years. For people who frequently play it, the number will probably go up. So basically, every hour around the 21st minute, the game's GSP system will update and just naturally adjust your numbers. I'm not sure if this will happen while you still have this menu open, You might need to go back a menu beforehand for it to update. Next, Mudthick gives me a pretty funny prompt regarding some cutscene final smashes and the Dragoon or Daybreak pieces. That is, if you use a final smash like Shulk's or etc. on a character who has Dragoon or Daybreak pieces, it's possible for the piece to fall out during the final smash. And when this happens, you can actually see them. It's really quick, but look, you can see the piece right here. And looking at Incineroar's final smash, we can see a piece very briefly right here. And another piece right here. It's a pretty small detail, but I think it's pretty funny. And for all the pieces that go away during the final smash, they'll respawn a few seconds later, as if they, like fell into the blast zone. Note that in training mode, these items wouldn't spawn like this unless that was the case. Speaking of Dragoon though, Doc Cero gives me a very brief prompt regarding Banjo and Kazooie and Dragoon, where if they collect all the Dragoon pieces, when they land the attack, Kazooie will be waving at the camera. And, well, that's about it for that one. I just think details like that are fun. They'll be making the same pose when they use the Warp Star too, but the effect of it is less natural. And lastly for today's video, ironically, Dragoon gives me a fact about Pyra and Mythra on the boxing ring stage. That is, as you probably know, you can break the lights on the boxing ring stage simply by jumping on them, applying weight. However, if you merely switch between Pyra and Mythra, this too acts like something that can break the lights. My guess being that since Pyra and Mythra are different weights, perhaps the game sees this change of weight as something akin to jumping on the light and is thus affected by it. And likewise, if you switch Pokemon on top of the lights, that too will send it crashing down. So that's pretty neat to know. I was also curious if the number of times you had to jump in order to break the lights was something that changed with your weight. And for Squirtle, who's light, it takes 17 total jumps to break the lights. But for Charizard, who's, heavy, it takes a total of 11 jumps to break them. So that probably confirms that too. Take a look at this. When I use the Bomber item, the amount of damage dealt to the opponent is 48%. This, being in the constant environment that is a 1v1 in training mode. It'll deal 48% so long as the main part of the explosion hits, which is a pretty generous range. This is also the case for when Sephiroth uses the item, 48%, because why wouldn't it be, right? Even a huge character like Bowser, or a baby character like Pichu, it's all 48%. But when I use it with Jigglypuff, it does 45.6% now, a multiplier of 0.95 times the base. This was actually told to me by Examinees623 on Twitter, and I was baffled enough by the concept that I needed to learn more, which is why we're here today. See, even if you change the base multiplier a bit by, say, adding an extra CPU, the damage Jigglypuff does with the Bomber is still 0.95 times that of a normal character, who I'll just be representing through Mario from now on. This is apparently a hidden mechanic within the game, being that explosive damage dealt by Jigglypuff is always going to be slightly weaker than that of the normal amount. At the very least, this is how it's worded in Jigglypuff's Wikipedia entry. It's just one line, but it's there. And anything related to this cannot be found in the in-game tips, from what I've seen at least. And as the wiki entry implies, this isn't just the Bomber item. With just about any explosive item really, you'll see that the base damage dealt by Jigglypuff is slightly lower than that by a normal character. For some items like the Gooey Bomb, there actually isn't a change, but then for other ones, unexpectedly, like the Motion Sensor Bomb, it's weaker. And it's not just spawnable items like these. When using Banjo and Kazooie's rear eggs, we can clearly see that Mario deals around 13.4%, but Jigglypuff deals around 12.4%, which is actually lower than the 0.95 times multiplier. Now, since Jigglypuff is a balloon Pokemon, a trait unique enough to where she sort of pops when her shield breaks, it kind of makes sense for her to have a unique relationship with explosives. But I don't know about you, but when I think balloon plus explosive, I think of a relationship more tied to defense, or rather a lack thereof. So I thought that it was weird that Jigglypuff was dealing less explosive damage, rather than taking more explosive damage, And it is weird. It's weird that the Gooey Bomb didn't become weaker despite being an explosion, and it's weird that the rear egg test had less damage get dealt than the 0.95 times multiplier. That's when I saw this reply by Drake Irving that tells us that this multiplier isn't just for explosives. Now I'm gonna have to do a bit of explaining here. See, the way this game works is that the speed in which characters throw their items is not universal. We can easily see this if we try to time throw speeds between Pichu and Mario here. Despite being let go at about the same time and around equal starting points, Mario's Bob Bomb goes noticeably further than Pichu's, and does faster. This mechanic of throwing speed is tied to weight. So the heavier a character is, the faster they throw an item. Meaning Bowser here will throw the Bob Bomb at a faster speed than Mario. The difference isn't gigantic, but it's there.
And then you have to add this to the fact that most throwable items in the game have their damage get changed based on how fast they're going. This is why you can see so much variance with Banjo and Kazooie's rare eggs, which can also be seen by a lot of items. Let's take Mr. Saturn for example. When Mario uses it at point blank range, the damage is 8.7%. There's very slight variance when you start increasing the distance between them, but in the general range of being close to Bowser, the damage is the same. And when Bowser uses it, it now does 9.1%. A pretty noticeable increase of almost 1.05 times the damage. And when P2 uses it, it now does 8.3%, which is a difference of almost 0.9 times that of Bowser's damage. This is a pretty good confirmation that the speed not only affects some items' damage, but is also tied to weight. And then when Jigglypuff uses the item, it does 8%, which is less than Pichu, despite the fact that Jigglypuff is heavier than Pichu. So basically, here's what happens. For our intents and purposes here today, there's two things that affect the multipliers for damage dealt in an item. A is whether or not the character is Jigglypuff, as this decides whether the multiplier is 1 and therefore basically non-existent, or 0.95 for Jigglypuff, thus nerfing her. Which is why items like the bomber deal the same damage by everyone in the game except for Jigglypuff, since I guess the bomber is technically considered a thrown item here. And B is how fast the item is going when thrown, which depends both on the distance the item traveled and the weight of the class who threw it. And not all items have this property, which just so happens to be the case for a lot of the explosive items. But this is also the case for some normal items like, say, the green shell, whose damage up front is consistent for everyone except for Jigglypuff. This is why that 0.95 times multiplier isn't quite how the math works out in some cases, but even here Jigglypuff will still usually be the weakest of the cast, as factor A will usually still be present, and she's the second lightest character in the game, which is just a double whammy for damage output in this case. So yeah, a lot of factors in there, but basically Jigglypuff's item throw damage is just weaker overall. This is not a mechanic I've ever really heard talked about, and even the Smash Wiki didn't have all the right information in regard to this, unless I missed something. It's a pretty interesting and honestly kind of important mechanic, so I think that's super cool. But enough of that crazy stuff, let's do a little bit of a burst fact section just to get a few done. First, Mega Man gives me a fun little mechanical fact about the Gordo and Pitfalls. That being that a pitfall trap that's already been placed in the ground is actually able to be triggered and thus knock back King Dedede's Gordo, just like a normal attack. This is contrary to how most other items interact with the buried pitfall, like Link's bombs or the motion sensor bomb, which do nothing when interacting with it. Next, Simon gives me a small visual fact regarding Lucario's stance during spirit battles. That is, in the section where you have to shoot the spirit in order to collect it, Lucario's exact pose will actually vary depending on whether or not he had rage before winning their match. Right here in this match, he had basically no rage before winning and he looks like this. In this match, he had tons of rage and now he looks like this. The difference is incredibly subtle, but you can tell that Lucario's model is very slightly different to accommodate for the rage that he just had in the match prior. It's like his, you call this hair? Whatever it is, it's being affected by his extra aura, but we just don't see the aura effect, you know? I tried to see if this aura effect actually carried over to the victory screen, sort of like that one fact where Little Mac will still be bruised in the victory screen if he was in the match before winning. But I couldn't really see any difference in animation between when he won with no rage and with rage, so there's that. Hey, post-production PK Beats here. I just wanted to really quickly point something out, but while what I said earlier isn't necessarily wrong, there is actually a bit of a difference between each victory screen here. The flames are a bit different. But I don't think this is because of rage, I just think this is because of randomness. As Lucario's hair is unchanged and the flames aren't necessarily bigger as much as they are just different, you know? So I just wanted to point that out. It doesn't really change anything, but it is still fun to note. Alright, back to the main video. Speaking of Lucario, an absurdly long name gave me a fun fact about Lucario's side special a long time ago. So do you remember that fact I gave a long while back regarding Incineroar's side special? And how if the game is slow enough, you can mash out of the first grab and thus make the move fail? Well, you can do this with Lucario's side special too. But the real kicker about this one is that you can do it in real time too. Assuming that you manage to start mashing at exactly the same time or before you get caught up in Lucario's side special, you can escape it. And considering the move does a lot of percent at higher aura ranges, this is actually pretty nice to know. Is what I would say if I can actually see this being super practical. Because the thing is, for me, I stopped being able to mash out after like 5% tops. Now, I'm not going to say I'm the best masher in the world, of course, but I highly doubt anyone would be getting out of the move past like 10% anyways. But if you ever find yourself in a position where you're at incredibly low percents and you're about to get hit by Lucario's side B, you can mash out of it, which is just neat to know.
I have no idea if that could actually be like practically used, but you know. It's more useful if Lucario is slowed down by a timer or something. Speaking of being slowed down though, Flygon Games gives me a lovely fact regarding Isabelle's fishing rod when the game is slower. At the starting spawn positions, Isabelle's fishing rod won't reach Pikachu here, even if she takes a step forward. But if you slow the game down, even if she takes a step back, it'll actually be able to reach Pikachu now. So yes, the distance that Isabelle's fishing rod goes changes when the game has been slowed down. This seems to be a property we see a lot on this channel actually. But I kinda like this one especially. See, watch what happens when you use it at the very slow speed of 1/4 in training mode. The hook just goes a little bit everywhere. It's really stupid looking. I have no idea why the physics turns into a Gmod-esque gag in this setting, but it's hysterical to me. And if you use the fishing rod when facing away from the opponent in this setting, the hook may actually freak out enough to actually hook the opponent from behind. Oh yeah, this actually does happen with the timer slowdown too, which actually makes this fact somewhat practical. But what's even more important to note is that the slowdown from the timer is slow enough to still let the hook freak out. And while it's not as crazy, you can still hook someone from behind you if you slow down then. I love it, it's totally stupid. Also, I have no idea where else to put this, so I'm just gonna throw it here. But I found out that if Mario does his thumbs up taunt while he's holding something, his hand will actually just not be a thumbs up, and instead it'll just be normal. Instead of looking all glitchy and having him do a thumbs up with something in his hands as I'd have expected. So that's a nice detail. Alright, let's get back into the number stuff. Lastly for today, Henry gave me a comment on my last video regarding the boxing ring lights and character weights. See, in my last video, I tested if weight affected how many jumps were necessary to send the boxing ring lights crashing down, which ended up being true, yeah. Henry had pointed out the math where if you multiply the character's weights with the number of times they jumped with them. For Squirtle, you'd get the number 1275, and the Charizard you'd get the number 1276. Very close numbers, which is probably just a coincidence. But what this did is got me wondering, what about the specific number that you'd need to cause the lights to fall? First, to mention, fast falling does not change the number of jumps necessary to send the lights crashing down. It's a little bit hard to test since fast falling makes you go through the lights, but you can time it properly and the number of jumps Squirtle has to do is the same. So it's pretty safe to say that only weight matters in this specific scenario. So here's how I ended up testing it. I got a target number and just tried to organize characters whose total weights and jumps would add up to that. So for the last video, Squirtle jumping 17 times caused the number to be 1275. So I wanted to see what happens at a hypothetical number of 1274. To get this to happen, I did 10 jumps as Piranha Plant and then 2 jumps as Fox, and at a total of 1274, the light still fell. So I dropped the number down to 1250, which I got with 11 jumps from Cloud and 2 jumps from Game & Watch, and it still fell down. So then I tried for 1249, which I got with 12 pit jumps and 1 shulk jump, and it didn't fall. What this tells us is that the moment the lights experience a total of at least 1250 combined weight, it'll fall. And I did try other combinations like 11 Link jumps and 1 Banjo jump to confirm that it falls at 1250, and 8 Samus jumps and 5 Fox jumps to confirm that it doesn't fall at 1249. Now I'm not sure how consistent this is overall. When I tried this with 3 players, 10 jumps from Wii Fit, 1 from Sword Fighter, and 2 from Roy, altogether it should add up to 1250, and yet the lights wouldn't break. I also did this by swapping out the characters with a different one who weighs the same, and the same thing still happened. This is not because this is a 3-player match or anything like that, as when I did the Link and Banjo test from earlier, but just with a third party present, it still worked fine. And when I substituted half of Link's jumps with Falcon and did the order differently, it still worked. So at first I thought it was because all 3 of the characters were different weights in this test, but then they created a different combination of characters to reach 1250, while all 3 of them are different weights, and it still worked. The lights went down. And when I did the same character combination as before but substituted me Sword Fighter for Hero, who's just 1 unit of weight heavier, the lights went down properly. So given how it was consistent everywhere else, and how this one failed test needed just 1 more unit of weight to work, my theory is that the weights are perhaps not exactly integers maybe, you know, that means decimal places, but overall it's pretty consistent, so yeah. I say that the lights can only take a sum total of 1249 weight units, and starting at 1250 units it falls. What are you going to do with this information? Nothing. So this is something I've gotten asked many times over the years, and this is also something I've been wondering about a lot myself. But how do certain elements of a stage like the time in Smashville get determined online, in arenas? So I gathered my patrons, namely Burbo and Sylveon700, and we tested various things. So I made an arena and got things set up. First up is Smashville in its time. At the time of testing it was about 3 or 4 PM for me, meaning Smashville had a daytime appearance. Now my buddy Burbo here is 6 hours ahead of me, meaning for him it would be about 10 PM, meaning for him Smashville would be in its nighttime phase. And yet in our match he also saw it as daytime. And we confirmed that we saw the exact same villagers and characters in the background too. We also swapped places to where he was player 1 instead and the time was still day. So what this means is that Smashville is currently generating its time from my Switch. But then when we swapped arena owners to where Burbo made the arena, when we played it was now nighttime, and the clock in the background shows about 6 hours ahead of my own time, meaning now Smashville is going off of Burbo's Switch. Also, we kinda forgot to test town and city as well, but I think it's safe to assume that the same applies to that too. Then we tested to see what happened if the arena owner wasn't present in the match at all, and the time was still configured to their Switch. So yeah. Next up, we wanted to see what happens with Tomodachi Life, specifically in regards to the Miis that appear on the stage. And what happened was that we had the same room positions and both of our Miis were doing the same type of animation, but the Miis themselves were different. You can see the photo comparisons here that Burbo took. But this tells us that the specific Miis used were determined client-side. And just out of curiosity, we also tested to see if when you played as a Mii, if that Mii would be removed from the background. And no, we see here that my Sans Mii is still in the background as normal. Also, I have like only 4 Miis, so the rest of them were just completely random from who knows where. The thing is, they aren't the default guest Miis that appear in your list when creating Miis. They're just sorta their own thing. And then we wanted to check what happens when everyone uses the same character as the same alt. And as we already knew, the other character gets a darker shade on their model. The thing is though, this is also client-side. That being, every character that isn't you becomes darker. So Burbo here would be seeing me as the darker one. We managed to get one extra person in here to test, that being Sylvian700, because we expected the shade to change again for the third player. But when we hopped into the match, they were the same color. I'm using footage from our test with this alt of Samus because that made it easiest to tell, but yeah, I personally can't see any change in the shade of either character. I thought that the characters got lighter or darker the more you added to them with this type of thing, but I guess not. And we couldn't really get a 4th player present, but I doubt it changed too much. We also tested, and yes, even if you all go Pokemon Trainer and use different Pokemon, the shades of the opponents still change. But it's good to note that the Pokemon Trainer themselves will not get darker, as you can see in the background. And then we goofed around a little bit. That's actually why I have like Smash footage as a background for this video instead of like TF2. And speaking of game-changing stuff, XBO20XX gives me a fact regarding the voice clip section when the game's set to Japanese. That is, when you change your language to Japanese and go into the voice clip section, under the clip name you'll actually see the names of the voice actors for the character. Here we have Charles Martinet, you know, the Mario, and then Lainey Manella for Lucas, and then we get Shulk's Japanese voice actor Asanuma Shintaro, and so on and so forth. They even mentioned voice actors for the side character voice clips like Ricky and Dunban, or for Gramps within Pyro and Mithra's voice clips, whose voice actually only appears in the Cloud Sea of Walrus, which I didn't even know was an option. Even for all of the Pokemon and Assist Trophy lines, another thing that I didn't even know were in here. Also, I didn't even know that Xander Movis voice acted Crazy Hand. I'm pretty sure I knew that he voice acted Master Hand, so this does make full sense. But you know, see, this is the type of thing that crediting voice actors is really nice for, right? But then you go back to the English version of the game, and there's nothing. For every character, there's 0 voice actor credit given. And I tried this with all 11 languages that the game offers, and only Japanese gives credit. I have no idea if this is due to some sort of Japanese law or whatever, but given this kind of information is just nice in general, you know? So yeah, I mean, if you want to know the voice actor names of these characters, you're gonna have to change your language to Japanese. Though even then, like for Shulk, the character's voice actor is gonna change, so we can't actually see Shulk's English voice actor. So there's that. Still, speaking of the voice clip section, shh gives me a fact regarding the presence or lack thereof of many voice clips. That is, apparently a lot of voice clips that actually appear in this game just straight up don't appear in the voice clip section. See, normally Jigglypuff's up special sounds something like this. But if we go into her voice clip section and play voice 11, we hear only the first part, and then the following clip is a star KO sound. And none of the rest of the voice clips feature the rest of Jigglypuff's tune. And this definitely isn't exclusive to Jigglypuff, as all 3 of the voice lines in Zero Suit Samus's taunts
You're mine. Try me. Is that all?
aren't in her voice clip section at all. And there's plenty of more examples I've seen in various stray comments here and there. I really don't know why there's such an inconsistency regarding this section of the game in its development, but that's there. So if you're ever looking for something but can't quite find it, that's why. Next up, Danish Toast gives me a fact regarding the American and European versions of the game and some of the tips. That is, if you go into the tips, for the vast majority of the characters, you'll start out with a tip regarding the character's origins, which includes their release date, or rather the year they debuted. The thing is though, if your console is on the European servers, the tip will actually change to then describe the release date in Europe rather than North America, and therefore for any other major regions. And the exact wording used in the tips aren't consistent, like for North America's Dark Samus tip, the words North America are omitted, but in the European version it still says Europe. But in general, the tip is locally tailored, which makes perfect sense in retrospect, but it's still pretty neat to point that out. And Danish Toast ended up gathering all of the inconsistencies into this post, so you can read that if you like. Speaking of regional differences though, Jedhead gives me a fact regarding Banjo-Kazooie's render on the character selection screen. And I'm just going to expedite the process here and say that this isn't anything to do with Banjo-Kazooie specifically. But actually, in the character selection screen, if a character's name is too big and thus takes up 2 lines, like in Game & Watch, the character gets zoomed out a little bit to have their face or whatever appear better. We can see this with Dark Samus here going from English to French. Their name now becomes bigger and they get zoomed out. And then with Duck Hunt going from French to Italian, they also get zoomed out, and so on and so forth. I've got screenshots for the roster of every single language. I do have my cursor over Banjo and Kazooie, but it doesn't get in the way too much. And I'll just upload these onto Imgur and put it in the description if you're curious. Alright, that's it for regional stuff. Oh, okay, here's a really good one. Moraptor98 gives me a little fact regarding Donkey Kong's model. So if you look at Donkey Kong's model and focus on the second little spike on his hair, the one that's behind the main spike, if you look at it from above, you can notice that it's not fully modeled. The geometry isn't actually connected or something. So looking at it from above lets you see right through him to the ground. It's kind of like Donkey Kong has a little hole in his head, like a whale or something. And that image to me is just absolutely hysterical. Especially when you combine it with the smoke that comes out of his head when you fully charge your neutral special. It's like a chimney or a train or whatever. I don't know, there's not much more of that one, but it's not a fact that I'm ever going to forget about. Donkey Kong forever has a hole right on his noggin, and I think that's just delightful. Next, iRed gives me a fact regarding Piranha Plant's Patooey in the combo counter. We've gone over this on the channel before, but when you hit a character with an item, the combo counter will turn red, indicating that the combo isn't counted for the character's max combo number on the character selection screen. And this only applies to spawned items, which does include Diddy Kong's banana, as the banana is really just an item that can be spawned, you know. But this doesn't apply to normal projectiles like Diddy's Peanuts, K. Rool's crown, or Patooey. Well, normally that is. For whatever reason, if you run up to a character and use Patooey and let it fall back into Piranha Plant's mouth, if it hits the opponent at about the same time it goes into his mouth, the combo counter turns red, despite the fact that usually Patooey is not considered an item, and any attacks done after this are also kept red. So this here combo would not count towards your combo total. Not that I can tell, because you know. This only really happens with certain characters. With super big characters like K. Rool, it'll hit them just a bit before Piranha Plant swallows the ball, and nothing happens. And with short ones like Pichu, it just won't hit. But for that perfect height, for whatever reason, the Patooey ball in this specific circumstance turns the combo counter red. I have no idea what the coding behind this is that's causing this, but it's pretty interesting. Next, I want to do a little bit of cleanup and test something from my last video. In that video, I did a whole research session on a lot of weight related things, but for this video, just know that the character's weight affects how fast they throw an item, and how fast an item goes when thrown sometimes affects its damage. What I neglected to test in that video though was how changes in weight affect that. So the things I decided to test that do indeed change a character's weight are size changing items like the super and poison mushrooms, the metal box, and spirits that increase and decrease weight. And it's worth noting that Shulk's Monado arts do not change weight. So the standard damage dealt by Mr. Saturn as Shulk is 8.6%. When he gets bigger with the super mushroom, that percent goes up to 10.2%. And when he shrinks with the poison mushroom, that percent goes down to 7.5%. So far so good. However, even though the metal box drastically increases his weight, the percent of Mr. Saturn is identical to before. So already it's looking like outside changes to weight don't really change much. But I still wanted to test this out with spirits. So I made a group of 3 spirits, one with no weight change, one with weight decrease, and one with weight increase. And I tried to keep all of their power levels around the same amount at about 3000. The control spirit here did 11.4%, but so did the weight up spirit, and the weight down spirit. So once again, it doesn't seem like changing a character's weight ends up affecting how much damage their item throws do. It's likely that the size changing items are an exception because said exception was specifically programmed into them, so there's that much. And lastly for today's video, Examinee623 gives me a fact regarding Link's Final Smash with the Pitfall item. Now I probably don't have to show you this, but when you use Link's Final Smash, the result usually looks something like this. However, if the opponent is buried by the Pitfall before they get hit, the result is now... They get spiked into the ground and thus get KO'd at even 0%, which is way earlier than normal. The specific effect of being spiked into the ground sort of resembles the Pitfall's effect when it hits an airborne opponent, so we should keep this in mind. So I decided to try some other berry moves, namely Metagrosses, since I could pretty easily test it here. And when I use it, Mario just sorta goes nowhere after being hit by the Ancient Arrow. He just sorta hovers in place a bit. And the thing is, even if you bring the percent up to, I don't know, let's say 500, he'll still just kinda go nowhere. Weirdly enough though, specifically starting at 716%, or rather once his damage gets to about 730% total before the arrow hits, then he suddenly takes all the natural knockback. If you start this at 715% to where he's below 730% right before getting hit by the arrow, the knockback is extremely small like before. I have no idea what it is about the specific percent that causes the move to just sort of finally be normal, but it made me think, what if I did this with the Pitfall too? When I initiated the Final Smash on Mario after he's been buried by the Pitfall at 729%, he still goes up in the exact way as before. But when I do it starting at 730%, the knockback is completely normal, just like with Metagross's test. So for some reason, starting at 730%, at least against Mario, the Ancient Arrow suddenly becomes strong enough to ignore the berry effect? I don't know why that is, but that seems to be how it works. And just cause I can, I tested this with Waluigi, and it seems the knockback isn't actually static, but it is definitely different from normal, only sending you a little bit horizontally, to where even at high percents, your Ancient Arrow will launch the opponent about as much as your normal arrow. And then I tested Donkey Kong's side special berry, and it had an effect similar to Metagross. All of these effects seem to be pretty similar to how the berry itself sort of works, with Metagross and Donkey Kong's side B sort of not sending them anywhere, while Luigi sending them horizontally and the Pitfall spiking them into the ground. But there's a lot of burying moves in this game, so I'll just leave it there. If you want to test out more, feel free to do that yourself and tell me in the comments. However, if you have Cloud gain limit by being caped by Mario, and if you don't move at all as Cloud until limit naturally goes away, you'll notice that he still has the blue effect around him, even though limit is completely gone. Unfortunately, his movement speed is the same as normal, and his special attacks are also their normal variants, which is slightly disappointing, but still, he's glowing blue. Now you may notice that when Cloud charges another limit after doing this glitch once, the blue aura is a bit more intense than usual. So I got the idea of trying to stack the glitch's effect. So here's what it looks like once, then after 5 times, and now after 10 times. It is noticeably more chaotic in there. But of course I wanted to try even more. And here's what it looks like after 25 times stacking the effect. It's starting to get to the point where it's hard to notice any more changes, and yet after 25 stacks I didn't notice the game's performance take any hit. So finally I decided to go to 50 stacks to see what happens, and still there's no game crash, no major performance issue from what I saw, and there wasn't even a noticeable change in how crazy the effect is. I was a bit disappointed that this didn't fry my game, but it also makes sense considering how many visual effects the game is used to having on screen at a time anyways. Okay, this next one's actually pretty funny, but Kirby Killua gives me a prompt regarding Peach and Daisy's in-game tips. That is, for any tips regarding Toad, for Peach's tip, for Toad's appearance in her grab, the game uses the pronouns he and such, which is pretty normal. This is also the case for Peach's move list in training mode. Toad is very properly addressed as his own character, because, he is. However, if you go into Daisy's tips or move list, Toad is regarded solely as an it, with vocabulary suggesting he's an object, like saying the Toad or a Toad. This means one of two things. Either the Toads with red spotted heads are the only ones who are actually considered alive, and the blue spotted ones are not, or Daisy is being problematic, and the Toads in Daisy's kingdom are treated as property rather than citizens. Either way, the lore implications here are palpable. Next up, Rockman on Twitter made a post of a very hysterically unfortunate tech you can use against Ness. Anyways, you may notice that typically when the TNT hits someone, there's a big ol' zoom in effect, like there is for quite a few other attacks in this game. What makes Steve's TNT special is that this is a zoom in that can be caused by himself, meaning you can initiate it in a 1v1 without having to actually hit the opponent. Why is this important? Well, for Ness's and Lucas's recovery, it requires you to ankle PK Thunder into yourself, of course, But speaking as a Lucas and Ness co-main, this action of angling and timing PK Thunder is mostly muscle memory. So what if you could cause a temporary pause in the game? As you may expect, yes, this can very easily mess with the timing necessary to recover with PK Thunder, which is just so unfortunate, but it definitely works. Of course, it's not foolproof. If the opponent sees it coming, they can simply delay their PK Thunder movements and continue after the slowdown. Also, it just doesn't seem to work against CPUs at all, which makes perfect sense, yeah. But the success rate against real players seems to be pretty high, especially considering how in the heat of battle, muscle memory for these types of things is definitely going to take over. So having this little wrench in the gears can be really effective. But it's important to point out that this is a trade. You've got to deal damage to yourself to get this to happen, and if you're at even somewhat high percents, this can come at the cost of a stock. Now, if you're confident that you'll be able to mess up their recovery, this trade-off might be worth it. But really, it'd just be better to not take any damage. Some of you might be asking, why not just use a pressure plate or a minecart? And the reason is because these ways of setting off the TNT don't cause a slowdown or a zoom in. But Yanni actually posted a reply showing off a setup that does cause a zoom in without taking any damage. It looks something like this. Basically, you're running into the TNT with a minecart to initiate it being set off, and then you're getting out of the minecart so that it gets hit a second time and then gets fully set off. Because you place the block here, you bonk your head the moment you jump out of the minecart, allowing you to shield just before the explosion, and for whatever reason, all of this together allows the zoom in to still happen. There's probably more layers of mechanics going on here than Steve has pixels on his model, especially considering how weird TNT is regarding whether or not it zooms in. But yeah, thanks to Yanni for showing this off, he's definitely way better at Steve than probably most people actually. Now there are still some downsides with this setup, mostly in that timing for when the TNT gets set off is slightly less lenient compared to just simply charging a down smash, and there's definitely just much more room for error. But considering you don't take damage is really great to keep in mind, both as a Steve player and as a Ness and Lucas player trying to recover. Alright, to make up for this attack on Ness, here's a fun little fact by Syrup regarding Ness's PSI Magnet versus Pichu. PSI Magnet has set knockback, meaning it does the same knockback range no matter what a character's percent is. What this means is that the variance in knockback can only come through other variables. Note that Jigglypuff is the second lightest character in the game with a weight of 68. Now if we go to Pichu, the lightest character with a weight of 62, when you use Aerial PSI Magnet, he gets put into Tumble, and thus put into a tech situation. This may seem pretty small, but being put into a tumble can lead to a lot of things, especially if they missed a tech, which can lead to crazy jab lock combos. Of course, I'm not actually going to comment on how impactful this is, I'm assuming not much, but I think it's a pretty interesting note as this makes the functionality of Aerial PSI Magnet slightly different, for better or worse. Alright, actually enough useful tech, let's move on. Aza gives me a tweet regarding a potential difference between male and female Robin. First, I need to know that this is not the first time I've seen or been told about this, but this is the tweet that made me want to talk about it here. So here's the setup. You need Robin in Mr. Game & Watch, and you need to be crouching as Game & Watch. Notice his animation here, how he bobs up and down. This is very important for this. Now, if you walk into Game & Watch until you're as naturally close to him as possible, and grab. As male Robin, doing this for the front on the upwards bounce lets you grab him. And if you do it from behind on either the upwards bounce or the downwards bounce, you'll still grab him. But if you do it from the downwards bounce from the front, Robin's grab will miss. Very consistently too. I actually don't think I ever got a standing grab as Robin like this, no matter what. And this is true if we mirror the positions, and whether or not Robin's holding his Levin sword. So Robin will not grab Mr. Game & Watch while standing if it's done from the front on Mr. Game & Watch's downward bounce. Now going to female Robin, she's able to successfully grab in both situations from behind, the front on the upwards bounce, and the front from the downwards bounce. Consistently. It's not 100% consistent, sometimes for whatever reason she does fail to grab, but in my testing it was far more common for her to successfully grab here, while male Robin could just never get it. And again, this is true even if their positions are mirrored and if Robin has her Levin sword. What this all implies is that, I guess very minutely, female Robin's grab ends up being slightly better than male Robin's grab, be it due to the grab's range or simply how their models are arranged. And I feel like the latter explanation is what's happening. So while basically non-existent, it seems like female Robin is slightly better than male Robin here. It's crazy. And lastly for today's video, I've got 3 prompts by the same person, by Examinees623. This first one being a follow-up to something from the last video. Just as a super quick recap, in that video we talked about how Link's Ancient Arrow interacts strangely to characters who are buried. In that video we discovered that specifically at 730% against Mario, the Ancient Arrow stops acting weird.
Examine points out how this is because the ancient arrow consists of 2 hits, which we can see here on the combo counter. One deals no damage and very small amounts of knockback, and the second is the normal hit. If you plug in knockback values for that first hit of the move against Mario at specifically 730%, we can see that the knockback just barely exceeds 90. And in Smash Ultimate specifically, the amount of knockback units needed to unbury an opponent is 90. So yes, the reason why the knockback of the ancient arrow becomes normal specifically at 730% for Mario is because the first hit's knockback finally allows the character to be unburied, negating the effect. Next, Examine mentioned a funny fact regarding the first hit of Sheik's pummel. If you slow down the game a ton and grab as Sheik, buffering a pummel, you might notice that the very first hit just completely misses. This only happens if you input it for the first possible frame of the grab, and if you do it the following frame it'll connect just fine. And you can actually notice this if you try it when playing the game in even a slightly slower speed. The first pummel will completely whiff, and very quickly after will come the next pummel. But for 3 reasons this doesn't really mean anything in practicality. One being that due to hit stun and whatnot, the overall speed and damage output of the pummels doesn't really change based on whether or not the first pummel hits. 2 being that I couldn't actually get this to happen at all in normal game speeds, from what I tried. So it practically just doesn't happen anyways. And 3 being that this doesn't work against the whole cast, and frankly I did not feel like testing this with every single character in the game. But as you can see here, this does not happen with Samus. So this is just triply impractical, just how I like it. Still funny to think about. And lastly for this video, Examine mentions a fact regarding the mechanic with spikes. Now, I'm not going to go too super in depth about this mechanic since there's still aspects I don't understand entirely, but for the common viewer out there, have you ever felt like you've been KO'd from a spike before reaching the bottom blast zone? Ike here is a good example. His up special drags Jigglypuff down and they both get KO'd at around the same time, but if you pay attention to the minimap here, you'll see that Jigglypuff is quite a bit higher than Ike, definitely not near the blast zone, and yet still gets KO'd at the same time. There's way more examples of this, but in general it seems that there's this mechanic where spikes can cause players to almost be pulled into the blast zone way earlier than normal, perhaps to make suicide spikes and such way more effective. A very interesting scenario that shows how weird this can be is the one with Greninja and Fox. If Fox has 35% and is hanging from the ledge here, and a Greninja down airs him, he dies. I spam jump and all of that, but no inputs come out. Fox is assuredly KO'd. And if we pay attention to the minimap, we can see that he gets KO'd way above the blast zone. But if I raise the percent up to 60 and do the same thing, all of a sudden my jump input is actually able to come out and I'm able to recover just fine. Now I do start getting KO'd again at like 65% since I guess the knockback here is enough to just normally KO, but at around 50 to 60%, Fox starts going into tumble after being spiked, which I guess just removes that mechanic where you get KO'd way above the blast zone, and thus he survives. I think the fact that a scenario that KOs Fox at 35% can then not KO him at 60% is so blatantly counterintuitive that it's a really good example of how broken some of the mechanics in this game are. And it's really interesting, so thank you Examine for the fun prompts. So let's just keep going business as usual with today's main prompt by Luke Wren SSP, asking how the game works regarding daylight savings on stages with in-game clocks. So when I first saw this prompt I was interested, but I wasn't sure how I would tackle it, since daylight savings only happens twice a year, with the next one being November 7th at 2 AM. But if I change my system clock to be November 7th at 1:59 AM and just wait, when a minute passes the hour will go back to 1 AM instead of 2 AM, meaning the shift happened and we went back an hour. So you don't need your console's clock to be connected to the internet or anything, the shift is automatic, which makes this very easy to test. So I go into the game a bit before 1:59 and I go to Smashville. And let's pay attention to the clock in the background. As it hits the hour and goes back in time, we can actually see that the hour hand goes back in real time. Testing this even further, if we go to Umbro Clock Tower, also waiting for the time to go back an hour, it does. The hour hand teleports back. And it's also really worth noting that I'm using the in-game camera right now, with the frame-by-frame setting, which is way slower than the usual in-game method of playing, and yet the clock is still keeping up normally. To even further drive this point home, if I keep the game paused, go and change my time again, then go back into the game, and advance a single frame, the clock will change to whatever the new time is. Despite the fact that the game itself only advanced a single frame, you know? So yeah, these in-game forms of telling time are absolutely accurate to the console's clock. And of course the same thing happens back in Smashville. When you advance a frame, the clock adjusts to be accurate. Of course, the day setting of the stage itself doesn't change, which is something I've gone over in the channel before. Given this new power of time manipulation, I was a bit curious at what point in the whole selection process the stage's time gets chosen. So from the stage selection screen I have the time at 5 PM, meaning it would be evening. On the character selection screen I have it at 1 PM, meaning it would be day. And just as the character portraits come in right before the match starts, the time is 11 PM, meaning it would be night. And when we get to the match, it is day. So this means the game took the time from the console after the character selection screen, which makes sense. Speaking of Smashville and time though, Osha Water asks if Smashville properly reflects the shop hours found in Animal Crossing. While Smashville was originally a stage based around Animal Crossing Wild World, at this point with additions of things like curved bridges instead of flat ones like in Animal Crossing City Folk, and the clouds looking more similar to those in Animal Crossing New Leaf, it's almost like this stage just represents Animal Crossing in general, which is echoed here, where it describes what game the stage is from. It just says Animal Crossing compared to Town and City saying Animal Crossing City Folk. So I need to keep into consideration times for every game in this series. Now the Town Hall and Museum are open 24/7, so there's not really much to test there. But the Able Sisters shop has an opening time between 7 AM and 10 AM, and a closing time between 9 PM and 2 AM throughout the series. So let's see if any of these times are echoed. I changed my system clock to 7 PM, 2 hours before the earliest possible closing time in the series, and yet when I got into the match, the lights in the Able Sisters building were off. This means they were closed, way ahead of schedule. My guess being that rather than based off a specific time, they just base it off of the 4 phases of the day the stage is on, so as soon as the game becomes night, Able Sisters closes. I was expecting this to be a bit more dynamic, but I guess it makes sense why they did it like this. And as for the opening times, I changed my console to be 6 AM to C, but when I got into the game, all building lights were off, even the 24/7 buildings, which is how the game works, as lights don't get turned on until the evening. But, this makes it hard for us to tell whether or not the store is open. So overall, the Able Sisters store isn't completely accurate to the game, but it's got the right idea, generally. Also, I gotta say, as someone who grew up playing Animal Crossing, I really enjoy the details of the stage. Like how they've got a hybrid setup for flowers here, with a pink one grown. I was thinking about researching the villager houses in the background to see if we could figure out who lives here specifically, but I couldn't really find much information about this, like if certain villagers always have a certain house appearance or whatnot, so any comments regarding that would be very nice. Also, I know I keep glossing over it due to how similar it is to Smashville, but everything I said regarding the clock and daylight savings applies to Town and City too. In regards to the building hours though, it is a bit different. At 7 PM or even 10 PM, the lights are on for the Able Sisters shop, as well as Nook's Cranny, but this is because the stage has an early night variant. Starting at 11 PM, we get into the late night time, and the shops are closed, which is more accurate to the normal hours, but this isn't affected by the real-time clock or anything, so yeah. But it's still pretty fun to note. But I think that's enough Animal Crossing, so let's move on. Curve Nasty Jr. on Twitter shows me an interesting video regarding Ridley and lava. That is, going to the Great Cave Offensive Lava Pit. If you jump onto it as Ridley and use your neutral special, you'll notice that he takes knockback as normal, but he doesn't take any damage. It's probably just some bug regarding the mechanic where hitting Ridley when he's charging his neutral special does a special animation and extra damage, so I guess something happens that causes the knockback but messes up the damage dealt. If you try to do this at over 100% on this stage, Ridley will still get KO'd too, despite, not being able to take damage. I tried it on some other stages like the lava on Norfair and it didn't work there, but if you use it on the lava in Stage Builder, it works just fine. And this time doesn't KO you past 100%. And I found out that the window for this is very generous, happening well after you've used the whole move, which can make for a weird sort of attack. Practical? Maybe not, but interesting. I tried it with a few other things like the Pitfall or the Motion Sensor Bomb, but nothing quite replicated this effect. I assume it has to do with the fact that the lava sort of freezes the character in place for a bit before they get launched, or something like that. Next, AirGod231 gives me a fun fact regarding Pikmin and pummels. Normally, in this scenario with no mashing at 0%, Ness's pummel can only hit 5 times total. However, if you have Olimar throw his Pikmin on Ness first, and then pummel, Ness manages to get 6 total hits instead. If we set Olimar's percent higher, we can see how the speed of the pummel is way faster with the Pikmin on him than without. Now I tried to see just how much faster it would be by doing this setup, but I'm not gonna lie. It's really difficult keeping the mashing like this while staying precise with Olimar's inputs, so I couldn't do it perfectly. But I still did it, and while normally I could only get around 89 pummels like this, with the Pikmin I was able to get up to 94. And it could probably be way higher with better execution, but it's still a good increase. And this isn't exclusive to Ness, of course. It happens with plenty of other characters that I tested, like Lucario here. Now I couldn't get it to work with Kazuya, whose pummels are among the slowest in the game, but I could for characters like Ganondorf, so you'll just have to sort of see what works for your character. I think the exact effectiveness really depends on how soon the Pikmin were placed on you before you start pummels, and if they were placed very soon before, you can get really crazy with it. But overall, this is actually a pretty nice tip to know, since against Olimar, you're probably going to get covered by Pikmin occasionally.
so you might be able to squeeze a few more pummels out than normal. Anyway, while we're paying attention to the combo counter, Eat gives me a fact regarding Palutena's, F Smash, and other win boxes. What if I told you that this is actually recorded on the combo counter? Would you believe me? No? How about now? There's a few ways we can demonstrate this. As we know, normally when a combo is recorded on the counter here, it updates all the proper information. If it's not a combo, then just the one move alone gets recorded. And after a few seconds pass, unless another move hits, the counter just goes back to default with all zeros. However, if we use a win box like Palutena's F Smash after hitting a move, we'll see that the combo counter does in fact change again, but it doesn't restore back to that default state, as the damage here is still recorded. And yet it doesn't have a new hit added to the combo and the total damage is reverted to 0. What this means is that the win box is having some kind of influence on the combo counter. If an opponent is buried, for a while any hits dealt to them will be considered a combo until a few seconds later. But with the win box, while it doesn't happen at the start, a few seconds later the win box will pseudo reset the combo meter. It's kinda unique, but ultimately we can see that the win boxes have some effect. This is the case for all win boxes I tested, like the Gust Jar, Mario's Flood, and even smaller ones like Ness's PSI Magnet, so that's pretty cool. Actually, going back to the topic of berries, SparkJai on Twitter reminded practically everyone of a really basic yet interesting mechanic regarding berries. For the basic test, I used 2 Samuses in honor of Metroid Dread, with 99 stocks, pitfalls on, and each a 100% handicap. I normally throw the pitfall and don't touch the controller at all, in order to create a controlled environment, so here's what I can show you. At equal stocks, the berry time is identical. However, at a 1 stock difference, the person with more stocks will be buried for longer than usual, and the person with less stocks will be buried for shorter than usual. And with a 2 stock difference, this is the same, but it's accentuated even more. And at a 3 stock difference, the bury times are the same as with a 2 stock difference, so the effect maxes out there. Looking at the wiki page, we can confirm the exact frame data and equation used for this whole procedure that gives us this result. So in short, characters who are in the lead will be buried for longer than usual, and characters behind will be buried for a shorter amount of time. It's not too noticeable in game, I feel. I even had to see it myself in Premiere Pro before writing the script to make sure, but it's definitely there. It seems that the frames change more so for the characters behind compared to the characters ahead, meaning it's more of a comeback mechanic than it is a leader killer, if you get what I mean. If we still look at the wiki though, it points out a fact regarding the character's throw berries, which is where this whole berry fact would have its most relevance in the competitive scene. This states that the throw berries have their own equation used instead. So if we use Rob's down throw here on equal stocks, the berry lasts the same amount of time as it does when there's a 2 stock difference between them. So this whole thing doesn't really affect that much. And out of curiosity, I checked, and apparently the same type of equation gets applied for the sleep effect too. Which I tested with snooze because I like to make my life harder than it has to be. And yes, it works like berry, where being ahead in stocks makes you stay asleep for longer than usual, and being below makes you stay asleep for shorter. This is the type of fact that seems really basic, but apparently a ton of people didn't know about before. So seeing how many people were surprised by it, I decided to bring it up here too. And lastly for today's video, Twiggy asks what happens if you view Donkey Kong's Final Smash after inverting your screen's colors. This is a pretty simple prompt, but I thought it'd be funny to go over. But you know how at the start of Donkey Kong's Final Smash, the screen's color get inverted for a bit? Well, if you go into the Switch's settings, you can actually make the Switch as a whole play with inverted colors, which looks just terrifying. I still have no idea what the purpose of this is, but going back, if we activate the Final Smash again, it looks like this. Not exactly back to normal, huh? I'm not sure if it's because the 2 inverted color shades here are different, or if this is just what it looks like to double up the inverted color effect. There's also that one assist trophy, Yuri Kozukata, that causes the effect too, but once again it doesn't make things go back to normal or anything. It's pretty interesting though. Maybe people more knowledgeable about this type of thing can chime in the comments. This was brought to my attention by Solus. I know this isn't the first time a glitch like this has come out or been told to me, but this is the first time I was shown a consistent setup for it, so thank you. In concept, the setup for this is actually incredibly simple. You want Yoshi and some other character, and you want to go to Halberd. At the very beginning, go to a part of the stage off to the side, like where I am here. The foundation of this glitch is timing Yoshi's egg lay with the liftoff of the platform. If your timing is too early, Yoshi will lay the egg as normal. And if you're too late, both you and the other character will get KO'd. But with that Goldilocks timing, you can make it so Yoshi gets KO'd just before the egg lay happens, which completely glitches out the other character. You'll notice that Yoshi is the only one who respawns, and on the minimap you see player 1 somewhere.
The minimap is both accurate and inaccurate, which you'll see throughout the video. I can only move sideways here, at least assuming the minimap is right. Things get interesting when I try an input. See, I am just hitting Kirby's jab 1, and yet the move sounds like Kirby's neutral air, and the damage reflects that too, suggesting that Kirby is currently airborne, which makes sense. Yet Kirby's neutral air hits Yoshi no matter where either of them are. The whole positioning thing is super weird, leading me to believe that Kirby isn't just invisible, but rather just totally messed up. Yoshi can hit Kirby too. He seems to constantly be a little bit over a jab's distance away from him, though knockback is still kinda weird. You can keep applying sideways knockback, or just move to the side blast zone, as depicted by the minimap. And when you do this, you'll get KO'd just fine. Afterwards, when you respawn, your character is now a silhouette, completely pitch black. I've always really liked this aesthetic, I gotta admit. And not only this, but this effect is preserved even after you reset training mode. Given how many parts there are to this, the testing ended up giving me a lot of things to talk about. I don't normally do videos focused on one specific topic, but I think this time it's warranted. And even in this video, I don't plan on covering every possible aspect of this glitch, just some of the major points I happen to come across. Before getting into anything, I want to say that this worked for every character I tried. I didn't do the whole cast, but considering how it was fine in all my tests and given the logic I started to come up with, I'm pretty confident that it works for everyone. Now at this point, I'm going to split the video into a few parts with a focus on specific areas of the glitch. Starting off is what I'll call the invisibility section. For the first test, I tried using PK Thunder, using the motions that would cause the projectile to hit Lucas. And while Yoshi is getting hit by the projectile, Lucas does not get sent anywhere, so who can even say what's happening to the projectile? Also, after this, Lucas is in free fall, as he would normally be, and can't do any inputs unless Yoshi hits him. Next, I tried applying a bunch of upwards knockback to Lucas, which resulted in him accruing over 500% without being KO'd. It's worth noting that, before this, the cannon in the background seemed to be aiming way up, and the cannonball goes nowhere. Or rather, it explodes immediately, and somehow this hits Lucas, as his damage goes up higher than it did from just a single up air. What this suggests is that the machine attacks instantly hit the glitched character somehow. This is supported by the point in which Lucas finally does get KO'd. The claw thing in the background starts its motions and somehow hits Lucas before it even attacks. Then you can see on the minimap that he very quickly takes side knockback because of this and gets KO'd. So the upwards knockback didn't seem to be doing anything. Also, for some reason, when a character is in this stuck in invisibility stage, Yoshi's egg toss eggs are also silhouetted, but only every other egg. I have no idea why it'd be every other egg, but perhaps that just happens to be the same model used for the normal egg lay egg. This doesn't apply to Yoshi's egg roll or shield. Next, you know how if you're player 1 and hit pause during training mode, the camera zooms towards you? Well, if player 1 is then in this crazy weird position, if I hit pause, we enter Nirvana. I tried spawning several items, one of which being a smash ball, and eventually decided to use an attack as Yoshi, and it automatically hit said smash ball. So there's no telling where that smash ball spawned, but likely in the same completely glitched out position that puts them constantly next to Yoshi. When I use the final smash, we very briefly see that Yoshi is a complete silhouette, and the background is very weird. And after that, we enter the void. If I use Ness's final smash, everything is really dark. So what if Yoshi is the player 1 instead? If this is the case, pausing during the glitch is now fine. So with this, we can test even more things. If you spawn items, they all seem to interact with the glitched character okay. A superstar will give them invincibility, as they are not taking any damage here. And a mushroom will work on them too, as you can tell by the sound, though it doesn't seem to really affect their hurt box, as Yoshi's jab still doesn't hit them. Let's go to the meat of the item test though, with final smashes. If Yoshi grabs it, everything is just fine, but when he uses it, it doesn't hit anyone. Even though his side tilt is very easily hitting the opponent, the final smash just doesn't register. But if the glitched character grabs the final smash, once again we go to white space. And if they use said final smash, again we go back to black space. Here's what's interesting. If the glitched character gets KO'd, they come back to reality, right? It's hard to tell on screen, but trust me, they are now physically on the stage. Given this, if I make it to where Yoshi gets his final smash and uses it with good positioning, it now works. In said final smash, while the Yoshis at the start are fine, after they get on the hill they all turn into silhouettes as well, which is really crazy. And after this, the screen goes back to normal, but now both of the characters are silhouettes. In an alternative route, if the glitched character uses a cutscene final smash without KOing themselves first, everything in it is crazy looking as usual, but afterwards both characters are glitched. So Falcon here brought Yoshi down to his level, or wherever that is. Using this opportunity, if Falcon uses Falcon Punch on the now glitched Yoshi, that actually turns the screen black too. Likely because it's supposed to zoom in here, but obviously there's nothing to really zoom in to. Also, I'll leave the final smash tests to that, as I want to move on to other things, but if anyone finds anything else crazy, let me know down in the comments. Next, I had done a test with Ridley, just goofing around, until I got to this section. The first attack the machine in the background did was a laser, and it seemed that the laser was pointed at the currently glitched Ridley. Since Ridley is basically non-existent and the machine couldn't handle that fact, it just disappears. Somehow the laser works just fine, hitting both Yoshi and Ridley, but after that it doesn't do anything again. And after a lot of waiting, it became apparent that the stage wasn't going to transition anymore too. I guess the stage is programmed to transition after the machine has done 3 attacks, but since it's glitched out now, the stage is just unable to move on. Oh yeah, also if you move the glitched character on the minimap to run into the non-glitched character, they'll actually physically run into each other, which is why you can see Yoshi here being pushed by nothing, which is really weird on so many other levels considering how the glitched character's hurtbox and whatnot works. I think that'll be it for this specific topic of the glitch though, so next up, let's move on to the actual silhouette portion of it, shall we? It's worth noting from the start that everyone we've seen so far looks pretty normal, outside of the obvious fact that they're pitch black. But this isn't a constant. Proof being when I did this with Toon Link. He now looks like this. I don't know what it is, but his hat is just gone. And we'll see other examples like this later. Like I said at the start, I didn't test the entire cast, but I did cover a good deal of characters, especially those with more unique quirks. The first one being Ice Climbers. Enacting this glitch, only the primary Ice Climber will be in this invisibility state, which makes sense since Yoshi's Egg can only affect one character at a time. And when they respawn, only said primary Ice Climber will be silhouetted, which also makes sense as that's the only one of the Ice Climbers that was present during that glitch state. So if we reset and set this up again, but with the secondary Ice Climber instead, if timed right, while they'll still get instantly KO'd, they'll now respawn silhouetted as well. The next character of interest to me was Joker, for 2 reasons. One being that his final smash looks actually really cool now that he's silhouetted, compared to the old version. The silhouette effect really matches the whole style, it's actually kinda cool. But the biggest reason is Arsene. You'll notice that Joker's cape is missing most of the time, only appearing for a split second when he crouches. But when Arsene appears, he's perfectly fine, all colorful and stuff. So this had me thinking, what if I have Arsene active when I do the glitch? And sure enough, when I get KO'd and re-summon Arsene, he's now silhouetted as well. I gotta say, the logic behind all the facets of this glitch are equally consistent and crazy. I really like that. Next character of interest was Pyra and Mythra. Doing this glitch turns Pyra into something a little off. The parts that are specifically off are her hair and her breasts. Given this and how Toon Link's hat and Joker's cape were also ruined initially, and I think it's possible that this glitch messes up certain model parts that have dynamic physics applied to them, or something along those lines. Now, if you then switch, Mythra will look just fine, as her model wasn't submitted to the Dark Realm. If you then go back to Pyra, her model is fine now. I don't know what fixed it, but I guess it did. And now it's the same song and dance. Go back and redo the glitch, this time switching to Mythra while in invisible mode. And now both characters are silhouetted. They're also both glitched, but they get better after a few swaps. By now, you should sort of be getting a feel for the logic behind this glitch. So let's apply this to Pokemon Trainer 2. If I do it with Squirtle, when I respawn, Ivysaur and Charizard are normal, but Squirtle is silhouetted. And all the same logic as with Pyra and Mythra. However, if you move left and right, the Pokemon Trainer in the background will follow your general position. And if you switch Pokemon, he'll throw somewhere, and it'll work just fine. However, if you switch Pokemon while getting closer to the center or something, for whatever reason, your Pokemon will spawn on stage now, without being KO'd or anything. Once again, I'm baffled by what on earth is even happening here. Also, if you switch enough during this glitch state, the actual Pokeballs that the Pokemon Trainer throws are now silhouetted as well. The last character of interest here was Inkling. If I do it normally, she's silhouetted, but her ink is still fine, as is her squid form, and her splat bomb and all that. However, if I do it again, but use all 4 of her specials in the glitched form, when I come back, her squid form is now also silhouetted, as is her splat bomb. Though, surprisingly, her ink is not glitched in any way. Also, using ink on a silhouetted character doesn't change their appearance, nor does using a metal box. Actually, I'm adding to the script after the fact because I thought about testing Game & Watch too. I thought it'd be funny to show off what he looks like as a silhouette, you know? But, as it turns out, the glitch doesn't work on him. If you use some moves during the glitch state, there's a chance that some of his assets will be silhouetted, but even this is insanely inconsistent. As you can see, his up air and back air are silhouetted, but not his forward air, or most of his specials. It's kinda weird. I guess it's because of his more unique 2D nature, but that's still worth pointing out. So far, this is the only exception I've seen. But regardless of this exception, I'm sure you understand how this glitch generally works by now. And while there's plenty more things to potentially test, to prevent getting redundant, I'll just leave things there and move on to the last bit of this video. You see, I'm not focusing too much on the explanation of how this is all happening because I really don't know. There's just so many weird things happening that I can't even begin to pinpoint a good explanation for any of them, let alone all of them. But the biggest point in my mind is the idea that the character somehow gets left at this liftoff section of the stage, in Yoshi's egg, somehow not being KO'd, meaning they're just sorta left here. Since the stage doesn't ever come back here, it's possible that the assets just get unloaded. And since the character is hypothetically left there, their assets would also get unloaded. This doesn't fully explain how the character's hurt box is close to Yoshi, yet the minimap and collision model move freely left to right, nor does it really explain why the character's model is messed up even after resetting training mode when we get to revisit this part of the stage. That's all to say, I still don't really know what's going on here. But this much makes me at least want to test some things. First, what if I do this glitch while stage morph is active? If I stay in the glitched form, when the stage morphs, I just get automatically KO'd and become a silhouette like usual. And when I go back to Halberd and thus return to the liftoff section, nothing changes, so there's that. But here's the thing, if I look into the camera right as this glitch is technically activated, you can see right below us the section we were just at. Yet despite how good of an angle I got and how good of timing I can get, I can't quite see where Kirby would hypothetically be here. He would hypothetically be right here, but he's just not visualized anywhere. Combined with that, have you ever wondered what happens to this whole section of the stage? Well, a few seconds after liftoff, it just sort of disappears from existence. This would give credibility to the idea that the assets are being unloaded, but remember that with the secondary Ice Climber, they got KO'd instantly after liftoff, and they still became a silhouette, despite the fact that the liftoff section wouldn't have unloaded that quickly. So overall, I don't know, this glitch is just weird. And for a few short final tests, with the help of the S flag, I tried to see what happens if you go into sudden death while someone is in this glitch, and what happens is, as expected, they're just a silhouette during sudden death now. And for all of the end screens, no contest, loss, or victory, the character will again stay a silhouette. So in that spirit, let's talk about today's main prompt by Examinee623, regarding a glitch with your damage cap. For this glitch, you need a very specific source of lava, either the lava on Stage Builder, or the lava found on Mario Maker. As far as is currently known, these are the only two sources of lava that work. Let's start on Stage Builder, since setting it up is easier. The way this glitch works is very simple from a technical standpoint. For whatever reason, the lava on the two aforementioned stages ignore the damage cap, and increase your damage count even after 999%. The damage on the portrait does not update, but is definitely changed, which we can see with an easy test. Look here at the knockback dealt from Mario's Fireball at a normal 999%. Doesn't do too much, right? The lava here does 14% per hit, so I waited until about 72 hits to where Steve would technically be at the 2000% range. And now the Fireball is considerably stronger, a pretty obvious difference. This doesn't just affect knockback either. It also affects things like grab duration, which we can see in this time comparison between a 999% grab release and a 2000% grab release. There is a drawback to this though. The moment the player's percent is changed in any way from a source that isn't the lava, the glitch goes away. There is technically a way around this, but it requires training mode, which Stage Builder is excluded from. So let's move on to Mario Maker, where we can test this in training mode. Unfortunately, the criteria needed to get this to work on Mario Maker are much more specific, which will require a lot of retrying until you get the perfect stage layout. This is another reason why training mode makes this all easier. First, you obviously need a stage with lava. But not just that, but you also need blocks above the lava to allow you to survive, even at 999%. This means, unfortunately, that breakable blocks do not work. You need the solid ones here, and they need to be directly above the lava source. Footstooling doesn't seem to work in this place as much as I tried, so we can't use this. I also tried to use something like Mewtwo's Confusion, but not only was this crazy precise, even with the timer item, but as we mentioned before, outside sources of damage make the glitch no longer work. And yes, I even tried to use some of Steve's blocks, but unfortunately this still wasn't very efficient. Anyways, after like half an hour of trying, I finally got a stage with a good enough layout. So I brought my damage up to max, hopped into the pit of death, and waited. Now if you get here, there's a chance you might think to yourself, now what? See, Steve's gotta actually get out of this situation now, without dying or taking any damage from anything other than lava. Pausing the game unfortunately does not make this obstacle stop dealing damage, like some other obstacles do. I had to use a whole 80% of my brain for this one, but eventually I decided to just, spawn a superstar. He becomes invincible, eventually stops bouncing, and that's that. And as before, Mario's fireball is way stronger now than it was before, indicating that Steve's percent went past the limit. Now, going back to that point of how damage from an external source removes this glitch, there is a workaround for this. You just have to turn on fixed damage. It's very important to note that this option only affects the CPU in training mode, so I had to swap the roles here. And then I realized that all of Steve's moves normally KO at 999%, so I improvised and just used a Fire Flower, which doesn't KO. This will be our testing item here. So send Mario to the Nether, and once he's out, turn on fixed damage, and attack him with something that won't KO him. In this case, I used Steve's Pummel. And after this, the Fire Flower obliterates Mario, indicating that he was above 999% despite having taken damage beforehand. Of course, if you have fixed damage turned on before hopping into the lava, nothing will happen, because no damage was added, thus you couldn't go above the limits. Also, now that we're here, I felt like testing something out regarding healing items. If you go past 999% and eat a healing item, you'll see that it does nothing. However, the very next healing item you use will work as normal. It's the same logic as before. At first, the game interprets your percent as over 999, but because you did something that changes your percent and thus updates it, it goes back to normal. Outside of this, I couldn't really think of many things to test. I wanted to try the Rage Blaster, but the damage of this peaks pretty early on. And this is the case for quite a few percent-based mechanics. Their effects peak way before 999%. The only exceptions I could think of are knockback, and effects like grabs or sleeping or what have you, which we've already mentioned.
If you can think of anything interesting, let me know in the comments. So with that, there's just one thing I very much wanted to do now that I was in this situation. Remember how I said that at higher percents, the opponent will stay grabbed for longer? Well, on the channel we've covered how you can set the opponent's percent to be 999, and then pummel them to get a high combo, thus affecting the combo number on the training mode selection screen. You probably see where I'm going with this. Normally at 999, Steve can get around 80 or so pummels on the CPU, which would make his max combo number be that. A pretty modest number. But I actually had to go get some groceries by the time I got to this part. So I threw Mario into the pit and just left to go shopping. Now here's what's nice about training mode. The combo counter will do the math for you. It'll keep track of the number of hits, and more importantly, the total damage dealt. Just add 999 to whatever that number is, and that's Mario's real percent. And by the time I came back, about an hour had passed. And Mario was at over 100,000%. And no, the combo you see here will not count towards my max combo number. The numbers are red, because Mario is hitting a stage hazard, which as we've gone over on this channel before, means the combo won't be counted. So it was time to start pummeling, which took a while. So, yeah. At the store I mostly just bought normal groceries, but I also bought some butter cookies. In those containers that you see at people's houses that hold a bunch of random little things. I found myself actually wanting a container for things like loose change and other small stuff, so I figured I'd get some of these. The cookies are obviously really good too. I mean, I can't eat too many of them since I'm still on my diet, but it's the holiday season, I can afford to loosen up a bit. Oh, anyhow, yeah, after about 10 minutes of constant mashing, I decided that I wanted to eat dinner instead of doing whatever this was, so I ended it at 2022 to celebrate the upcoming new year. And here it is in the training mode character selection screen. I'm very happy about this. If you do the math, technically I could have gotten to around 8,000, which meant I could have pummeled for a total of like 40 minutes.
And if you keep doing that math as you go, I guess for every 1000% you get about 80 pummels, give or take depending on the character. I've got an automatic method of increasing your max combo for a character, which I made a video about a long time ago. A bit outdated in a few areas, but the general idea is there. But this method only worked for a handful of characters, so the pummel method is the best method for the entire cast right now. So if you want to get a crazy high number, just follow these steps from the video and have fun mashing for hours. Alright, I think that'll be enough for that topic, so let's move on. Daskar left a comment mentioning a potential glitch regarding Sora in stamina mode. I don't think I've gone over this glitch before, but if you go into stamina mode and grab someone at low HP on their last stock, right before they become invincible, when you throw them, the game will do the whole animation that happens when the game ends, but since they're invincible, they didn't actually take any damage, thus the game continues. The white glow sticks around in the background after this happens, though I didn't see it stack if you do it multiple times. And once you finally get a real KO, the game text happens immediately, and it skips the slowdown animation. It's kinda crazy. So you can probably see where I'm going with this. If we try to see Sora's special stamina mode victory animation, but while doing this glitch, the screen will go completely white for a bit, and then just pop back to normal. The background doesn't seem to change any either. But there is a major difference here. You probably haven't noticed it yet, so let me turn up the volume of this clip all the way.
Yeah, outside of stage ambiance, the game is completely silent now.
I'm assuming the special Sora animation causes all sound to stop in order for it to flow better. So when it doesn't end up ending the match, we're left with this. And once you finally end the match for real, oh god, sorry, I forgot to turn it down again. But yeah, the volume will suddenly come back in, and everything will be normal. Next up, MacMan made a very interesting video about a technique called boost rolling. I'll link the video in the description. The main point I wanted to bring up for this video is the idea that forward rolls are actually, in most cases, better than backwards rolls. Backwards rolls have more invincibility compared to forward rolls. However, they also have more end lag. And typically, the forward roll goes farther than the backward roll. The exact numbers of course differ throughout the cast, but overall this seems to be the trend. The extra invincibility of the back roll is nice, but typically for a roll, the more important things are speed and distance gained. Usually a back roll is done to escape a bad situation and gain some ground. So having faster frame data and more ground to escape to is typically just better. So the idea behind this boost rolling technique is to input the opposite direction and shield at a specific timing, to where you automatically do a forward roll from behind, which only really adds an extra frame of necessary inputting, so it's still worth it. Now a downside is that you can't do this straight from a shield, from what I tested, but it still has its uses. Frankly, I didn't even know that there was this much of a difference between forward and back rolls, but this, combined with the technique, made for some pretty interesting information, so I thought I'd talk about it here. So thank you MacMan for letting me cover it. Next, Examine623 comes back to give me another fact, this time regarding Luigi's Final Smash. Just for a quick reference, here's what the knockback of Luigi's Final Smash normally looks like. And it's pretty normal, right? And let's look at the knockback now. It's a little bit higher. This happens because I jumped in front of the poltergust right as it spat out the CPU. Now this is normally easiest done in a slower mode, but based on the account that I'm built different, I just do it in normal speed. Really, I have no idea what's happening here, but the knockback is amplified by a ton. So I wanted to test what happens with items in this scenario. And the items don't seem to get launched in any crazy way, but when they hit me, I get launched crazy far, just like the CPU. If I use a weaker item like the lipstick, we can see that Mario is able to act pretty quickly, but is still getting carried away by some absurd amount of knockback. However, if I do this glitch without the items, it's not like Mario has an increased knockback stored in him, and even if I place a motion sensor bomb and time it to be about on par with the test before, the knockback still isn't abnormal. So it's likely that, for whatever reason, the item itself is dealing some crazy knockback. This is all just beyond me though. And just because I can, I tried to see the extent of the knockback by initiating it all the way over here. And when I did that, I regained control of Mario over halfway across the screen. So half of the training mode stage, that's quite a bit. I like this glitch, it's crazy. Extreme knockback is funny. Lastly for this video, I want to touch up on a few things regarding that silhouette glitch I mentioned in the intro.
First, if the claw in the background targets someone who's in this omnipresent glitch state,
the hitbox of it will remain active constantly. There is not much else to this, I just think it's really crazy and also kind of funny. Next, Tom T gives me a bunch of information regarding this glitch and how it works. First is that while you're in the invisible omnipresent state, you can actually footstool the other character, which results in you teleporting back as a silhouette. So I guess that's a good alternative. A bit awkward to set up, but it's still possible. Next, there's a good chunk of moves that if the glitched character uses, it can further mess things up. One example being Donkey Kong's up special. You'll notice that once it hits Yoshi, he also gets glitched out. This likely happens with most multi-hits, and really any move that causes the non-glitched character to have to be pulled to the glitched character's position. Now the thing is, while DK can move around, Yoshi cannot. So it's like he's glitched within the glitch. And funny enough, if Yoshi then uses down air, another multi-hit move, Donkey Kong also becomes glitched within the glitch, meaning neither of them can move from their spot. I tried a lot of things, but nothing was able to KO them, which means they're both stuck like this until I reset training mode. But if you get just DK KO'd, when he respawns he'll be silhouetted, but his movement is strangely restricted, with him popping in and out of existence. And when I jumped, DK went right back into the glitch state as before. It's crazy. And next, if you do this glitch on Rosalina and Luma, Yoshi will get glitched out on the stage, just like DK before, with his movement restricted on the ledge and him popping in and out of existence. And jumping brings him back to the super glitch stage, yada yada. No idea why that happened specifically with Rosalina and Luma, but man, this glitch is crazy. And lastly for this video, Andres asks what happens when you use the show invincibility option on a glitched character. They're referring to the green or blue glow that appears on characters when they have invincibility or intangibility respectively. If the character is glitched out and they receive a superstar, they're invincible. But no color highlight is showing up. I guess I was kind of expecting something a bit glitchier than that, but I guess this makes sense. Also, just for fun, here's what Steve looks like when he's silhouetted. Yeah. His blocks don't seem to get silhouetted. It's possible they would if you placed them while glitched, but I guess since Steve's out of bounds here, it's past the building grid, thus he can't build. So there you go. First up, HyperSpark269 gives me a very interesting fact regarding assist trophies and grabs. You know how normally when you KO an assist trophy, there's this zoom in effect and they get launched and basically just blow up, akin to a stamina mode KO. Well, this prompt suggests that if you grab the assist trophy during this quick animation period, it'll actually forego the KO. I had a pretty simple setup. I just used a home run bat to get them near KO levels and then a superstar just to keep the process smooth, and I threw into the air and prepared to grab. And when this is done right, yeah, we do save it. The Hammer Bro is back and as good as ever. He's retaining his yellow glow that indicates that he's near death, but everything else is fine. Actually, it's kind of more than fine. Under normal circumstances, the Hammer Bro will only stay out for about 15 seconds. And during this time, small moves such as Lucas's jab or down tilt would successfully flinch him, even if not KOing. But when you save his life, all of a sudden he seems to have this form of super armor, where none of these weaker moves are making him flinch at all. And on top of that, it's been well over 15 seconds and he's still out. I even waited around 10 minutes to see if there was a limit, and at that point I didn't reach it, so who can even say if there is one. You can still KO him though, if you use a strong enough move. When this happens, they just blow up. There's no special animation or slowdown or anything like it. I kept stacking on weaker moves, and at some point the screen started shaking for certain hits, which is normally the indicator that something is taking high knockback. And when I finally did a strong move to KO it, you can see that it ended up taking way more knockback than the prior example. Or at the very least that knockback was faster. So it did seem to store extra damage and acted accordingly. Keep in mind all this stuff would only work with assist trophies that you can KO. And on top of that, you need to be able to grab them in the first place. So ones like the Black Knight won't work. It also didn't seem to work for the Starman either, despite being able to grab him. It looks like there's a slight pause when I attempt to grab after the KO, but I guess due to the cool and unique smash animation that accompanies, he might just be built different. It does work on Waluigi, and the same type of super armor and whatnot gets applied to him. However, he doesn't stick around forever, as once his scheduled finishing blow happens, he just disappears. And I tested Midna just because it was pretty easy, and she worked just like the Hammer Bro with super armor and not despawning and all that. I gotta say, a Midna that doesn't despawn and doesn't flinch to weak moves is actually kinda scary. I mean, only kinda. It doesn't take that much to break that armor and KO her instantly, but you know. And before I forget, no, this would not work on Ditto because it doesn't really work the same way as assist trophies. They have some sort of pseudo stamina system built in, while Ditto actually has to take knockback and hit the blast zone in order to be KO'd.
so grabbing it would just prevent that KO the same as any other character. And yes, it was at this point in the testing that I remembered the mechanic where the person who spawned the assist trophy is able to attack it once it's at very low health. Sorta like a way to steal the KO from the opponent. A noble sacrifice. So you can just grab your own assist that's about to get KO'd and this will accomplish the same exact thing. And the setup is way easier than all that nonsense I was doing before. Anyhow, yeah, that's all the information you should need to test this out for yourself with other assist trophies of interest. So if you find out anything cool, as usual, just tell me down in the comments or in my Twitter DMs. Speaking of which, this next fact was given to me in my Twitter DMs by Lars Depor regarding Greninja's side smash when the game is slowed down. Just for a helpful reference, this is what Greninja's side smash normally looks like. It's just a normal slice, right? And here's what it looks like when I change the speed of training mode to 2/3. It's kinda different, isn't it? While with the normal version there's a clean arc going from the bottom to the top, here there's this weird jagged rise in the middle of the swing, and you can even see the angles in the trail. This also happens with the timer item, so basically just when Greninja is slowed down. Out of curiosity, I wanted to see what it looked like from other angles, and from here it doesn't look glitched or anything. The blade looks fine and the animation seems generally normal. All that's different is the positioning it goes throughout the swing. At first I had the idea that it's because at a normal speed, the main swing arc, the part that gets messed up, happens in just one frame. So I thought that perhaps the animation just couldn't handle being slowed down for whatever reason, but that logic doesn't really make sense to me in general, and it gets even less reasonable when you consider that this happens when you use the F smash when training mode is sped up. So I guess, as is the case for quite a few other things in the game apparently, changing the speed in any way just messes with the move for whatever reason. It's not just slowdown. Man, we really do see that a lot on this channel, don't we? Now, functionally, I don't think this is any different than normal. The damage is identical, and the hitbox looks like it should be different, but I could never really see that come into play. I tested in various types of situations with size change and crouches and ledge grabs and all that, and nothing really made me think that the slowdown F smash was actually different. It's possible there is a slight change, but if there is, it's way too slight for me to practically test, and therefore it probably doesn't mean much. Next up, did you know that the DK on Donkey Kong's tie actually stands for D's nuts? Next, Examine623 tells us a little fact about the blocks on Yoshi's Island. Normally these blocks only take a few seconds to become solid again, after they're spun. But you might notice that this one isn't. That's because the way these blocks apparently work is that they don't stop spinning if someone is near them. Given the fact that the middle block here goes back to normal, it's likely that the distance is about 1 block away. So as long as you stand within a block's distance of the spinning block, it seems it cannot go back to normal. And this doesn't distinguish between who initially spun the block or anything. As long as some player is near it, it'll keep spinning. We can even see this in real time. Look as I stand on the very edge of this invisible threshold, and presumably Mario's bobbing animation goes in and out. We can see the spinning animation change every so often, as it likely keeps getting updated. And if you see the block start to slow down, that means it's becoming solid again. So if you walk back into the threshold during this period, it'll start spinning again. This is one of those things that I feel like I should have known, but I guess it's not very frequent that people just completely stand still for long periods of time right next to a spinning block on this map, so I didn't know about this. And the spinning blocks on Mario Maker do not function like this. They're basically identical to the normal bricks, meaning once it's broken, or spinning, it'll only be fixed once the Holy Hand of God replaces it. Next, Hedgeon gives me an interesting fact regarding Sonic's up special animation. You know how with King Dedede, if you cancel his up special really close to the floor, he'll do this goofy flop animation and the end lag would be way longer. Apparently Sonic has something similar. If you land with his up special very soon after its peak, he'll do this animation. In terms of appearance, this isn't actually different from his normal landing animation. He still does that same superhero pose and whatnot. But in here, it's actually twice as long. Considering that, you might think, well hey, it's gotta have some extra end lag, right? Just like King Dedede's unique animation. Well actually, it seems to be the contrary. Upon normally landing, it takes around 12 or so frames before the shield comes out. But here, it's at 4 frames, way quicker. So in that case, it seems like it's actually better to land Sonic's up special close to its peak, counter to King Dedede. The timing seems to be based around how many somersaults Sonic has done. I believe if you land sometime before the first somersault is fully done, then this longer and apparently safer animation will take place. Whereas if he starts doing his second spin around, it'll be a shorter yet less safe animation. Also, air dodging before you land will remove the faster, unique animation, and instead you'll just do the normal animation. So that's pretty cool. Next, Valerio B36 gives me a nice list of information regarding characters in Sephiroth's Final Smash. Have you ever noticed that sometimes at the beginning of Sephiroth's Final Smash, everyone is looking straight at Sephiroth, but there's always just some characters who never follow suit. They're always looking to the left side or something. Well, Valerio has given us a list of characters who do this. That list being Marth, Lucina, Roy, but not Chrom, he's fine, Toon Link, Rosalina, Bayonetta, and Sephiroth himself. Also, it was here that I realized that the CPU AI will actually get confused by the reverse controls effect and be unable to recover, which I thought was actually kind of funny. Anyway, I gotta say, it's really weird why they don't look forward. I mean, looking into the Z-axis isn't normal for any character, barring any glitches, so they clearly did something to make the majority of the cast look towards Sephiroth. It's especially baffling how inconsistent this fault is. What without Roy looks nowhere near towards Sephiroth, yet Chrom mostly does. I mean, his back isn't turned to the camera like most other characters, but at least his gaze goes to the direction of Sephiroth? I don't know. And in these faulty characters, they always face left for some reason, no matter which way they were facing beforehand. I don't know, I got no theories as to why it happens, but it always stuck out like a sore thumb, and it always, well, it looks pretty funny actually, so. Like there's this giant all-powerful godlike thing readying up an attack and Marth's just looking off to the side like, oh, I forgot to marinate tonight's chicken, or something, I don't know. Next, I thought about this a while ago, but in Palutena's guidance about Dark Pit, Viridi mentions how the lightning chariot is under her control, even though new to this game. Lightning chariot! Yeah, looks kinda under Pit's control now, huh? I don't know, I just thought that's kinda funny. I'm pretty sure these lines are identical to Smash 4, where Pit's Final Smash was just the 3 sacred treasures, but you know. Also, apparently you cannot activate Palutena's guidance when a Smash Ball was on the field, which I didn't know before. And if you activate one while dialogue is happening, it'll just suddenly stop. So I guess keep that in mind. Lastly for this video, Examine623 returns to give me a few tweets regarding damage boosting in certain attacks. If you give Yoshi any spirits that boost his damage capabilities, you might notice that when you use Egg Lay, the opponent breaks out way quicker than they normally would. And if you give Yoshi the customized +3 power thing, they'll break out almost instantly. This is weird, because Egg Lay is one of those moves where the higher the percent of the opponent, the longer they stay trapped for. So you'd think that if you were stronger and therefore dealt more damage, it would therefore last at least a little longer than normal, and yet here we see the exact opposite. Also on the flip side, I found that if you use Egg Lay when your damage output is lower, they actually stay trapped for slightly longer than normal. Again, the opposite of what I would have thought. This isn't the only time increasing damage output makes things weird. If you use Falco's down throw when you're way stronger than normal, it'll actually kind of fail. There'll be this weird grab release before the move is fully finished. Granted, this actually kind of works in the move's favor as it technically opens up some more combos. But this is weird on a whole other level because I didn't even know that Falco's down throw was something that could be interrupted like this. I tried a couple other throws that I thought were kinda similar, but nothing ever got cancelled. So if anyone figures out more about this, as usual, leave a comment down below. Today's main video prompt was once again brought to my attention on Twitter by Examine623 regarding Wrecking Crew and Spirit battles. First, you're going to want to find a Spirit battle that takes place on normal Wrecking Crew, which is easier said than done for someone like me with a terrible Spirits collection, given that none of the DLC take place on the stage. But luckily I had a lot of Spirit board shuffles, so I managed to find a few. What you want to do is just keep on destroying layers without letting the match end. And after only a few minutes of doing this, you'll find that you're left with nothing. The layers stop spawning and we get to see the Baron Wrecking Crew for probably the first time ever, at least for me. It's a pretty cool sight, honestly. It's like one of those cheesy liminal space photos or whatever. I'm not entirely sure why there's a limit for this specifically in Spirit battles, but it doesn't take long at all to reach this limit. I only counted around 20 layers total. Because of that, I sort of assume it's intentional by design, or at the very least, I feel like they wouldn't have not noticed this, but it's hard to say since I don't know why they did it. But this probably sparks one big question in your head. What about a normal match? Thus begins the game of Wrecking Crew.
My general pace was about 20 or so layers a minute, or rather 100 every 5 minutes or so. It's hard to gauge given how layers aren't always even, but I felt that was a fair average. So here's me after 50 minutes, which is when I would reach about 1000 layers destroyed. And yeah, nothing's changing. But I needed to push a little bit further. So here's me after 2 hours. Well over 2000 layers, probably close to 2500, and it was at this point I began experiencing a form of brain rot, so I just decided to call it there. It didn't seem like I was going to be reaching any limits anytime soon. It got to the point where I started recognizing half of the layer formations, and I took that as a sign that it was just going to loop infinitely. So, just as we may never know how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, the world may never know if there's truly a limit to Wrecking Crew on a normal match. Or I guess people could just look into the code or something and find out that way. I mean, they're kind of good at that, so, you know. I did learn a few neat things about this stage during all this testing, like how this wall pattern only takes one explosion to break, and this one 2, and this one 3. Or what happens if you get stuck between 2 barrels? Nothing much, but it's kind of funny. And there was a time where the clouds in the background suddenly reset position rather than looping smoothly, though I forgot to hit record for that, so you just have to take my word on it. It happened about an hour in or so. Also, here's what the parts of the stage that are normally out of the camera look like. The new layers just spawn in a single frame. So there you go, I tested it so you don't have to, unless, you know, you feel like one-upping me and going for 5,000 layers. Or 10,000, I mean, it's your time. Monkey Man asks what happens if Yoshi has a spirit that gives him an extra jump. The idea behind this question is in regards to Yoshi's flutter jump. It's unique in a few ways, one of which being that it's practically his only form of recovery. But because of that, it has some armor to it, meaning it can tank weaker hits without taking knockback or flinching. While the lack of a proper recovery can hurt, this armor is actually insanely useful. So when Yoshi has a spirit that grants him an extra jump, what happens? Well, visually the jump is identical to his normal flutter jump. And with the spirit set, the first flutter jump still has armor, but on top of this, his second flutter jump also has armor. This is actually an insanely good set then, since it covers a lot of the potential mobility and recovery issues while essentially doubling his escape tool. I mean, spirits in general are kind of broken, so seeing Bonker's application like this isn't exactly riveting, but it's at least a more unique form of being powerful, which I think is interesting. Anyhow, I didn't even know how it'd handle some multi-jumps, so I was curious to see that. Kirby's normally got 5 mid-air jumps, but with the extra jump spirit, it gets increased to 6, which makes perfect sense. And you can tell exactly where that extra jump is placed based on the animations. With Kirby, you can tell when he's reaching his mid-air jump limit because each subsequent jump has him be less and less puffy. With the extra jump spirit, this small tipped over animation gets duplicated at the end. So we can just see that they reuse the final animation for that extra jump. Which I guess isn't really surprising anyone, but I was just curious, you know. Also yes, the smoke animation that plays when you're out of jumps is kept accurate here, not happening after your normal mid-air jump, but happening after your extra jump, when, you know, you are out of jumps, so good on them. Anyhow, moving on, I actually just randomly had a thought, but I was curious about what happened if 2 sources of that reverse controls effect stacked. Initially, this was thought up because of Sephiroth's Final Smash, since one of its potential effects is reverse controls, but then I realized that this effect causes a mushroom to appear on your head, meaning it's basically the same as the Ramblin' Navel Mushroom. Meaning not only is the wiki wrong about the item being the only source of this effect now, but it also means that I won't be able to stack it. Luckily for us, one of Ashley's Brap Cloud effects is temporary reverse controls, so we can just use this. The effect is kinda weird, I feel. It barely lasts any time and is kinda wonky in how it reverses your controls, but it should still be good enough. And sure enough, once I get the perfect RNG and setup, there's a very small moment where my input actually brings me into the proper direction, despite having the mushroom on my head. This means Ashley's reverse controls effect came into play, and was multiplied with the mushrooms, and therefore they cancelled out, 2 negatives making a positive. Anyhow, speaking of Samus, I mean, okay, I didn't actually say anything about her, but she was used in the footage. Anyways, Brody Leffler gives me a fact regarding Samus and Dark Samus's final smashes. If you look at Samus's final smash, you might notice that her jetpack is going a bit crazy, with large, intense flames and whatnot. It's very easy to chalk this up as just some visual flair, you know, her backing some weight behind her blast. But in actuality, these jetpack flames are a hitbox. They do very little damage and only really flinch, but they're a hitbox nonetheless. This is funny because Dark Samus is lacking any jet package, and is thus lacking the hitbox, or any back hitbox of any sort outside of the final hit. As far as I can tell, the normal damage and knockback behind these two final smashes are identical, so outside of visuals, this is the sole difference between these two moves. And I think that's just crazy, but also really funny. Like, Samus just has that small edge over Dark Samus because of something so minuscule. Actually, on second thought, that could be argued, because the jetpack hitbox will likely knock people away. So if they somehow hit it in just that, it'll kinda protect them from being dragged into the main beam, whereas Dark Samus, without that, will have no problems there. And the extra percent doesn't really come into play in the long run either, so I'll just let you guys decide the meta behind that distinction. Speaking of stuff, GamerDude535 gives me a fun little tidbit regarding Hero's Kazap while being stuck in a black hole. It's pretty simple really, if you use Kazap in a black hole, the lightning will just hit you instead. Basically, projectiles caught in the black hole will get sucked up into the center and disappear. And I guess the property of the projectile gets changed to whoever threw the black hole when this happens. Which means a lot of projectiles are probably going to spiral back around and hit you. So if anything, it's kind of like a weird makeshift reflector. But not really, but kinda? I imagine this will be new information for at least a few people, so I figured it was worth mentioning. But the primary reason why I even brought it up was to shamelessly segue into another random thought I had. I was curious. What was stronger, the item gravitation spirit or the black hole? And as it turns out, the black hole wins. Pretty strongly, too. You can see the green shell trying to fight back, but it is not getting out anytime soon. And I'm using a set with 3 item gravitational spirit effects. So once again in nature, the black hole reigns supreme. But the primary reason why I even brought this up was to shamelessly segue into this fact by Amakobra, regarding item gravitation spirits and Sheik's grenade. That is, if anyone has an item gravitation spirit equipped, Sheik's grenade will just fail. If you let go instantly, nothing will happen. And if you hold it for a while, it'll go flying across the stage. And it doesn't matter where you are in relation to the person with the spirit, it's just gonna fail. The only time where it doesn't fail is when the person with the spirit gets KO'd. It works properly in that very small period where they're gone, but not yet respawned. Outside of that, it's basically useless. And when I say it doesn't matter where you are in relation to the person with the spirit, I really mean that. From opposite sides of the training mode stage, Sheik's bomb still does not work. It just flies away haphazardly. And let me remind you that this is well outside of the normal item gravitation range. In fact, the item gravitation effect isn't really even doing anything. If there's enough flat terrain, we can see that the grenade slide just suddenly stops, rather than fully being pulled across. So this means that the item gravitation isn't even like latching onto it. For whatever reason, it just doesn't work. And this is only with a single spirit attached, mind you, meaning the effect in general just completely ruins the move. And this also applies to when Sheik herself has it, and is actually even worse here considering that the grace period of the enemy being KO'd can't really apply. Granted, because it always sorta interrupts the attack, you always have fairly easy access to the grenade item. So if you're trying to do combos with this item, or whatever you kids are doing nowadays, this can help, I guess. Next up, Daniel R gives me a fact regarding Inkling's roller and size change. Inkling's ink roller usually has a limit of about 7 training mode stage square unit things. Once you exceed that, the previous parts disappear long before they normally should. This includes inking over an already covered area. And this is just generally about the total space covered, it's not just one streak. So having multiple different ink spots can still only add up to around 7 squares. However, if you make the inkling bigger, this gets increased by a lot. It's now over 35 squares of distance. And the thing is, this is a minimum. You see, by this point I run out of ink, and there's just not enough time for me to cancel the move, charge up more ink, and keep going before the rest of the trail starts to naturally fade away. So in a realistic sense, you're not limited by how much ink you can place down at a time, but rather by how much ink you can hold at a time. And from my testing, items and spirits that increase speed do not seem to affect the roller. So unless there are exceptions to that, this can't really work. Unless someone mods the game to give Inkling infinite ink storage, I won't be able to tell you the true limit of this. And let me tell you, modding a Switch is kinda scary, and I only have one Switch, so I kinda don't want to do that. But basically, yeah, you can cover way more area by just being bigger. And it's really weird because the Super Mushroom doesn't even double the character's size, and yet this increase in ink coverage is over 5 times greater. This leads me to believe something way weirder is happening. Another reason why I believe that is based on what happens when Inkling becomes smaller. You'd probably expect that the coverage distance becomes shorter too, but here we can see that the actual ink limit is a little bit larger than normal.
It has its limits, but it's almost 8 squares of distance, compared to the normal 7 square limit. So why would Inkling becoming smaller increase this? I recognize that with size change comes a change in speed for some of these moves, like Inkling moves faster when they're smaller and slower when they're larger, but this is to make them travel around the same distance as their normal size. So wouldn't the ink coverage also be the same as normal? If anyone's got any theories or answers, leave them down below, I am very interested. Speaking of Inkling, lastly for today's video, Dark Red Doom gives me a little fact regarding characters holding B while shielding. When you're shielding, you can tilt your control stick to angle the shield, which can be nice to avoid shield pokes when it's small, but when you do this, you run the risk of accidentally inputting a roll or a spot dodge if you're too quick with the control stick input. There are 2 ways to circumvent this. Either you hold 2 different shield buttons at once if you have multiple mapped, which lets you angle your shield with 0 risk of rolling or anything, or you can simply hold down the special button while shielding, which does the same thing. But there are some exceptions to this. Inkling is an obvious one because holding down a special input while shielding just has them enter their ink refill animation. So they can't really make use of that technique and have to rely on having 2 shield buttons mapped if they want to do that. And another exception is Snake, for some reason. Holding B while in shield does not make him enter any specific animation or anything, yet it just doesn't work with this technique like with basically everyone else. If I had to venture a guess, it might have to do with how his grenade input works, and how you can hold a grenade but shield to let go of it or something. That's just kind of me grasping at straws though, I don't really know why that'd carry over when there's no grenade at play. But that's just a funny little character mechanic you might not have known about. Hey there, it's PK Beats. Y'all remember that video where I went over that one fact where you can make Palutena walk faster than she can run? I mean, you might not remember it since I uploaded that video like almost 3 years ago. Okay, so here's a reminder. If you load up Palutena with movement increasing spirits, and then give both of them the bunny hood, her walk will actually outpace her run. And it's not even close. The one thing I didn't really specify in that video was how, with the bunny hood on, Palutena's run speed is the same as when she doesn't have the bunny hood on, under these effects. So perhaps we can assume that it's less of a scaling issue with the walk and run, and more so that, for whatever reason, the bunny hood doesn't properly work with Palutena's dash specifically. Either way, I'll get into that more with a new little development that made me want to revisit this topic in the first place. Examine623 comes back once again to give me some really interesting information, now with Samus and Dark Samus. Just as a reminder, Dark Samus is Samus's Echo Fighter, and is essentially identical in all important data for this test, such as weight, walk, and run speed. Let's give Samus and Dark Samus the Spirit Set and the Bunny Hood. The runs are the same speed, which makes sense. Dark Samus seems to take a little bit longer to get going, but afterwards they go at the same pace. But when they walk, you'll see that Dark Samus is, indeed, very slightly faster than Samus now. This is even more interesting than the Palutena fact because we're dealing with numbers that should be identical, and yet now they aren't. It's also pretty different in a few areas. For one, the bunny hood seems to affect run speed just fine for Dark Samus. When you wear it, you run faster than the Dark Samus not wearing it, so on. Unlike Palutena, whose dash seems to have no effect from the bunny hood. So it's not really like floating when running causes an issue like I had initially thought. So you might think maybe it's the difference between having a floating dash and a walking walk. But when I tested Meta Knight and Sephiroth, they were both just fine. Especially Meta Knight, whose run speed is extremely close to Palutena's. So it definitely feels like Palutena is just a special case for whatever reason. Also, can we appreciate what Sephiroth looks like when he walks really fast? After my testing, I've decided to label Palutena as a special case for now, as anyone with a grounded walk and floating dash doesn't echo her issues, and no one really shares her running speed, so we can't test that either. So let's go back to Dark Samus and Samus. What about their difference? Like I said, their walk and run speeds are identical, so why would Dark Samus get that edge over? I figured I'd test other characters who have identical walk speeds, and I found a really good combination. Mewtwo and Young Link. Both marked down as having a walk speed of 1.26, and while Young Link stays grounded, Mewtwo floats. This is a pretty good way to pseudo-replicate the test. But when I put the bunny hoods on, now Young Link's walk is way faster than Mewtwo's. Again, the opposite of what I expected. This is similar to the Palutena case where her walk was faster than her run, aka the grounded animation was faster than the floating animation. But because this is still reverse of what happens with Samus and Dark Samus, I'm not entirely sure what factor is coming into play. So I tested around with other characters whose walking speeds are identical.
All the Echo Fighters whose walk speeds are normally the same stayed the same under these conditions. Those include Martha and Lucina, Pit and Dark Pit, Roy and Chrom, Peach and Daisy, and Simon and Richter. But then I tested other characters who weren't too similar, but still had identical walking speeds. For Pikachu and Pichu, Pichu's walking speed ended up becoming faster in the end. It's very subtle, but it is there. For Corn and Chrom, Chrom ends up being very slightly faster. And with Cloud and Shulk, Cloud ends up being faster by quite a lot, and so on and so forth. With all of these examples, I can't really pinpoint a common thread.
So I guess the only thing I can really assume is that characters have some unique inner factor that can change how certain stats scale, which seems to be the case for quite a few characters. Speaking of updating things in a future video, last video I talked about how Inkling's ink roller coverage goes up exponentially when you become bigger for whatever reason, to the point where I ran out of ink before reaching the limit. Well, HellenPlayM on Twitter showed me footage of a modded version of the game, where Inkling does not run out of ink. In here they managed to get a total of 55 units of coverage before the ink starts disappearing. Though the thing is, the ink still disappears after its 5-second time limit, so because of that we still don't really know if there is a specific coverage limit, but this at least shows us that it is practically infinite outside of its timer, which I still think is very interesting. Next, Generic Submitter gives me a little fact about the sandbag and a few items. The prompt specifically points out the fairy bottle and the Unira as being items that don't interact with the sandbag. It's pretty interesting. I figured it's perhaps because these items require some sort of player detection or something. This is backed up when you hit someone with a fairy bottle when the sandbag is close by, as now the sandbag takes damage, though this isn't the case with the Unira, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on. And actually, I tested every other item and found a few other examples. The Hothead also doesn't interact with the sandbag at all, for whatever reason. Also, the wind from the Gust Bellows does not push the sandbag, despite the sandbag not being immune to wind boxes, though the items still interact with it when thrown. Also, the motion sensor bomb does not detect the sandbag, even when it's, moving. However, the explosion will still affect it. And for a few other notes, the Beehive will activate on the sandbag, but then the bees will target an opponent player. The Kuko works the same way. Also, the Beast Ball can hit the sandbag, but doing so will not trigger a second combo hit, as it normally does. And there are the other items that don't affect it that sort of make sense, like the Super Launch Star, or the Beetle, or of course any transformation items and the likes. Next, Joshua Juarez gives me a fact about Steve's anvil on his stage with scales. That is to say, here in this perfectly balanced scenario, if I have Steve spawn in an anvil, the scales get tipped in the complete opposite direction. Now, are we in a bizarre world where anvils weigh negatively? Well, in reality, it just seems that the anvil's weight is either non-existent or just isn't considered, though I'd personally bet on the former, and anyone standing on it has their weight ignored too. The same thing happens with TNT too, and with items like the Rolling Crate. I'm not very surprised that these items don't really have a built-in weight system, but it is a tad bit disappointing. And just to cover some thoughts I had, when Kirby swallows a character and gets on the scale, he does not weigh more. And when Wario gets a full gas tank, he does not weigh more than the Wario who's running empty. These things make sense to me, but I figured someone out there would have wanted to know. Also, I kinda can't remember if I did those tests before on this channel. It's starting to get to that point where it's hard to remember. Anyhow, next, Examiny623 returns once again to give me a visual glitch on the Paper Mario stage. That is, if you go to the final transition of the Paper Mario stage, and you switch the training mode time to be 1/4 once the stage starts transitioning back to the start, things will look normal for a while. But after a few seconds of being back in the first area, the blue sky will turn into the very classic Smash Ultimate white void. I always love seeing glitches do this, it's super buggy. Though the effect goes away once you transition to a new area again, or when you reset training mode. Also, I tried the same procedure with all the other transitions and nothing else worked. And I tried to do this with a training mode time at 1/2 instead of 1/4, and this also didn't seem to work. I guess for whatever reason, when the stage is going this incredibly slowly, the transition from the Bowser Castle area into the starting area causes some of the background elements to glitch out. Also, when testing with the Custom Smash Slow option, the glitch does not work, as this option halves the game's speed, which we just saw wasn't quite slow enough to work. And of course, the timer will not do anything, as that just affects players, not the stage. Speaking of players, Watermelonly gives me a fun little tidbit about Bowser Jr.'s clown car. Simply put, if you use the camera to look inside of Bowser Jr.'s clown cart,
You can see some little controls in the front. I think it's actually kind of a cute detail. Not that he ever ends up using any of these controls as far as I know. And this is of course true for all of the Koopalings. Plain_Toon had made a video that very eloquently shows a certain thing about Mewtwo. In this situation you see here, every single character in the game will be able to hit Sephiroth with their ledge get up attack. That is, everyone except for Mewtwo. This isn't even just for Sephiroth, this is actually the case for quite a few characters if they're standing on the edge and are just somewhat skinny. The validity of this does vary depending on idle animations and whatnot, so it's not super terrible, but still. At surface level, this seems like just a goofy, stupid little downside to Mewtwo, but I feel like it has some meaning, maybe? Like, rolling to the edge to punish an opponent's get-up option isn't a bad idea, but normally that puts people in range of a get-up attack, right? But if you can completely avoid it here, that means standing here is actually a pretty good strategy for a lot of characters. Of course, Mewtwo could just do a ledge release into an aerial or something, but that still limits their options, making it easier to read what they do. Maybe I'm looking a bit too much into it, but perhaps not. Either way, I still think it's pretty funny how poor old Mewtwo gets singled out here out of the entire roster. I feel like he's the butt end of a lot of unfortunately designed elements. Oh well. And lastly for today's video, 32-bit gaming gives me a fact about using a final smash on the secondary ice climber. Very simply, if someone activates a final smash on the secondary ice climber, and then the primary ice climber gets KO'd, the secondary one will of course disappear, and the person will be using a final smash on no one. It is kind of funny, though it's not very game breaking or anything. Though you might be wondering, what about cutscene final smashes? That could be game breaking. Well, as it turns out, these final smashes can't activate on a secondary ice climber. It just won't work. Thus circumventing this issue, which is probably what they had in mind when doing this. This was the case for the cutscene final smashes that I tested, though if you end up finding any exceptions, please let me know. Starting off, our beloved Examine623 has informed me of a method in which you could hypothetically make sudden death last forever. Now, I've already made a whole video about this topic, and in that video I showed a true way to make sudden death last forever, but it also requires the use of some specific type of custom stage. Now this method works anywhere. Basically all you gotta do is go into sudden death, go into the camera action, and hold down L, the frame by frame option. And that's it. Yeah, when you do this, the game technically continues, but the fire does not. And thus the stages of sudden death do not continue. And because of this, the bob-bombs don't fall, and you can stay like this forever. You can further prove that the fire hasn't moved by just moving around. The blast zones haven't shrunk any. If you unpause and let the fire move in further, then pause again, you can run into the shrunken blast zones while in frame by frame. Now if you go into frame by frame when the fire has stopped moving inwards, eventually the bob-bombs will spawn in and end things. Unfortunately, as some of you might be hoping, like I did, these replays can't be saved, and thus played in real time. The moment you make use of the frame by frame option, the match becomes unsavable, which is a shame. Also unfortunately, anything that happens within sudden death doesn't seem to be recorded in the victory screen data section, so we can't really see anything there either. I think it's pretty interesting how frame by frame stops the motions of sudden death. It properly moves most of the match's factors, like stage obstacles and whatnot, and it'll even properly move the in-game timer forward. Here I pause with 55 seconds left, and after using frame by frame there's only 48 seconds left. So yeah, I mean that's another way to keep sudden death going forever. Not quite as efficient as my last time covering this topic, but it's still something. Speaking of past videos, I once posed the question if you could save a character who is drowning. The conclusion, unfortunately, was that there was no way to do so, as once a character is in this drowning position, they are intangible, both to you and the ground, and are thus destined to fall to Davy Jones' locker. However, Examine623 returns once again to tell me about a method in which one could, very temporarily, save one of those drowning characters. Basically, if you use a windbox on the drowning character a few frames before they officially enter that drowning animation, the windbox will actually be able to move the character. However, they'll still enter the drowning animation. Yeah, when I said temporary, I meant it. They'll be whisked away into the sky and just keep falling, like before. So this is less saving them and more of something like what Link did to Mikau in Majora's Mask. You can bring them back to the surface, but they're still gonna die. Also, yes, you can do this in real time. The timing is a bit precise, but you can get used to it. Otherwise, even though Mario's been risen to the air, he's still drowning, meaning he's basically ethereal. Other windboxes won't do anything, and neither will items or anything like that.
Size changing items can affect him, but you know, they hardly help him stop drowning. Speaking of water, for the third time in a row, Examine623 has a submission regarding how one could stay underwater indefinitely. You want to go to Great Bay for this. Basically have someone stand on the edge of this rock here, the very edge of it, position Greninja around here, jump out of the water and immediately input up special, angling it downwards and to the left. And when you're underwater, move your momentum to the right in order to stay under the rock, and you'll be stuck there. Rather than eventually drowning or anything, you'll stay in this swimming upward animation. So yes, technically, you're underwater forever. As long as neither you nor the person on the rock move very much. Of course, if the person on the rock moves even a tiny bit, you'll pop right up. I tried other characters for the position of the rock and they all worked, though the larger characters seemed to be a little bit more lenient. I actually managed to get another character under the rock like this, that being Pikachu, with the use of Quick Attack. So really all that matters is that you managed to get a character under this specific spot somehow, which I'm sure some other characters can do. As far as I would know, Great Bay is the only place you can do this, as other stages with water have workarounds preventing this, like the spike hitbox on the pirate ship, even if you manage to get directly below it. Or like how there's just nothing to go below in Tortimer Island. Basically, normally there's an invisible wall connecting the bottom of floating things that works properly. But I guess the fact that you can apply weight to the rock here in Great Bay, and thus tilt it, messes up the positioning of that invisible wall, giving you a spot to go under, which is pretty cool. Also, testing all of this, I remembered that if you use Kirby's stone in the water, he'll quite literally sink like a rock. It's not possible to cancel the momentum because the moment you enter the water, the rock ability goes away, meaning there's nothing to cancel. You just gotta hope the body of water is deep enough to survive. This next section was actually prompted from a post by P-Jiggles on Twitter, which he gave me permission to cover today, so thanks to him. Basically, here's the gist. If you put on the Barra outfit, which is a DLC costume for Mii Gunner, and then swap over to the headgear option and then quickly swap between them, your game will eventually crash. Yes, this is a really specific setup, but it seems somewhat consistent. The thing is, I wish I could have tested it out myself, but whenever I tried to do this, it didn't work. So knowing that, I tried to figure out the discrepancy between me and P-Jiggles. And my initial thought was that I just had far fewer headgear than he did. So I asked some of my patrons to give me some more data. When Scully tested it out, he crashed his game just fine. And he seemed to have quite a bit more headgear than me. However, when Sylveon700 tried, they did not crash, just like me. To me, this more or less confirmed that the quantity of headgear played a part in this insane game crash setup. I was curious if I could get the concrete numbers, so I asked everyone to tally up the amount of headgear they had. I had 74, and Sylveon700 had 80. Whereas P-Jiggles had all 124 available, and Scully had 101. So I figured that the threshold for this to work had to be between 101 and 80. Luckily, the amount of purchasable costumes that were available for me exceeded 30, which meant I could technically be able to test out the exact number in which this glitch started working for me. Of course, I would have rather not had to pay for all these costumes that I'm probably not going to ever use, but hey, it's better than playing World of Light. And if it's for the sake of science, then I'd say it's worth it. So I'd buy a costume, one at a time, test the glitch a bunch of times to see if it worked, and if it didn't, I'd go buy a new costume, continued until it finally did work. And after a while of doing this, it happened. My game crashed with the same setup that the others were using, which means this glitch started working for me once my total headgear count was 90. Now, of course, there's not enough information to confirm that 90 headgear is the exact threshold for this glitch to happen. For things like crashes caused by having too much of something, like data, there's no telling how other factors come in. Like whether or not the outfits provide anything to this, or the number of Miis you have, or the storage on your Switch, you know? But also, something weird happened. After my second time of crashing the game like this, the glitch just stopped working. I kept doing the same setup exactly like I did before, and yet no crashes. And this kept going on for many attempts. So eventually I went to buy another costume just to see if that helped. And with this, it didn't work the first few attempts either, until it just suddenly crashed again. That is to say, I still don't really know what's going on with the fundamentals of this glitch. So these inconsistencies could also skew my 90 headgear number from before. But since I can't exactly unpurchase them, it'll be hard for me to more thoroughly test that. So for now, I'll just stick to the 90 headgear number being the threshold for this glitch. I mean, I even decided to buy 9 more DLC costumes to bring my headgear total to 100, And even after doing this, the glitch didn't work all the time. So as much as I want to test this glitch out with other outfit options, given this inconsistency in how it works, I would have to not only test out every single outfit, but test them multiple times, just in case. And as much as I'd love to do that, I've already spent enough time and money on this and I got things to do. Speaking of interesting, Neil gave me a submission regarding Kirby's hammer and jump height spirits. Basically, if you give Kirby jump spirits and have him pull out his hammer, when he jumps, his jump height will be the same as normal, even though it should be way higher. The speed in which he jumps and falls doesn't feel identical to the spiritless Kirby, so it seems there's some sort of effect, but ultimately the jump height is the same. Don't be fooled though, he still has the spirit on, so his horizontal movement will still be affected, which can be jarring. This is really weird because when you equip the bunny hood, the boosted jump height of that works just fine. And the effect the Metal Box has and whatnot will also work and all of that. So it's weird that the jump spirit specifically does not affect this move. I decided to test out the other similar move to this, that being King Dedede's down special, and as I thought, the same thing happens here. The jump spirits don't really work, the horizontal movement is still boosted, and other items like the bunny hood and the Metal Box still work. So it's kinda good to know. Next, All-Star Silver gives me a fun little prompt regarding Bayonetta and the spirit board. Basically, if you find a spirit who's being hosted by Bayonetta, which took me longer to find than I would like to admit, beat her up. In this part where you have to shoot her to get the spirit, with a successful hit, you'll actually see a rose appear on her, which is a really nice touch and is really easy to miss. Let me remind you that roses and stuff do not normally appear upon a successful hit, so I think that's pretty neat. Next, Joey gives me an interesting fact regarding the ice climbers when Nana is the leader. Normally, when Popo is the leader, aka the standard ice climbers, when they take knockback, they have a few potential options for what kind of knockback voice clip they'll use. But what matters to us today is that they make some sort of noise when they take knockback, usually. They can be silent, but most of the time they make some sort of sound, right? But for some reason, when Nana is in the leader position, when you take knockback, they're always silent. Which is actually kind of nice. But anyways, I have no idea why this happens, but this has apparently been the case for, well, probably as long as the game has been out. Yet I don't think I've ever heard anyone mention this until now. Like a lot of things on this channel, it's kind of crazy that they didn't fix it, but whatever. Maybe this just adds strategy to which ice climber alt you choose. Speaking of ice climbers, lastly for today's video, Burbo in my Discord showed me something about them when they enter Hannonbow. That is, in their entrance animation, the secondary ice climber will temporarily be pushed behind the Hannonbow leaves, before popping right back to normal. And yeah. Actually, you know, that's kind of a short prompt to end the video on. So let me go back to the Ice Climbers wiki real quick. Okay, here's something. Apparently in Sora's reveal trailer, the ice climbers we see here are actually both Popo. The main differentiating factor between Popo and Nana is, clearly, their hair. Or at least their bangs. But at this part of the trailer, we can see that both of the ice climbers have Popo's mini spiked bangs, and neither of them have Nana's 2 spiked bangs. It's a bit faint, but I definitely see it, and I just find that to be absolutely hysterical. To start off, Examinee623 told me a funny little fact about Fox's rapid jab animation. Normally, for the final hit of Fox's rapid jab, his foot goes upwards diagonally, which not only looks, you know, natural, but also lines up just fine with the effects of the attack. And this is true for either direction you face. However, when you use the attack by the ledge, you notice that Fox's leg gets broken, and faces downwards away from the attack effect. More specifically, his foot gets broken. Again, this happens regardless of which side you're facing. A great way to see this difference is if you position yourself by the ledge at just the right distance. For some of the attack, you won't be over the ledge, so the leg will look nice and fine, until suddenly the gravity of the offstage just shatters Fox's ankles, until he brings it back onto stage and it heals. Using the good old turn on invincibility visualizer and use a superstar trick, we can see how Fox's hurtbox changes too. For both the normal and ledge variant, the green, which indicates Fox's hurtbox, is properly on his leg. And since his leg is lower than it normally is, this means his hurtbox is too. And as for the hitbox of the attack itself, apparently that's rigged onto the knee bone, which you can see here, which is again attached to his leg, meaning since the leg is a bit lower than usual, that would imply that the attack itself also goes a little bit lower. I'm still not entirely sure why this happens. It's kind of a unique circumstance that I didn't notice with other rapid jabs, but that's pretty neat. Next, Wade asks what happens to a counter and whatnot when used as Shadow freezes the player. I found this one kinda interesting since, for Shadow's freeze frame, attack moves like Marth's Nair, or items like the Fire Flower, lose their hitbox. But things like shielding actually do continue to work, as does parrying, so I could see counters going either way. And as it turns out, counters do still work. Hitting a frozen counter will trigger it, though of course it won't actually attack until unfrozen. After the counter is triggered, the opponent will remain intangible though, which makes sense since a counter normally has intangibility frames after its activation anyways. So that's that, though I did think of a few things after seeing this. For one, yes, that does mean you can counter the counter, since the extra time you get actually lets you set that up. So if someone tries to counter while frozen, that can be a strategy, I suppose. Though it doesn't always work. If the move is strong enough, like with the home run bat, then I guess the hit lag is longer, meaning Marth experiences intangibility for longer and your own counter won't hit. Which I guess adds some niche onto this. Niche. And otherwise, I was just curious about what other characters did. For Game & Watch, his bucket will still be active while frozen. This includes both the reflective properties as well as the absorption properties, which will properly absorb up to 3 levels as usual. And speaking of absorption, PSI Magnet also works just fine, which interestingly has its animation go back to normal speeds once Ness himself gets frozen, even though the effects were slowed down before. Next, using Pocket does indeed work, similar to the counter. It'll pocket whatever first hits it just fine, which makes this a particularly good strategy since you're also left intangible when using Pocket, even if you don't absorb anything. And as for other counters, Incineroar's counter does get pulled off and he does get rage accordingly, as normal. For Shulk, again the counter does get pulled off, but interestingly, you'll also get slowed down after triggering it. And the slowdown lasts as long as it normally would have, despite the fact that the counter itself can't actually start until Shulk is unfrozen. And once he does finally get unfrozen, there's no extra slowdown. And for Sora's counter, triggering it will show off the effect that normally plays when it gets triggered, but not only do you not get stunned like normal, but Sora just doesn't follow up with the counter afterwards, making this a bit more of a unique case. Next, Examinee623 brings up a fun fact regarding the barrel's destruction animation. That being, the destruction animation of a barrel shows a lot of planks of wood with a really large Smash Ball symbol on it, despite the fact that the Smash Ball symbol on the barrel is actually tiny. But it is big on the crate. Yeah, basically they just reuse the destruction animation of the crate for the barrel, even though there are subtle differences between the two. Never noticed it before, but it's a funny little detail. Speaking of funny little details, Bot29996700 on Twitter made a post showing off a cool Easter egg regarding the Guile Assist Trophy. Normally Guile only really does 2 moves, Sonic Boom if the opponent is far away, and Flash Kick if they're in range. But what if I told you there's a small chance that Guile will misinput that Flash Kick? Well, we can actually see him do that right here. You see him jump into the air and use what looks like a neutral air, right? Yeah, we believe that to be a misinput. I'll start with the explanation of why they'd even implement that. As in, I'll echo the explanation I was told, as I am not familiar with these types of games. Basically, the input for Flash Kick comes from holding the downward direction for long enough, and then pressing up in whatever your desired kick is. In this case, it would be a heavy kick. You can relate this charge mechanic to Terry's Rising Tackle, where you have to hold downwards before you can get it to work. Perhaps this is why Guile is always crouching. However, this misinput move could very easily happen if you mess up those Flash Kick inputs, and it's called a jump roundhouse, or a jump heavy kick. I guess the two terms are interchangeable. I'll stick with heavy kick for here. I'll keep using Terry as the visualizer, so pretend that Rising Tackle is meant to be Flash Kick, and doing a jumping up air indicates a misinput, and thus is the jump heavy kick. If you failed to charge long enough, that is, you didn't hold downwards long enough, then you'll just end up inputting a jump and an attack, which is what the jump heavy kick is. And if you charge long enough but take too long to input the kick after the upward input, it'll again just end up becoming a jump command followed by a kick. Now, Terry's Rising Tackle is more lenient overall, but it still gives off the same idea. Those were the layman's terms in which I interpreted it, explained for all you fellow non-FGC folk out there. You can pretty clearly see how much overlap the inputs do, and thus how easy it would be to make a mistake that leads to using the jump heavy kick. As far as I know, there isn't a misinput for Sonic Boom, but yeah. As for more gameplay specific things, I can't really give you exact numbers for how often it happened because it was pretty inconsistent overall. As you can see here, I'm using a spirit set with super armor, just to kind of make everything easier. as well as turning on fixed damage. And in this environment, when I was jumping around randomly, close to Guile-ish, I'd say I got that misinput like 2% of the time, maybe 1%. I'll stick to 2%. So every 50 or so flash kicks, I got a jump heavy kick. Again, those are just rough numbers to give you an idea. But when I just idled and let Guile go to town, I didn't get the misinput to happen a single time, despite seeing hundreds of flash kicks. Now, the exact distance between Guile and DK for when he did the misinput was inconsistent, as was of course its frequency in general, so I don't think it's solely a matter of positioning. That is, I still think there's a chance coming into play, as you know, it is supposed to be a misinput. But I definitely don't think it's just chance either, as if that was the case, I'd see the misinput equally between having DK jump around and having him stay idle. And yet I never got it to happen while he was idle, so it's just hard for me to say. It's also possible that it only happens when Guile uses many flash kicks in a row, which would line up with the logic behind the misinput that we mentioned before. You know, maybe he just didn't get to charge long enough, I guess. And perhaps DK jumping around triggers that idea better, but that's just speculation. And I also decided to test how much damage it did. And here it dealt a whopping 8.1%. And here it dealt 10.1%, which I guess would be the sweet spot of it. Of course, I'm still using the Spirit set here, and I think it'll be incredibly difficult for me to get hit by this misinput any other way. So we can just sort of reverse engineer the damage changes, and the jump heavy kick ends up doing around 15% for the weaker hit and around 18% for the stronger one, with no spirits, give or take a little bit. So yeah, I think that's absolutely hysterical and absolutely interesting. It really makes you wonder who is controlling Guile. Is it the Duck Hunt guy? Huh. Next, Examine623 brings up something funny about Yoshi's Island. Normally when you go up the slope on the right of the stage, you'll see in the off-screen magnifying glass that the character is still above the ground and on the slope just fine. However, the background in this visualizer isn't actually accurate. If you go to the camera and start heading towards the blast zone, you'll see that the character starts going into the ground. It's a pretty small area since eventually you'll just reach the blast zone, but it's pretty easy to see. It's not like the ground layer and the visual layer of the slope were totally off to begin with. At least I don't think so. Rather, it feels like it all matches up just nicely, but once you start getting off screen, the ground layer just sort of stops going up. Which is actually pretty weird for me to think about. Like, I would have thought I'd noticed this through gameplay alone, but I definitely didn't. We can also see the effects of items, like the bumper here, which becomes invisible in the camera, but it's still properly placed. And the same with the pitfall and all that. It's crazy what kind of new things you'll see with the in-game camera. Next, sticking with Examine623, he gives some really interesting trivia regarding Pac-Man's trampoline. Basically, when a character gets put into freefall when landing on Pac-Man's red trampoline, the entire cast actually experiences the same amount of landing lag, that being 29 frames. Now, I'll be honest with y'all, I did not do this with the entire cast, but I did try out with a pretty large variety of characters and this remained true. Which in and of itself is pretty interesting considering how different the landing lag is for each character's normal freefall animations. Or rather, I guess it would be tied to the move that causes them to normally go into freefall. Take the 36 frames of landing lag usually found on Bowser's Up Special, and the 24 frames of landing lag after Pichu's, and so on. So it's interesting, but it makes sense, as I guess the action of hitting a red trampoline could be considered a move, thus everyone is given the same landing lag from it. However, what makes this truly stupid is that there's one exception to this, that being Mythra. She only experiences 18 frames of landing lag in this situation. And yes, I am specifying Mythra, because even Pyra experiences the usual 29 frames. So yeah, I guess Mythra is the best character at recovering from Pac-Man's trampoline. It's pretty nuts, so you can check that off in your Smash Fact bingo card. If anyone has any guesses as to why that's even the case, feel free to voice them in the comments. And no, I don't think it's just because Mythra is a switchable character, as all of the Pokemon from Pokemon Trainer have the normal 29 frames of landing lag too. Oh, and also there's technically one other exception, that being the Pac-Man who owns the trampoline. When he gets put into free fall from it, he experiences 30 frames of landing lag, instead of 29. But this isn't universal like the other cases. That is, if Pac-Man gets put into free fall from a different Pac-Man's trampoline, then the landing lag is 29 frames, just like almost everyone else. And if Pac-Man lands after using his own trampoline, and then gets back on it after it turns red again, then he has 29 frames of landing lag rather than 30. So I guess that 30 number comes from a more unique place as it is his own recovery move. And lastly for today's video, guys, you'll never believe who this submission is from. Examine623 made a post about a goofy visual glitch with Ivysaur's Vine Whip. Basically, if you use Vine Whip while the game is slowed down, you'll see it vibrate pretty violently. But this is a bit different from other glitches that come from slowdowns. The move doesn't always get glitched out like this, so long as you don't input a direction when using it. It's inputting the more diagonal variant of the Vine Whip that causes this to happen. And yes, this happens on all of these slowed speeds. It doesn't happen quite the same way when slowed down by the timer, though even this version is different from what the angled Vine Whip normally looks like, so yeah. Man, slowing the game down brings up a lot of goofy glitches on this channel, huh? I could even make a whole dedicated video gathering them up. I mean, I'm not gonna, but you know. And that's gonna be the end of this supercut. I was initially gonna add in one more video that I released at the very end of 2022, but there's a certain fact that I go over in there that I add on to in future videos, but I didn't want to include all of those other videos since I wanted a clean cutoff point, but it would have felt unfulfilling to end it with that fact, then start that fact later on in a potential future supercut, so this is fine, we're good. So, I hope you enjoyed watching this. I kind of hope that you didn't do this in one sitting, as that is a very long time, but I also don't judge. Or, you know, maybe you fell asleep, I guess that's fair too. To anyone else, I truly appreciate you making it to the end, and I bet you had a great time watching all these fun facts. I like these supercuts because it lets me rewatch my old content, and by mashing it together like this, it helps make the videos way more streamlined. You know, no intro or outro ramblings or anything to really interrupt. Not that I hate those things, I think those things add personality to the episode by episode things, but in this way it's just a lot more condensed, which I think is really cool. I don't even know how many individual facts were gotten over in this video, but it's probably over like 200, right? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. But yeah, I don't really have much to say other than reminding you to go to my Discord if you want to submit facts for future videos, and to subscribe to keep an eye on my channel for new uploads in the future. I've still got more gas in the tank and plenty of fun things to talk about. And with that, I'd like to thank my patrons Rain, Sil700, Westcott Reed, Burbo, and everyone else for the amazing support. Stay casual, and I'll see y'all later.